Saga Egmont presents An Extremely Unlikely Death by Hannah Hendy. Read by Jenny Funnell. For Robin, the love of my life, and for Emily, who everything is for. Prologue. The high street was dark. Bunting hung overhead. In the daytime it swayed gently in the breeze, but now it flapped menacingly in the cold night air blowing down the street. The wind threatened to rip the bunting from its fastenings and come down on the heads of any passers-by. The shops stretched on and upwards as far as the eye could see in the gloom, the only light, the dim glow of the street lamps reflecting from the windows. Sometimes Simon wished he'd done something else with his life. Something simpler. He could have been a postman or a traffic warden and been home at the same time every day. Then a call would come in at the end of a boring night shift, and they'd whiz off in the police car to the next incident. Turning on the blue lights and rushing through traffic never got old. Tonight wasn't one of those nights, however. Simon just knew that he was going to go back to the station in half an hour or so to write another boring report. It would all be worth it once he started his trainee detective post. However, that itself came with more exams and worries than he could ever have dreamed of, especially with a young son to think about. Simon and his colleague Perkins were standing outside of the auditor's shop on Dewstow High Street and looking up at it, as they had been for the past few moments. Perkins had her arms folded across her chest as she contemplated the building, sucking in air through her teeth as though it would help her to think. It put Simon on edge, the hairs on his arms raising at the noise. "I don't see anything," she said finally. Simon didn't either, though he wasn't entirely sure what they were looking for. "What did she say was happening exactly?" "She said she was walking home from the cinema club at the Bell and Hope pub with her husband when they heard shouting and banging coming from inside the shop," Simon said, shrugging with confusion. He didn't know if Mrs. Mugglethwaite had heard correctly. As the local gossip-monger, she could always be counted on to create more drama than there really needed to be, especially on a calm Sunday night in a quiet town. It was lucky for Mary, the police station receptionist, that her husband, Nigel, had excommunicated their phone number when he left the force. Not even a year or so ago, Mrs. Mugglethwaite would have bypassed the 101 non-emergency line and called their home directly, waking them both up. Eventually, Nigel had given her the police station's direct line as a commiseration prize, and Mrs. Mugglethwaite had been able to contact Mary while she was on night shift. It was always a mess where Mrs. Mugglethwaite was involved. She seemed to spend most of her time calling things in, and then popping into Dewstow's tiny police station to just have a little chat with you about the case. The case usually amounted to nothing more than the allegedly disruptive behaviour of unruly teenagers, or her suspicion about a new neighbour and their unusual habits. She was the sort of person who liked to reassure Simon that she wasn't xenophobic. "Oh, I don't mean like your parents, Simon," she had often told him. "I've got no problem with hard-working Polish people. Of course I've got no problem with them. It's just these new people. I'm sure they've only come to go on benefits." Simon didn't pay her any mind. In his opinion, you needed to have a thick skin to best do the job. Views like those of Mrs. Mugglethwaite seemed to run rampant in little towns like Dewstow, even if most people tended to keep their thoughts to themselves. Simon's new boss, Officer Wilkinson, didn't see it that way. He hated Martha Mugglethwaite with the force of 1,000 suns. Since Nigel had retired and Wilkinson had taken over the role, he had tried to dissuade Mrs. Mugglethwaite from coming within a foot of the police station, to no avail. When Nigel had been in charge, he had always invited her into his office to chat when she arrived unannounced. Nigel always said it was best to stay on the good side of a busybody, and anyway, she could always prove herself useful if they wanted to know something. Most of the time, it was how Nigel had found out what Marjorie and Clementine were planning to do whenever they got themselves involved in something they shouldn't. Simon smiled at the thought of the dinner lady detectives, as they called them down at the station. They seemed to only wrap themselves up in the big cases, the murders and arsons. They were never any help finding Mrs. Simmons' missing hedge cutters, or giving directions to lost ramblers looking for the Itonstow country path. They had never even once considered helping with the never-ending turf war between the town's competing factions of Morris dancers. But the slightest sniff of a murder, and they would suddenly appear, a cardigan in one hand and a list of suspects in the other. The oddities shop remained silent and dark, which struck Simon as slightly odd in itself, given that Martha's report had specified a great disturbance at the building. Whenever he made his rounds of the town centre at night, its owner was usually still up and doing whatever it was that he did under the cover of darkness, the lights still on in the upstairs windows. It was that itself that made Simon step forward and try the front door. He hadn't expected anything to happen when he delicately pushed against the grain of the old wood with his fingertips, but the door popped open on its hinges and slid backward with a creak. Perkins made a surprised noise in her throat behind him. "That's not right, is it?" she said. Simon turned around just as she levelled up to him outside the shop window. "It's 11:30 at night. Surely he would have locked up ages ago." Simon nodded, words not needed. He was a man of few words generally, but the unlocked door had stolen even the few he did use. Mr. Fitzgerald would have definitely locked up by now. The shop did keep strange hours, but any visits made after 6 in the evening were either by appointment or you had to wait outside until he'd unbolted each of the several bolts and unlocked the 3 locks in the door to get inside. Mr. Fitzgerald was generally quite cheery, but was also known to be a bit off, paranoid even. That fact, along with the unlocked door, gave Simon even more reason to be concerned that something really had happened. "We'd better go up and see if he knows it's not locked," Perkins said, echoing Simon's thoughts. "Maybe he forgot to do it." They entered the shop, leaving the door open behind them. The lights were all off downstairs, and Simon took the torch from his duty belt, holding it up near his head and surveying the room. There was nothing here out of the ordinary, just the junk that Mr. Fitzgerald sold. Perkins picked her way through it all, wading through stacks of Argos catalogues and old encyclopedias. "Doesn't look like much," Perkins said, looking around the place with her lips pulled back in disdain. She kicked at a box with the steel toe cap of her shoe. She scanned the room, her eyes falling on the nearby fire escape door, which, even in the darkness, they could see was ajar. "I don't think that should be open either." Simon nodded. Perkins went over to the door quickly, sliding through it and into the alleyway outside. "Hello?" Simon called into the dark shop. "Mr. Fitzgerald? We are just doing a wellness check." Nothing moved or made a noise. The dust hung heavily in the air, and Simon felt like he might sneeze. Simon was just about to check behind the counter to see if there was a phone number or anything of the sort for Mr. Fitzgerald himself, when there was a thump from the floor above. He didn't wait for Perkins to return. Instead, he rushed over to the side door behind the till area and wrenched it open. Instead of finding just the staircase that was usually on show during the day, he almost stepped on the prone body crumpled at the bottom of it. "Oh no, oh no," he heard himself say. After a moment of frozen shock, where he couldn't even move his eyelids to blink, he leaned down to see if he could help. It was useless. Mr. Fitzgerald's body was as heavy as lead, as his head gushed with blood and his eyes stared off into the ether. His left arm crumpled under him. In his other hand, he held something that caught the light from the torch and shone back at Simon. A knife resting in his lifeless palm. For a moment, Simon stayed crouched next to the man, hoping that any second Mr. Fitzgerald would get back up and laugh, one of his dark jokes. But Mr. Fitzgerald didn't move. He was already gone, leaving Simon to stare down at him, at the dark emptiness in his pale blue eyes. The banging noise came again from the room above, and he gingerly stepped over Mr. Fitzgerald. Simon took the stairs and the old staircase 2 at a time, until he was in the hallway above the shop. "Who's there?" Simon demanded, calling into the empty room. There was no answer. Simon shone the torch around, the beam bouncing off the wall-to-floor mirror and blinding him for a moment. He groped at the wall for a light switch, but his fingers found nothing but rough plaster. The room was as full of things as downstairs had been, but there was a tiny kitchenette in the corner, and on the floor below it was smashed glass. A lot of it. It was as if Mr. Fitzgerald had decided that he owned too many glasses and had smashed them all on the floor. The skittering, scratching noise was coming from one of the kitchen cupboards. Simon reached out to it and carefully pulled it open, hoping with all his might that there wouldn't be a rat behind it ready to jump out at him. There was no rat, only Mr. Fitzgerald's Jack Russell Terrier, who plopped himself out of the cupboard as if nothing had happened. The dog rushed behind Simon and back down the stairs before Simon could even worry about the dog's paws on the glass littering the floor. Simon looked around, bewildered, the beam of the torch carving a path through the darkness. Amidst all the destruction, on the kitchen counter sat an envelope. Simon picked it up and read the names neatly addressed in ink on the front. For Marjorie and Clementine Butcher Baker. Chapter 1. The hall was full to the rafters. Summerview's school hall was usually just about large enough for the year groups, the teachers, and a small number of guests to gather inside. Today it was becoming unbearably warm under the sheer number of people. The late August afternoon had seemed so lovely in the breezy school car park, but once inside, the atmosphere was stifling in intensity. The little hall had not been designed to hold nearly the entire town's population at once. Marjorie wished that they had held the meeting somewhere else, maybe the town hall, though she knew there was probably a good reason why it had not been. They had no choice but to sit and wait. The lucky ones sat on the rows of uncomfortable plastic chairs, eagerly waiting for the school councillors to begin the meeting. The unlucky ones had to lean against the back wall. The councillors themselves looked more than a little nervous at the prospect of answering the crowd's questions, the murmuring of the assembled locals a constant buzz. The stage groaned under the weight of so many people. Both the town council and the school council gathered together in an unusual display of solidarity. Marjorie shook off her cardigan, the warmth becoming too much for her. Her wife, and fellow school dinner lady, Clementine, sat next to her, fanning herself with the meeting leaflet. They had been among the first to arrive, along with the rest of the small team of kitchen staff Marjorie supervised day to day. Well, she hoped she still managed them. Worry surfaced to the top of her thoughts bitterly. Who knew what was about to happen now? For all they knew, she would be demoted, or worse, made to resign. It really didn't bear thinking about. Marjorie could see most of her team if she strained her neck and looked. They were dotted about the room. Dark-haired Gloria and her husband were sitting next to Sharon and Karen, who were also accompanied by their own spouses. Kerry-Ann was sitting nearby, while her partner, Simon, was at the back of the hall with baby Nicholas in his pram. A few rows ahead, Marjorie could see Seren, who was sitting with Deputy Head Mrs. Rosemary Smith, who had never bothered changing her surname after marrying the school's headmaster, Mr. Barrow. She had told them all very seriously that she had no intention of changing her personalised car number plate after she had paid so much money to purchase it. The team's official title was Education Centre Nourishment Consultants, and they were all wearing the same worried expression that Marjorie thought was probably written on her own face. They mostly preferred to be called dinner ladies, except for Clementine, who would tell people she was, literally, a lady who lunches. Clementine tutted. "They'd better get on with it soon," she hissed in Marjorie's ear. "That avocado we bought a few days ago will probably have ripened in the time we've been out, and will have missed the window to make guacamole." "We'll just go to the Waitrose in Ittenvale and buy a pre-made one," Marjorie said soothingly. "Pre-made?" Clementine spluttered. "We can't afford any delicious Waitrose food now, Marjorie. Seeing as we're about to be—" She lowered her voice even further and murmured sinisterly, "newly unemployed." "Well, we're not unemployed yet, and I don't think you have to whisper, Clem," Marjorie chuckled nervously. "Everyone knows it's all up in the air, don't they?" It wasn't just the dinner lady team who wore worried expressions. The school's entire staff were in attendance, dotted around the room in between parents, and they were equally as unsettled. Marjorie felt some solace that the dinner ladies were not the only ones, but the thought also filled her with dread. At the front of the hall, the headmaster stared at his shoes gloomily, his long, gangly arms tightly folded across his chest. They continued to wait. Marjorie could feel the sweat running down her brow, and she dabbed at it with one of the fast food napkins she kept in her bag. Finally, when she was beginning to think that the meeting would consist of just the headmaster looking miserable for an hour on the stage, an elderly man with a long silver beard stepped forward and spoke into the microphone. The PA machine whistled horribly, its squeal bouncing from wall to wall. "Sorry about that," Mr. Fitzgerald said, the grin he usually wore turning into a sheepish grimace. Mr. Fitzgerald may as well have been a part of the school hall's furniture for how interwoven he was in Dewstow affairs. He was a member of the school council, as well as the owner of the odd antique shop on Dewstow High Street. Marjorie and Clementine had spent many an hour window shopping. It was very strange to see him in a position of power instead of sitting behind the till in his shop with his Jack Russell, Jason, on his lap and his long white beard drooping, unnoticed, into a cup of tea. Today he was wearing a cool and comfortable-looking linen shirt, his travelling cape thrown over the back of the chair behind him. He cleared his throat and then continued. "The school council have called this meeting to discuss the rejigging of Summerview Secondary School," he said, in the matter-of-fact tone he was famous for. The crowd began to murmur, and he waited for them to stop. Marjorie and Clementine shared a worried look. "As always, the school council will present our proposal. Then there will be 15 minutes of community questions allowed. But firstly, we'll hear from Mr. Barrow, Summerview's headmaster," Mr. Fitzgerald continued. There was a cough behind him. He swung to look at who had interrupted. It was a woman who was sitting just behind him. Marjorie squinted, trying to place her. The woman was quite a bit younger than herself or Clementine, Marjorie thought. Mid-30s at the latest, and she was much better put together than either of the dinner ladies. Her hair was neatly drawn back over her face into a prim pixie cut, nothing like Clementine's unruly white mop of hair that she was letting grow out. The woman must have been boiling in her smart trouser suit. It really wasn't summer attire, and the room was sweltering, but she showed no sign of it. Mr. Barrow glared at her. Mr. Fitzgerald looked between them nervously, and then continued, the paper in his hands at a constant shake. He cringed as he spoke the words delicately. "I mean to say, former headmaster." There was a communal gasp. The news that the school was going to change hands had already been like a vicious wave hitting a beach, but its final impact had not yet been specified. Marjorie had been under the impression that possibly part of the old asbestos-filled building would be renovated and then reopened as a new and better school, but she knew now that she had been wrong. She peered around at the shocked faces of the group. "What do you mean?" someone called from the back of the hall. "The headmaster's been replaced," someone else cried. Marjorie and Clementine swung their heads around to see who was speaking, but to no avail. On the stage, Mr. Barrow hung his head, the picture of sadness. Marjorie and Clementine had already known this horrible piece of news. They had been worrying since they found out about it at Seren's wedding a few weeks before. But they hadn't really, honestly believed it was true until now, when the words were being said out loud, and the headmaster was staring back at them all in dismay. Marjorie wondered what the final straw could have been. What had finally broken the camel's back? Perhaps it had been the several murders that had taken place on or near school property in recent years. Maybe it had been the skeleton that was dug up during the playground refitting. Marjorie shuddered at the memory. It still gave her the creeps even now. Mr. Fitzgerald held up a hand for silence and waited until it arrived. "It has been decided by the council and agreed with the headmaster. Oh, gosh, anyway, Mr. Barrow," Mr. Fitzgerald stuttered, and then recovered his composure. "Mr. Barrow is going to return to his former post as English teacher and head of Year 11. "But who's going to replace him?" There was uproar again, as everyone began talking among themselves. Mr. Fitzgerald waited for the roar to die down. He was clutching the cue cards in his hands nervously, as though afraid they would bite him. "What's going to happen to the rest of the staff?" That voice unmistakably belonged to Rose, who Marjorie, even though she could only see the back of her head, could tell was seething. "Now you've usurped our leader." Mr. Barrow looked up at that, a small smile playing on his lips. Mr. Fitzgerald stared at Rose wide-eyed. "Yes, well, there will be a new head teacher, obviously. Miss Cooper. She's here today. Would you like to come and introduce yourself?" He gestured behind him to the woman Mr. Barrow had glared at. The woman smiled smugly like a happy toad. Bizarrely, though, this was not the woman who stood up. Instead, a tiny brunette with small horn-rimmed glasses and a crumpled brown dress stood and walked to the front of the stage instead. Marjorie had been so focused on the other woman, she had not even noticed her. Miss Cooper stepped forward and squeaked into the microphone, holding the stand gently with gloved fingers. "Hello, all." The crowd began to mutter again, but she ignored them and continued. Marjorie looked in dismay at the gloves covering her skin. Who were these strangers? And why were they practically immune to the heat that smothered the room? "Now, you may not like it, but I've been sent here to help," she said in a high tone. Marjorie found that although her voice was soft in nature, there was a hard glint of steel underneath the surface. The sort of voice you'd have to lean in close to hear before it crushed you with a cold remark. "You've had an awful lot of nonsense happen over the last few years, really. How many murders can a school possibly have without compromising on student safety?" Marjorie saw a parent on her left nod vigorously and suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Miss Cooper continued. "And that's without the financial repercussions of it all. I've been asked by the board to sort it out for the foreseeable future." "Leaving a very good post to do so," the toad-faced woman piped up. From the very little they had seen of her, Marjorie decided she was probably the kind of person who rang the police if a delivery driver stopped for too long outside their house. Miss Cooper turned to acknowledge her. "Yes, my deputy, Miss Martin, is quite right. We have left a very good school to come here and help, and we're ready to do whatever it takes to fix it." Miss Cooper smiled, apparently oblivious to the mood of the room. That's without even a mention of the sheer disregard for the school uniform policy. Parents, you will receive the uniform list in good time before school starts, and I expect you to enforce it. If you cannot enforce the school uniform policy with your children, then we will be forced to as educators. Marjorie remained sitting in shock as Miss Cooper continued to rattle on about the dress code. Had the school really become bad enough to need outside measures taken? Of course, she had to admit that there had been 3 murders, a fire, a mysterious skeleton, and a dog napping over the past few years, but none of that was the headmaster's fault. Did he really need to be relegated back to his old post? The financial situation had been bad for a long time, though, she considered, as thoughts of her mediocre food budget surfaced to the top of her mind. And it was only getting worse. Sometimes she wondered how they would manage going into the new school term. She and Clementine had been very close to handing their notices in after the year was through. But after the entire school staff had received a strange letter asking them to attend the very meeting they were sitting in, they had changed their minds. If only to see what would happen. The meeting continued. Marjorie felt herself beginning to hyperventilate in the overcrowded room. She was very glad when Mr. Fitzgerald finished answering the last question, and they could all gather their things to go. Mr. Barrow and Rose were the first to move. He grabbed his summer jacket from his chair, flinging it over his shoulder in anger, and then sweeping down the aisle, grabbing Rose's hand as he did so. Seren followed them, and Marjorie and Clementine rushed after them in the trio's wake, desperate for fresh air. The crowd built up behind them as they all crushed together on their way out, through the double doors and outside, finally. Marjorie took a deep breath, enjoying the way the warm breeze felt on her face. "Ridiculous," Rose said finally, as she paced back and forward in front of them, with her arms tightly folded against her chest. The headmaster had finished marching them into the outside area by the science block, and slumped down on the low cement wall that ran alongside it. The crowd dispersed past them, some giving him sympathetic looks, others avoiding catching his eye. Karen and Sharon had already rushed away, and Kerry-Ann had left in the middle of the meeting. It had been much too hot for baby Nicholas inside the hall. But Gloria and Seren joined them, giving the headmaster concerned looks when they thought he wasn't looking. "Oh, God, what am I going to do?" Mr. Barrow groaned. "I'll have to dig all my old lesson plans back out. I just can't do another year of Mice and Men for bored Year 10s, Rosemary. I just can't." Rose stepped forward and put her arms around him. "It'll be okay, James. You can use my lesson plans. Drama and English are basically interchangeable after all. I'm sure no one would notice. And then, by the time Ofsted get here, we'll have worked out what we're going to do about all this." "If you need to teach any other languages, then Gloria can help you," Seren piped up. "She's Duolingo in Spanish." "I'm bilingual, Seren," Gloria said with a roll of her eyes. "What does this mean for you?" Gloria asked Rose. "She sounds like she already has a deputy head. Will you keep your position?" Rose went white, her knuckles paling as she clutched the railing with both hands. I don't know." "Miss Martin's a drama teacher as well, isn't she?" Seren said, her face reddening when she realized that she had said the words out loud. "She teaches music," Rose said through gritted teeth. "Just music. Nothing as complex as the intricacies of drama." "It sounded like that Miss Cooper means business, though, didn't it?" Clementine said, turning to Marjorie, completely oblivious to Rose's internal conflict. "I think she's going to be checking up on everything we do." "Well, we've got nothing to worry about in the kitchen," Marjorie shrugged. "Unless she comes to inspect our equipment, I suppose. It's not the newest of things." "There was an altercation between them all," Mr. Barrow interrupted them, his eyes gazing off into the distance as though none of them were there. Before the meeting, they were shouting at each other in my office. What kind of head teacher does that? Who was arguing? Marjorie asked. Not Ms. Cooper. Yes, Mr. Barrow said. And Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. Boole at each other's throats. And yet I'm the problem. Who's Mr. Boole? Marjorie asked him. One of the governors, Mr. Barrow said. The one who always wears waistcoats that don't fit him properly. Always looks like they're about to fall off him. You'd think his wife would be able to sort that out. Before Marjorie could comment on the sexist remark and mention that perhaps Mr. Boole sourced his own waistcoats, there was a bang behind them. They all whipped their heads around in time to watch the doors to the studio slam open again. The ancient school receptionist, Mrs. Winkle, stood in the doorframe, panting heavily, her brown cardigan hanging from her elbows, as if she had been in the middle of putting it on, and then rushed out of the hall. "Mr. Barrow!" she squeaked, the panic rising in her voice. "Mr. Barrow! Come quickly!" "What's happened?" Mr. Barrow shouted over to her. He stood from where he had slumped, pulling himself together quickly. "They're fighting again!" "Who?" Rose called back. Marjorie jumped up from her seat on the low wall and rushed into the hall, followed by Rose as Clementine helped Mrs. Winkle to sit down. She immediately wished that she hadn't bothered. The governors, who had been calm and collected in front of the school staff and parents, were now ranting at each other from all corners of the hall. Jason, Mr. Fitzgerald's Jack Russell Terrier, growled by his feet as the man in a badly fitted waistcoat held him up by the shirt and screamed in his face. Mr. Fitzgerald's nose gushed with blood, and there was already a bruise forming under his eye. A woman in a heavily patterned tea dress desperately tried to hold him back, but was making no ground at all. "What on earth is going on in here?" Rose cried. The governors fell silent in surprise. "He started it," Mr. Boole said, gesturing with his head at Mr. Fitzgerald, but he let go of his shirt all the same. Arthur Mugglethwaite took a step backward from where he had been angrily disagreeing with Miss Martin. Miss Cooper had already disappeared. Perhaps she hadn't felt like she needed to argue. Perhaps she felt she'd said what she needed to. Perhaps she had been the one to start the argument and had then slipped out once it had got out of control. "Fred's right. This is all Timothy's fault," Mr. Boole said, glaring at Mr. Fitzgerald. "What have you got to say for yourself, Tim?" "I couldn't possibly know what you mean," Mr. Fitzgerald began. Mr. Boole interrupted him with a horrible loud bark of a laugh, spit flying through the air at the force of it. The woman in the tea dress grasped for his arm again. "Leave it, Fred!" she shrieked. Mr. Boole did no such thing. "You know what you've done," he said, jabbing Mr. Fitzgerald square on the chest to emphasize each word. Marjorie had never taken much notice of him before. He was quite unremarkable in looks. A tall, gangly man whose suits always seemed to be a bit too long, even besides his height. They hung from his frame, hiding the vast selection of waistcoats he must have had to choose from every day. His face was just as ordinary, if slightly angular. His ears stuck out of his head at a steep angle, and his receding hairline made him look much older than he probably was. All the governors had the same sort of look to them. If you'd have asked Marjorie before today to pick Mr. Boole out of a lineup of them, she would have really struggled. Mr. Barrow entered the hall finally. Marjorie noticed him arrive, his face looking between them all in curiosity. "What's all this?" he asked. The governors all jumped apart immediately. Mr. Barrow may not have been the head teacher of Summerview Secondary anymore, but his voice still carried a certain weight. The governors began to file out of the room, although Mr. Boole gave Mr. Fitzgerald a nasty look as he passed him. Mr. Barrow shook his head at the state of it all, and followed them out of the room, probably to admonish them for the disturbance. Marjorie was left alone with Mr. Fitzgerald, dabbing at his bleeding nose with a dirty handkerchief. "Are you all right?" she asked him. What's going on? Did someone punch you?" He didn't answer for a moment. The blood from his nose had run into his moustache, and it had a horrible pink tinge. "Could you do something for me, Marjorie?" he asked. Marjorie nodded, even though she was confused. "Of course I can," she said. "Would you pop over at some point in the next few weeks?" Mr. Fitzgerald looked much more concerned than usual. Well, at the moment, things aren't going my way, and I'd like someone I can trust to talk to about something." "All right," Marjorie said, more as a question than a statement. "But what?" "Hopefully everything will be fine," he said. "But just in case it isn't, well, let's not talk about it now. We can speak soon, maybe after the first week back at school. I expect you'll be dreadfully busy until then. Why don't you pop round that weekend? I've got something to show you." "If it's that important, we could come sooner," Marjorie suggested. "No, we'll need time to discuss it all," he said with a shake of his head. "Come the first week back. It'll be worth the wait, I promise." Marjorie had a bad feeling. She suspected that he was going to get them involved in some new and strange apocalypse contingency plan for the town, or maybe even ask them to start taking records of townspeople's coming and goings, like he did with his car park records and strange secret CCTV network. She wondered whether she ought to have just said no, but the earnest look on his face told her that it would be fine, whatever it was he wanted to talk to them about. Mr. Fitzgerald left, waltzing through at a speed Marjorie could never have imagined he could reach, and leaving her standing stupidly in the middle of the hall. Chapter 2. Marjorie had largely forgotten her strange conversation with Mr. Fitzgerald by the next morning. She reasoned that most of their conversations with him were odd, so this one had probably been nothing new. However, she had never had a conversation with him after he'd been punched by a fellow governor, so she supposed that was quite unusual in itself. As unusual as the man himself could be, she reasoned. She hadn't forgotten the time he'd brought them his own missing persons report, curated over a number of decades. However, most of the names neatly handwritten inside the book had not been missing persons at all. Even Marjorie and Clementine featured in it very briefly during the week they had gone away on holiday to St. Martin's-on-the-Water. After their conversation in the hall, Clementine had tried to guess what on earth he could want this time, but even she had forgotten all about it by the time they'd got into bed the evening before. To both Marjorie and Clementine's great chagrin, there didn't seem to be much comeuppance for punching a fellow governor in the face. Everyone had gone home almost immediately after it had happened. Clementine had wondered out loud what it would actually take to get fired. Even Mr. Barrow had only been asked to step down. Clementine had a very valid theory involving fireworks and the teacher's staff room, but Marjorie had managed to talk her down from putting it into action. It was still quite early in the day, but Marjorie had always liked to be up and about before most people. She often found great solace in watching the sun rise through the kitchen window, as she did the washing up left from the dinner the night before, looking out on their little garden and the brave birds that would perch on their shed roof, cats be damned. Marjorie and Clementine had lived at number 22 Seymour Road for over 40 years, a long time by anyone's standards. At any rate, Marjorie's hair had certainly been less grey when they first bought the little terraced house. It wasn't much, but it was theirs. They had visited the Chinese takeaway at the top of Dewstow High Street after all the drama at the meeting, which meant there was no washing up to do today. Instead, after they got home, Marjorie flicked the kettle on, sat down at the kitchen table, and pulled the notepad in the middle of it closer. She had quite a bit of planning left to do before the new school year started. If she was being honest with herself, she had left some elements much too late. That was due to Clementine's bad influence, she thought. Clementine was always reminding her to enjoy the summer holiday, and Marjorie feared that she might have let work fall by the wayside. Yes, it had certainly been lovely to go to the park and take leisurely strolls along the riverbank, or meet friends for a coffee during a weekday. But it was time to get back on with it, before Clementine decided that this was the life for them, and they should both retire after the year was through. Marjorie wasn't sure she wanted to retire at all yet. She had been prepared to do so a few years ago, but now things had changed in her mind. She wasn't entirely sure who she was without the school's canteen kitchen, and her team of dinner ladies to think about. Her brain separated into before and after the various murders that had befallen the little town over the last few years. She got a feeling that the doorbell was going to ring a few moments before it did, although she didn't know quite how. Her intuition had told her she was going to be interrupted somehow as soon as she started her work. Usually, such an interruption would be Clementine announcing some new coffee shop they needed to visit, but she wouldn't normally ring the doorbell. Marjorie put down the pen and notebook with a sigh and wandered out of the kitchen, through the living room to the front door. She peeked through the peephole they had installed when the door had been replaced and felt her eyes widening with surprise. "Hello," she said, as she opened the door for her visitors, stepping back to let Officer Wilkinson and Officer Simon into the house. "We won't keep you long," Officer Wilkinson told her. Simon grimaced at her behind his back. Wilkinson wiped his shoes on the mat and then went into the living room. Simon followed, glancing around the busily decorated room as always. He smiled at Clementine's birthday cards hung over the imitation fireplace and the trinkets in the glass cabinet in the corner. Marjorie had recently won a crochet competition in Knitting and Crochet Monthly, and Clementine had proudly cut out the photograph of her winning entry and put it in an A4-sized Tesco photo frame. It sat on their coffee table, slightly too big for it. Every time Clementine put her coffee cup on the table, she'd knock it over and curse it, as if she wasn't the one who had put it there in the first place. "I'm afraid it's bad news," Wilkinson said, plopping himself down into the nearest armchair and taking a clipboard and pen out of his bag. Marjorie almost groaned out loud. "When isn't it?" she asked. He smiled, a brief and frail sort of expression that didn't meet his eyes. He took the lid of the pen off, as if readying himself to write a myriad of notes. Marjorie gestured for Simon to sit down, just as Clementine came downstairs in her dressing gown, looking at the two police officers in confusion. "I'm just going to get right to it," Wilkinson said with a sigh, almost sounding bored. "Last night, my colleague here," he gestured to Simon, "found the body of someone I believe you know quite well. We're here to ask if you saw anything yesterday afternoon that might help our investigation." "Who?" Clementine demanded to know, as Marjorie reached for her hand, clutching her fingers tightly in panic. Someone they knew well, he had said. They knew lots of people well. She tried to take a breath, but it caught in her chest with the bile that threatened to rise. She looked at Wilkinson's face and tried to ascertain from it who the person was from his set jaw. "Timothy Fitzgerald," Wilkinson said with a dismissive shrug. "Town and school councillor, owns that shop in the high street." "We know him," Marjorie whispered, feeling her blood run cold. Mr. Fitzgerald was dead, but he'd been so alive just yesterday, with the blood running out of his nose after the confrontation at the meeting, and his mouth twisted in annoyance. Mr. Fitzgerald was dead. The words hit her like a ton of bricks, yet at the same time they didn't feel real at all. How could Mr. Fitzgerald be dead? He was a permanent fixture of Dewstow. He was involved in everything from the school sports days to the summer festivities down by the riverbank. "How did he die?" Clementine asked. "He had a fall," Wilkinson explained. A fall? Marjorie gasped. And he died? A fall couldn't possibly be that dramatic. Mr. Fitzgerald couldn't really be dead. Marjorie's mother had had several falls over her last years, and she had been much older than Mr. Fitzgerald at the time. Of course, she had broken her hip from one and had to spend a long time in the hospital, which is what they suspected had killed her in the end, the withering of her muscles, and slow decline of her health that couldn't be replaced in her 80s. But she hadn't died from the fall itself. She'd clung on to life for months afterwards, and the fall had merely speeded things along. Marjorie suddenly had the horrible thought that she would probably wish her mother was there when she herself died, but she pushed those feelings down and away. Mr. Fitzgerald couldn't possibly be dead. Surely Officer Wilkinson would announce he was joking, and then they'd go and visit Mr. Fitzgerald in hospital, where he'd be boring all the other patients with his wild conspiracy theories. "We think he fell down the stairs in his shop," Officer Wilkinson continued after seeing her expression. "Simon found him at the bottom of them. He was alone. The coroner thinks it would have been quick." That would have been one of Marjorie's worst nightmares come true if it had happened to her. But she supposed that if it was a quick death, it certainly wasn't the worst way to go. Sometimes, when she was younger, she used to dream she was running around her mother's garden, and then she would fall, waking herself up with the start. She had a theory that if such a dream happened to you at an elderly age, your heart would stop, and you'd just go. She'd been thinking about that a lot more recently. She knew she shouldn't indulge in doom-filled thoughts, but she couldn't help it. Every time she looked in the mirror, she was reminded of her age. Her brain told her that she couldn't possibly be a day over 30, but her reflection showed the truth, adding the other 30 years on in the mirror. Officer Wilkinson kept talking, but Marjorie didn't hear a word of it. The news of Mr. Fitzgerald's death was ringing around her head like tinnitus. She took a gulp of air, not realizing that she had been holding her breath. Her heart raced as her stomach dropped, suddenly feeling as though she'd eaten a bag of ice cubes. She was brought back into the world by the feel of Clementine reaching for her hand. Clementine squeezed her hand again 3 times, and Marjorie squeezed back, returning to the room with a thump. "Oh, Simon, I'm sorry to hear that," Clementine said, breaking Marjorie's train of thought. She suddenly felt guilty. It washed over her as she looked over at the young man, whose expression was sullen. "All part of the job, I'm afraid," Simon said quietly. He didn't seem himself at all, Marjorie thought, looking at his face in concern. Simon had barely looked up from the coffee table since the 2 officers had arrived. Marjorie admitted to herself that she wasn't that close with him, but both she and Clementine had known him for long enough that she could tell something was wrong. Officer Wilkinson cleared his throat. "At this time, we're simply trying to sort out the facts of Mr. Fitzgerald's last hours, and any information you have about the events at the school meeting will help us." His voice was wooden, as though he was reading from a script. Marjorie supposed that he must have said those words so many times to so many people that all the emotion had gone out of it. "All right," Marjorie said. Clementine nodded in agreement. "I didn't see much of it," Clementine said, gesturing to Marjorie. Officer Wilkinson wrote their information on the paper attached to his clipboard. Marjorie watched his pen scrape across the paper. "Can you tell me what you saw after the meeting?" Officer Wilkinson asked. "Not much, really," Marjorie said, trying to think. "Mrs. Winkle, the school receptionist, came to tell the headmaster, former headmaster, that the governors were fighting." Officer Wilkinson nodded as he wrote down her words, making an agreeable noise that told her he was listening. Marjorie wasn't sure how old Mr. Fitzgerald had been, but he had seemed in good health the last time they had seen him at the meeting that afternoon, apart from his bleeding nose. Or had he? Maybe all the accusations from other governors hadn't helped his health. Maybe the stress had led to it. No, that couldn't possibly be true. Surely he wouldn't have fallen just because he was stressed. I went into the hall to see what was going on, and they really were fighting, Marjorie said. Mr. Boole had punched Mr. Fitzgerald, and he was bleeding, and they were all shouting at each other. "Did you see Mr. Boole punch Mr. Fitzgerald?" Officer Wilkinson asked. "No," Marjorie said. Clementine shook her head. "Mr. Fitzgerald told me he'd punched him, and when I arrived, Mr. Boole's wife was trying to drag him away." "Right," Officer Wilkinson said. Simon watched silently, twiddling his hands together in a way that made Marjorie nervous. He picked up his teacup and held it much too tightly. "And then the headmaster came and broke it up, and everyone sort of dispersed, I think," Marjorie said with a shrug. "We didn't think much more of it. Just another day of drama at Summerview." "Do governors usually go around punching each other?" Officer Wilkinson asked, his lip curling up into a half-smile. "Well, no," Marjorie spluttered, suddenly finding herself feeling flustered under his gaze. "But there's always arguments at a governor's meeting from what I've heard in the past. Once, Mr. Mugglethwaite threw a handful of cutlery at Mr. Scott and left a spoon-shaped mark on his forehead, and that was just over who was going to water the school plants in the holidays when the caretaker retired." Clementine nodded vigorously at that. "It's amazing they get anything done at all, really." "Did you see anything going on before?" Officer Wilkinson asked them both. They shook their heads. "No," Marjorie told him. "Mr. Barrow said there had been some sort of argument before, but we weren't there." "Much too busy," Clementine said smugly and needlessly. Simon smiled at that, though it disappeared as fast as it had arrived. "What do you think happened?" Marjorie asked, suddenly realising that this might not be a simple case of Mr. Fitzgerald losing his balance. "Do you think someone killed him?" Simon didn't say anything, but the knuckles he had wrapped around the teacup went white. Officer Wilkinson seemed to consider how much he should tell her before he spoke, carefully and clearly. "Unfortunately, or fortunately, I suppose, depending on how you look at it, this does look like a terrible accident currently," he said, tapping his pen on the clipboard resting against the coffee table. "Mr. Fitzgerald was in his late 80s, and the shop was dark and the stairs are very steep. I'm amazed he's been managing them for so long, in all honesty. A lot of people his age would have moved on by now. Most wouldn't still be working anyway." That didn't seem quite right to Marjorie. The few times she had witnessed Mr. Fitzgerald going up and down the stairs in his shop, he had done so with the dexterity of a mountain goat. And he enjoyed running the shop too, if the number of hours he put into it were any consideration. "How did you find him?" Marjorie turned to ask Simon. Simon raised his eyebrows in alarm. "We searched the shop. He was at the bottom of the stairs." "Yes, but why were you there?" Marjorie asked, aware that both Officer Wilkinson and Clementine were staring at her in interest. "Mrs. Mugglethwaite called in a noise disturbance," Simon said, "so we went to check it out." "The noise might have been him falling," Officer Wilkinson said, "and calling for help." "Yeah," Simon said. But Marjorie didn't think. He sounded very sure. Chapter 3. James Barrow and Rose Smith's reign over the school had well and truly ended by the time term rolled around a few weeks later. Mr. Barrow didn't seem too disheartened, though, on the first day of the new school year. He certainly didn't look as dreadful as he had at the meeting. Marjorie wondered if it was like the old adage said, "Time heals all wounds," even open ones with large gaping holes. "Hello, ladies," he said, waving cheerily as he stepped out of Rose's car. Rose clambered out of the other side and gave the dinner ladies a haughty nod, balancing on her heels in a way that made Marjorie pray for the safety and longevity of her ankles. Marjorie and Clementine waved back. "Hello, Mr. Barrow," Clementine called. "Are you ready to teach books?" Mr. Barrow beamed and held up the pile of them he was holding, his eyes gleaming in a way Marjorie hadn't seen since he had beaten his personal best time at Iddenvale's half-marathon. "Yes. You know, I forgot how much I love the works of Dickens. What a wordsmith. Well, we've got great expectations for your class," Clementine smiled back. Rose gave them both a withering look. "Don't get him started," she scoffed. "It's been all Shakespeare this, Sylvia Plath that, since we found out. But what about me? Demoted to a mere—" She dropped her voice to a fraught whisper. "Drama teacher. And James won't even teach them a play that I want to do for the school production in his lessons, so the students can have a head start. Honestly. I can't really teach Greece in my classes, can I?" Mr. Barrow laughed. "Why don't you do The Crucible? Ooh, or Macbeth?" "There's no songs in The Crucible," Rose said, following a heavy sigh. "I suppose I could get that new deputy head to write some. It would be a lot more exciting than the Scottish play, but you can't trust a music teacher to write a show-stopping concert, can you?" Marjorie didn't think it wise to remind her that former music teacher Mrs. Large had written a great number of Rose's summer concerts. Of course, that was before she had been unfortunately crushed to death by the stage lights during a Christmas concert rehearsal. "I thought you hated teaching English," Marjorie asked Mr. Barrow, remembering Kerry Ann telling her how when she was a student, Mr. Barrow had often put on the film version of whatever book they were supposed to be learning, and then left the room until the lesson was over. "I thought so too," Mr. Barrow said, his expression earnest. "But it's sort of like I've been given a new lease of life. Being head teacher is stressful enough without all those murders going on. Look what happened last year." Marjorie and Clementine nodded agreeably. "The best part about stepping down is that I don't have to be in charge of it anymore. Listen, I've been meaning to say, you don't need to call me by my surname. Please, call me James. I'm not your headmaster anymore." Miss Cooper appeared behind them, Miss Martin in tow, walking a few steps behind her. She tutted loudly. "Ladies and gentlemen, don't you think we ought to be getting into school to start the day, not loitering around in the car park? We must set an example for our students. I'll see you all at our 9 o'clock assembly." She carried on marching towards the school building, leaving Marjorie and Clementine to watch on as Rose and James spluttered in horror. "Don't worry," Miss Martin said, catching Marjorie's eye. "She's quite nice when you get to know her. Her bark is much worse than her bite." "I hope you're right," Rose said, giving Miss Martin a cool once-over. "We don't want anyone to lose a finger, do we?" Miss Martin didn't appear to deem that response worthy, so they all went their respective ways. Marjorie and Clementine headed straight for the kitchen, changing into their kitchen shoes and tabards in the changing room, and then getting right to work. They had been in the Friday before to take a big dry store delivery in, and to set the kitchen back up again, making sure the gas was working and the hot water was fine, and had been flushed through enough that there was no risk of Legionnaire's disease after 6 weeks of no use. It was all ready to go for another year, the equipment all still spotless from when they had deep-cleaned it in July. Clementine switched the gas on at the key in the wall, and then they got to work, as the other members of the Education Centre Nourishment Consultant team arrived in a babble. Marjorie was glad for the distraction, and to be able to throw herself into another work year. No matter what happened over a term, she knew it would never be boring. There was always ordering and rotas to keep up with, this term made slightly easier by Kerry Ann still being on maternity leave and not having to be fitted in around her college courses. "Gosh, it really is good to be back," Gloria said as she arrived. She crossed the threshold into the kitchen and put on a hairnet, covering her long black plait with it in a single swift movement. "I was getting bored of the kids. I thought a few times about feeding them to Caroline's snakes, but I resisted." "It's so good to see you." Marjorie reached out and hugged her. The start of a school term was an odd thing, because the dinner ladies often got together in the school breaks, so never really said goodbye to each other properly. Still, it was nice to be back together in a professional capacity. "I can't believe all this about the headmaster either," Gloria said as they parted again. "Mr. Barrow wasn't the person who killed all those people. Surely they can't treat him like this." "I think they can," Marjorie said, hearing the gloom in her own voice. "The governors certainly seem happy that he's not in charge anymore. Well, sort of, if that ruckus at the meeting was anything to go by." "Well, they all seemed like bullies ganging up on Mr. Fitzgerald," Gloria said. "And poor Mr. Fitzgerald at that. What an awful last day. I read about it in the paper." The Dewstow Free Press had replaced their front-page spread with a tribute to Mr. Fitzgerald the day after his death. It had been a lovely tribute to a man who'd had so much involvement with the town's day-to-day routines. Gloria and Marjorie shared a sad smile. "I know," Marjorie said. "The police visited to ask us about it." "Us too," Seren said from behind her. Marjorie turned just in time to see her shaking her head. "And they visited Rose and the headmaster. I mean, you know." "Gosh, they really spoke to everyone for their witness reports," Clementine said, rubbing her chin in thought. "It makes you wonder if there's something else to it." They all paused to think about it. Marjorie hoped that there wasn't more to Mr. Fitzgerald's death. It had not been a nice way to die, but from what the police had told them then, it was probably quick, and there was a kindness in that. Anyway, people died all the time, didn't they? You either died young, or lived long enough to hear all your favourite songs on a classic rock radio station. That was just how it was. "Should Mr. Barrow really have to step down?" Gloria said after the moment had passed. "You can't tell who's a murderer before they've murdered someone. What are we all supposed to do? Just stop going outside?" "If I'd murdered someone," Karen began, leaning back on the kitchen counter and folding her arms, "I'd just post their body parts off to the house of someone I don't like." She stroked her chin, deep in thought. "Then everyone would think they did it, because they'd have all the bits." "How would you post it?" Clementine asked. "You can't post arms and legs and all that. The parcel would be too drippy." "I'd wrap them in cling film," Karen explained, grabbing and holding up the large industrial roll of catering cling film, pretending to wrap it around Seren's arm. "It wouldn't work," Seren said sadly, batting Karen away, "because at the post office they'd ask you what was in the parcel, and it's an offence to lie. You'd be caught straight away when you told them what was in it." The bell rang and they all jumped. Gloria groaned. "Time for the first assembly of the year," she sighed. "I wonder what on earth she's going to say. Probably tell us we all have to keep off the lawn or something. She's tiny, but I bet she's mighty." Marjorie smiled at 4'11" Gloria saying that, but then thought that the woman might have a point. The school hall had certainly seen better days. Marjorie noticed the sad, droopy curtains as they entered, taking their usual places at the back of the hall with the sanitation and contamination removal experts team. The dinner lady team always tried to be the first ones in and the first ones out, citing puddings to make and ovens to clean as their reasoning. But really, it was an excuse to stay out of the hustle and bustle of the rest of the school areas. Marjorie certainly saw the kitchen as a private, safe space that was only ever occasionally invaded by Rose, looking to steal some sugar sachets and a banana. Rose and James, Marjorie didn't know if she'd ever get used to calling him by his first name, were standing towards the back of the side wall too. They had obviously decided that as they were no longer needed to lead the assemblies, it was better to save face by standing behind with the rest of the staff. James would usually have started the assembly with some sort of music playing, and he would have tried to match it to the theme of the assembly, not always succeeding. The day Summerview School had lost the rugby final to their fierce rivals, Ittenvale Comprehensive, he had blasted the hall with what he thought was a funeral march, but it turned out to be the Imperial March from the Star Wars films. Miss Cooper, the new head, did no such thing. She waited at the front of the hall in silence, her arms tucked firmly behind her back, as she waited for the students to pile in and get seated. Her mouth was pursed, showing the wrinkles around her lips. She waited and waited, and eventually the hall fell into an uncomfortable silence, the students and staff alike, all staring at her to see what she would say. "Hello, all," she began. Her voice was quiet but powerful. It stilled even the unruliest of Year 7s at the front of the room. She continued, "The next time we do this, I expect it to be done with decorum. Not only are you wasting my time, but you're also wasting your own. You must think to yourselves, why am I here? What do I want to achieve from these years? Will I go on to do great things? Or will I have wasted all my potential?" The hall was deathly silent. Miss Cooper waited a beat, obviously enjoying the control she had, before continuing. "I have gathered you here to introduce myself properly," Miss Cooper said, her thin mouth curling upwards into a smile. "I'm Miss Cooper, and I will be your interim headmistress for the foreseeable future." She gestured towards Miss Martin, who beamed at the attention. "I'm joined by my deputy head, Miss Martin. You may have seen us already on your way around the school and in your lessons. We're hoping to visit as many classes as possible over the rest of the term." Marjorie watched as some of the teachers' faces grew concerned at that little detail. "There will be nothing of note happening in this school this year. Nothing extracurricular in the slightest. Some of you may have got away with poor test results and dead bodies lying all about the place in the past, but it simply won't do." Miss Cooper cleared her throat and then continued. "If anyone hears or sees of anything that might affect the school's good standing on the path to excellence, you must come and see me in my office. You'll find an open door and an ear to listen. And I can reassure you that you will be rewarded for doing so." James looked like he had been told off by a particularly strict parent and was practically shrinking away against the wall. Rose, on the other hand, looked absolutely fuming. Marjorie could imagine the steam coming from her ears as her thoughts simmered with rage. Unfazed by the whispering that had begun to travel across the room, Miss Cooper began to speak again. "This is the only way we'll be able to fix this school. By hard work, perseverance, and," she smiled, "rooting out the bad apples." Behind her, Miss Martin nodded so vigorously that her head looked as though it might flop off her shoulders and hit the floor. "So, how do we get rid of the bad apples?" she continued. "I will be employing groups of what I like to call Summerview School investigators to pluck them out. Students from all year groups will take part and ensure Summerview can flourish as intended. School life will continue onwards, and we shall all be better for it." The hall was the quietest Marjorie had ever known. She looked around at the stunned faces of the teachers lining the back wall. Even the unruliest of students hadn't uttered a word. It was unnerving. And Marjorie had to wonder, what did Miss Cooper mean by investigators? Was she going to get students to report back to her on the goings-on in the school? It seemed wrong somehow, though Marjorie couldn't quite put her finger on why. She suspected that her unease came from the changes that were being made to their daily routine, but there was probably more to it than that. Miss Cooper spoke again. "You all have one more chance to prove to me your commitment to our school and its values. From tomorrow morning, All incidences of wrong uniform will result in suspension until the offending article of clothing is replaced or removed. We will be measuring skirt and tie lengths at reception." Clementine turned to Marjorie with such a comical expression of shock on her face that Marjorie almost laughed out loud. Gloria, on Marjorie's other side, leaned in and whispered, "Who on earth does she think she is?" Rather than reply, Marjorie turned back to face the front, to see what else Miss Cooper had to say. "On a different note," Miss Cooper began, her demeanour changing completely. Marjorie couldn't quite put her finger on it, but it felt as though Miss Cooper was nervous to say something. Gone was the strict headmistress who had stood before them a second ago, the worry obvious as she twirled her gloved hands together. She cleared her throat finally. "I have some terribly bad news that you will all know already, I expect," she said. Marjorie could feel the whole hall holding their breath as a single entity. "One of Somerville School's longest-standing governors has unfortunately passed away." The crowd began to whisper among themselves. Marjorie felt Clementine reach for her hand and squeeze it in the anticipation of what was to come. "Timothy Fitzgerald was found at home peacefully in his bed," Miss Cooper finally said, her hand-wringing coming to a crescendo. "He leaves a hole in our Somerville family that we will struggle to fill." Marjorie felt confused. That wasn't what the police had told them had happened at all. She had never seen poor Officer Simon looking so pale. Mr. Fitzgerald's death must have been more horrible than that. Officer Wilkinson had specifically told them that Mr. Fitzgerald had fallen down the stairs in his shop. Unless he had very recently set a bed up at the bottom of them, Marjorie couldn't see how he could have died in it. Clementine turned to her with her brow furrowed, and they exchanged a concerned look. Chapter 4. "What does she know about our Somerville family?" Marjorie heard Gloria hiss from her side as they walked through the corridor back to the kitchen. Marjorie felt her fingernails dig into the palm of her hands, her teeth clenching unconsciously. "She's only been here for a few minutes." "Yeah, and all that about uniform and skirt length. That mostly only affects the girls," Karen said as they marched along. "Sexist nonsense. They're children, for Christ's sake. When we were at school, I literally wore a chunky belt one day as a skirt because my mum had forgotten to wash mine. No one cared." "Exactly. If your eye causes you to sin, gouge it out and throw it away," Gloria said, her voice rising again in anger. "She was quite quick to gloss over Mr. Fitzgerald dying as well, wasn't she?" Seren said, as they finally reached the safety of the kitchen doors and lined up to take it in turns to wash their hands in the sink by the entrance. "Poor Mr. Fitzgerald." "It's just so awful," Clementine said. She hadn't spoken since they left the hall, and Marjorie had been beginning to worry. "That's not the way the police told us he'd died. I just don't understand why she'd say it like that." "Do you think she was trying to stop the students from being upset?" Seren suggested. "Only Mr. Barrow never hid anything from them." "I don't think it's in the students' best interest to lie to them," Sharon said. "Half of the Year 7s are entirely feral. It's probably good for them to know that there's a murderer on the loose. It keeps them on their toes. But I don't disagree with her about the uniform or anything either. There needs to be law and order here. It's a school, not a theme park." "There's no murderer here this time," Clementine reminded her. "Poor Mr. Fitzgerald. What a way to go. I just can't stop thinking about it." When they began working again, the mood in the canteen kitchen soured dreadfully. Miss Cooper's assembly had led to a lot more questions than answers. No one agreed with Miss Cooper's tale that Mr. Fitzgerald had died peacefully at home. Marjorie really wished that he had died peacefully, but falling down a flight of stairs didn't seem peaceful at all to her. She tried not to think about it too much. Death was coming for them all. It didn't do to linger too long in the thoughts of it. "I wish Kerry-Ann had been here for the assembly," Gloria mused as she doled out portions of cottage pie and peas. "She was quite good friends with Mr. Fitzgerald. I hope she's holding up okay." "She would have loved it, wouldn't she?" Sharon said, on the verge of bursting into tears. Karen dropped the spoon she had been doling out chips with to comfort her. "If only she'd been here to hear the news with us," Sharon continued as she hugged Karen back. "We already knew the news, and Kerry-Ann's not dead," Seren told Sharon. "She's on maternity leave." "Yes," Clementine said, interrupting them both. "And anyway, she's over there." They all looked to where Clementine was pointing, and saw that Kerry-Ann had indeed entered the canteen, accompanied by the pushchair containing baby Nicholas. She left Nicholas at a table with a group of English teachers cooing over him, then strutted up to join the canteen line, which was beginning to thin at the end of service. The students hadn't been their usual rabble today, Marjorie thought. The assembly had cut their claws a bit. "Hiya," Kerry-Ann said, beaming at them all. Motherhood looked good on her, Marjorie thought, smiling to herself. Sharon gasped in surprise and immediately began doling her out a portion of cottage pie. "Hello, Kerry," Marjorie smiled at her. "How's it going?" "Yeah, all good, thanks, mate," Kerry-Ann said. She took the plate Sharon thrust towards her and put it on her tray. "I hope you don't mind me coming in, but I was bored at home. Simon's so busy at work he can't even answer a phone call. All hands on deck after Mr. Fitzgerald died. Did you hear all that about him? Bless him, he was always trying to give me sweets for the baby." She looked over at Nicholas, who was being entertained by Miss MacDonald making silly faces at him as he squealed with laughter. "Have they found anything out yet?" Clementine demanded. "Who?" Kerry-Ann asked, her brow furrowing and then relaxing. "Oh, you mean the police? They know how he died, obviously." Her eyes flickered around the canteen as though she was seeing who else was listening. "But literally nothing else, mate. Simon thinks it's really weird." Behind them came the sound of someone clearing their throat. Kerry-Ann whirled around to find herself facing Miss Cooper, who had seemingly snuck up behind them all, with Miss Martin in her shadow. "Miss Reynolds, isn't it?" Miss Cooper asked. Kerry-Ann looked confused. "Yeah," she said with a shrug. "I'd appreciate it if you enjoyed your maternity leave at home and not in the workplace," Miss Cooper said, looking down at the tray with an arched eyebrow. "After all, since we're paying you to stay at home, it would be unfortunate if anything were to change that." Marjorie heard Gloria and the rest of the team gasp to the side of her. Kerry-Ann stood her ground, but seemed to realise that she wasn't going to win. "No worries," she said breezily, her mouth a big fake smile that showed all her teeth. "I just popped in so everyone could meet the baby. I'll be off after lunch." Miss Cooper nodded, seemingly pacified for the moment. She turned and marched away again. Miss Martin stepped forward to the till to pay, as Gloria rushed around the counter to say hello to Nicholas and to see if Kerry-Ann was okay. "Miss Martin, hello," Marjorie said, as Miss Martin opened her purse. "Oh, please, call me Vanessa," Miss Martin, Vanessa said. Marjorie knew she would struggle to use the woman's first name. Some things just lived in her head formally. "What was that you said earlier about Miss Cooper's bark being worse than her bite?" Clementine asked. Vanessa gave them both a wry smile. "I do apologise," she said, handing Marjorie the money for her apple and sandwich. "She just gets very involved with it all. Sometimes I wish she'd stay in her office and let it all be sorted out for her. But I suppose that's probably why we end up at schools anyway. Something has to have gone wrong for us to even be here." She saw the look on Marjorie's face before Marjorie could hide it. "Oh, not that there's anything wrong in the canteen at all," Vanessa spluttered, her eyes wide with worry. "It's just All the other things, you know?" Marjorie nodded, though she didn't quite know what to say. The terrible truth of it was that the school had undergone a huge number of awful events in the last few years. A lifetime's worth, really. But it was also true that though none of them had been Mr. Barrow's fault, some of them surely wouldn't have happened if the school had invested in better security after the first murder. Miss Cooper was surely set to reap the reward of a full security team and cameras. Marjorie thought it a shame such things couldn't have been put in place earlier, saving the now former headmaster his job. "Did I see you wearing a crocheted jumper earlier?" Vanessa asked Clementine, her expression eager. "This morning in the car park?" "Yes," Clementine said warily. "Marjorie made it for me." "Oh, wow! Did you really?" Vanessa turned back to Marjorie, beaming a radiant smile across the till at her. "Well, I think it's lovely. I'm dreadful at crochet. I can sew, of course. Who can't? And I enjoy felting. But crochet is really what I'd like to have a go at next. I can't even knit. You must be rather good at it." Marjorie didn't know how to answer that. Clementine answered for her. "She's the best. A real triple threat. She can knit, sew, and crochet." "Gosh, would you be able to help me? Only I wanted to make some bunting for my niece, and I'm not sure how to go about it. I've got my yarn and hook, of course, but it's just where to begin." "Of course," Marjorie said. "I'm amazed you recognise the difference between them. Most people can't tell crochet and knitting apart." "Oh, no," Vanessa said. "Well, that's great. Tell you what, let's meet in the library at some point and you can help me. What about Friday after work? Is that okay?" Marjorie nodded, and Vanessa gave them one last small smile before disappearing again. Marjorie wondered if there was more to it than Vanessa was letting on. She seemed to know quite a lot about crochet for someone who claimed to be dreadful at it. She put it to the back of her mind. It would be nice to have a new friend. You could never have too many in Marjorie's book. But she might have to be careful what she said around this new friend, though. After all, Vanessa did seem to be Ms. Cooper's biggest fan. Chapter 5. They had just finished an early dinner, and Marjorie was looking through her crochet books for patterns that Vanessa would find easy to follow as a beginner, when they were interrupted by the doorbell. "We should start unplugging that at night," Clementine tutted, letting her reading glasses fall to rest on the chain around her neck. "They'd just knock on the door," Marjorie smiled, "and you'd have to get up and answer it anyway." "We'll have to start wearing earplugs then, so we can't hear," Clementine said, getting up to answer the door as the bell rang once again through the hallway and into the living room. "Or get one of those camera ones that Rose has. Then we can yell at them to go away from the sofa." She didn't bother closing the door to the living room as she went out into the hall, and Marjorie had a clear view from the sofa. To her surprise, standing on the doorstep in a smart suit and holding a shiny leather briefcase was Ethan Tamble. Mr. Tamble had been the probate solicitor in charge of their former kitchen manager Caroline's will. Marjorie found herself unsurprised by his presence. Something in her bones told her that he had been due to arrive, though she didn't know why. It all felt very inevitable. "Hello, ladies," Mr. Tamble said. "Can I come in?" Clementine showed him in and hung his long wool coat on the spare coat hook next to their own. It hung there twice the length of theirs. If Marjorie had tried to wear his coat, it would have draped past her ankles and dragged along the floor. "Shall I make a pot of tea?" Clementine asked him. "Yes, that would be nice," he said. Marjorie stood and showed him to the kitchen. She felt it would be better to sit at the table than among all her old crochet magazines in their living room. Besides, The room was so full of trinkets and ornaments that it was more a claustrophobic Christmas grotto than a lounge. "What can we do for you?" Marjorie asked him as he sat down at the kitchen table and loosened his tie. Clementine busied herself with the tea things and biscuits. "I won't keep you long," he explained, taking a pile of paper out of his briefcase. "But I have Timothy Fitzgerald's will." "Oh," Marjorie said, looking down at the pages as he shuffled them, searching for the right ones, and suddenly understanding that he was serious. "Oh, right. Are we in it, then?" "You are indeed," he said, giving her a small, stilted smile. "Quite a bit, actually." "Really?" Clementine said, as she put the teapot down on the table and offered Mr. Tamble a plate of bourbon biscuits. He took one, and she put the plate down in the middle of the table again. "What's Mr. Fitzgerald left us? It's not a pile of old weird jigsaws with missing pieces, is it? Or the large oil painting of Princess Diana he has hanging above the shelves of old records?" Marjorie asked, her eyes widening in horror, just imagining where they would put all the things if Mr. Fitzgerald had decided to give them to them. They often marvelled at the amount of junk and dusty nonsense his shop could hold. Marjorie couldn't think of where it would go in their house. No, Mr. Tamble laughed. "Well, I suppose yes, in a way." "In a way?" "There's no easy way to say this, so I'll make it quick," he said. "He came to my office a few months ago now, January, I think, and he said he needed to update his will, which was all fine by me because he hadn't updated it since the death of his partner a decade ago, and I've been badgering him for years to do it. Every time we went for a drink, I'd try and talk him into it, and he'd say, 'Don't worry, Ethan, nothing's going to happen to me.' But of course, now something has happened. Well, I'm assuming you've heard everything by now." "I wouldn't say everything," Marjorie said. She thought back to Miss Cooper telling the entire school what had happened in the very briefest of ways. "Who was his partner?" Clementine asked, chomping down on a biscuit, and as much engrossed in the story as what he had left them in his will. "Bill Summers," Mr. Tamble explained. "A lovely man. We used to play darts together down at the Bell and Hope. He was a real jet-setter, though. That's what got him in the end." "Did he die while travelling?" Marjorie asked. "Oh, no. He was crushed under a pile of holiday catalogues. Dreadful business." Mr. Tamble looked haunted by it. "Took them an age to dig him out." "I never heard of that happening," Clementine gasped. "You'd have thought it would have been on the news. That's probably the most bizarre death I've ever heard of." "Well, that wasn't what killed him exactly," Mr. Tamble said. "But he broke his leg in 3 places and ended up getting an illness in the hospital. Never came back out." He took a deep sip from the teacup Clementine had placed in front of him, and then continued. "Anyway, since then I've been reminding him to make a new will, like I said," he said. Marjorie and Clementine both nodded. It sounded like a sensible idea to Marjorie, who had made Clementine write their wills a long time ago. Nothing had changed in their circumstances for a long time, though. But Mr. Tamble's presence reminded her to maybe update the will, so they left Kerry-Ann, Simon and Nicholas something. Marjorie was one of the baby's godparents, after all. All the dinner ladies were. It had made for a very unusual and crowded christening ceremony at Dewstow Church. Mr. Tamble continued. "He finally came to the office and we updated it, but he tried to leave everything to Jason." "Jason?" Marjorie asked, feeling her forehead crumple in confusion. "His dog, Jason?" "Yes," Mr. Tamble said, in such a withering way that it was quite obvious that he hadn't entertained the idea for long at the time. "Alas, Jason is, of course, a Jack Russell Terrier. I said, Timothy, even if Jason inherits the shop, who's going to feed him? How will he open the tins? You'd have to get him a specially made dog food can opener. And he didn't really have much to say to that, so we went back and forth a bit longer, and in the end, well, he named it all to you. Clementine looked behind her as though some other person might have snuck into the house with Mr. Tamble and perched themselves on the radiator. To whom? Mr. Tamble gestured between them. To you. Both of you. What? Marjorie gasped, feeling shaky with surprise. He didn't have any family left, and from what he told me, you were good friends. Mr. Tamble shrugged, taking a biscuit from the plate in the middle of the kitchen table. We were good acquaintances, Marjorie spluttered, but I don't think we knew him well enough to inherit. What is it exactly we're inheriting? Like I said, Mr. Tamble smiled. Everything. But what does that mean? Clementine demanded to know, almost looking ready to take the biscuits back until he answered her. He brushed crumbs from the documents in front of him, and then handed them over. So, in short, it's the shop and its contents, where he also lived. He's owned the property for decades. It originally belonged to his father. Mr. Tamble pointed to the writing on the page. And a small garage just outside Itton Vale and its contents, though Lord knows what's in there. Probably just as many things as the shop, I would imagine. But I'll bet that it's in a much worse state. I can't imagine how much worse, judging by some of the things he tried to sell me over the years. Marjorie and Clementine had also occasionally become victim to one of Mr. Fitzgerald's wild sales of an antique pencil sharpener without a blade, or a photo frame that was missing the back. Marjorie dreaded to think what was lurking inside the mysterious garage. This is all contingent on one stipulation, Mr. Tamble explained. That Jason is well looked after until he passes. He doesn't have to live at the shop, or even with yourselves. I know you have cats. Marjorie looked around nervously for Pumpkin and Crinkles, who wouldn't like this news at all. But if it's the case that the cats and Jason do not get along, then Jason must be left with a trustworthy person of good repute. It's all right here in the will. Any new adopter has to be personally vetted by myself, according to a guide that Tim wrote personally. All right, Clementine finally said after a moment of silence, only punctuated by the ticking of the kitchen clock. If you're amenable to all this, then I'll go and get Jason, Mr. Tamble said. He's in my car. All right, Clementine said again, clearly in shock and just saying words. Mr. Tamble slapped his hands together in excitement and got up, leaving the kitchen. Marjorie and Clementine stared at each other with open mouths. Mr. Tamble came back in with Jason in his arms wrapped in a blanket. He passed him to Clementine, who sat him on her lap. He seems to like that blanket at the moment, he said, looking sadly down at the dog. I think he's just very upset. At least he knows you both. Marjorie reached over and patted Jason on his small head. He licked her hand. Why are you telling us all of this now? Clementine asked. They can't possibly have issued a death certificate yet. Can you do all of this without it? They're about to issue the certificate. I've seen the paperwork for it. And anyway, Mr. Tamble said, pointing to Jason, he can't stay with me. I've got 3 Springer Spaniels. That's enough dogs for anybody. I know you both, and I know there's no one to contest the will. It's what Timothy wanted. There's a few bits and pieces in here for you, a few documents to sign and the like, Then a few more in a few days, I'd say. But we need to get this all sorted now, so that the shop isn't left unattended too long." He gulped, and then exhaled a sharp breath as if willing tears not to fall. "Are you all right?" Marjorie began, as gently as she could, not wishing to upset the man any further with her words. "You knew him a long time. This can't be easy for you." Mr. Tamble met her eyes with his own. "It's not," he admitted finally. "The thing is, oh God, I'll sound mad if I tell you this, but I just don't believe it." "What do you mean?" Clementine asked, the biscuit in her hand frozen halfway to her mouth. "His death certificate will say he died of a fall," Mr. Tamble said. Then he put down his cup and huffed. "But they didn't do a post-mortem examination." "Oh, right," Clementine said, rocking Jason, who had closed his eyes. "I asked them to do a post-mortem, begged them even, but—" Mr. Tamble took a deep breath, summoning the courage to continue. "It might sound crazy of me to say, but I think there's something else going on here, personally." Marjorie felt her head snap up to look at him more closely. "Remember all that with Caroline dying? They didn't get it right then, but you did. Maybe there'll be something at his shop that could help you find out what really happened. I don't know." "What do you mean?" Marjorie asked, feeling confused by his sudden change in manner. "If the police didn't think Mr. Fitzgerald's death was suspicious, then what more could there be to it? What are you saying?" "I'm saying that I don't think he died as peacefully as they're telling me he did," Mr. Tamble said. He paused again, shaking his head. "When I went in to visit the shop, it just seemed strange, like there was something there that shouldn't be. Of course, they'd cleared all the mess up. Oh, gosh, this does sound mad. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything." "I thought they were convinced it was a fall," Clementine said. Marjorie flinched at the thought of it. "A police officer found him at the bottom of the stairs in the shop. Officer Wilkinson said it was because he was old." "Of course they'd say that," Mr. Tamble said with a shrug. "But I think we all know better. As if Timothy Fitzgerald would die of anything related to old age. I knew him best. That man had no health troubles at all. He was as fit as a flea. He was as nimble as one of your cats." Marjorie nodded. Clementine took her hand and squeezed it. When the facts were put like that, it did seem untoward. Ageist, even. Mr. Fitzgerald had certainly always seemed quite active when they'd seen him out and about. The stairs in his shop had never been an issue from what she had seen. The thing was, though, he had been very old. There was nothing else to it. And people much younger than he had been dropped dead every single day. That was the horrible and unfortunate truth of the world. You were only a matter of time from the next awful funeral for someone who had died much too young. "I'm supposed to be arranging the funeral now," Mr. Tamble told them, adjusting his tie, letting it fall down his neck. "But I just think if we can hold off a few weeks, then you might be able to find something out. Something to help, like you usually do." "No," Marjorie spluttered. "What on earth do you mean? Find what out?" "I just don't think that's what really happened. And I don't think you do either," Mr. Tamble said, looking her directly in the eye, causing Marjorie to grimace. Mr. Tamble leaned forward and whispered, like he thought someone had bugged the house. "If anyone has a chance to find out what really happened to him, and whether he really did die of natural causes, it's you two. The infamous dinner lady detectives. Much later, Marjorie lay on the sofa and stared up at the whirls of plaster on their living room ceiling and thought it all over. Jason slept on his blanket on the pink crinoline chair, snoring gently. The cats hadn't attacked him yet, so Marjorie thought they might all get along splendidly eventually, though Pumpkin was still eyeing him suspiciously from the arm of the sofa. Marjorie reached up to pet behind her ears. The thing was, she thought to herself, if Mr. Fitzgerald's death was truly suspicious, then why wasn't the police investigation continuing? Surely Mr. Tamble wouldn't have been able to even hand the shop over to Marjorie and Clementine without it coming to a close. It had been a few weeks now. The police would have found something, if there was anything to find. Marjorie had managed to convince Clementine to accompany her to the shop tomorrow, just to have a look. She was sure if there was anything suspicious, then the police would have found it. But Mr. Tamble's worry had been contagious. Mr. Fitzgerald had been a strange and private person, but he had shown Marjorie and Clementine some of his secrets earlier in the year. He had a room in his shop full of computer screens, all showing different aspects of the town on a CCTV circuit. It was highly illegal, and Marjorie wondered why the police hadn't deemed it interesting. Surely they would have heard something about it once they had searched the shop and found it. Clementine returned, the front door opening and closing with a thump. She entered the living room with the swagger of a hunter-gatherer returning to camp with supplies, waking Jason up as she did so. "I got there, and then realised that we don't know what he eats," Clementine huffed, dragging the shopping bags in behind her. "So I got one of each food, and then I wasn't sure if he even eats dog food. What if Mr. Fitzgerald made him tiny portions of human food? So I got a few steaks as well, and then I wasn't sure if dogs were supposed to eat things like that." "I'm sure one of the brands will be fine," Marjorie told her, getting up to help with the shopping bags. "What's that in the door?" Marjorie gestured to the front door, which was still open, and had what looked like a pile of leaflets stuffed in through the letterbox. She hadn't heard them being posted. Perhaps they'd been delivered when she was doing the washing up. Clementine reached over and yanked them out of the letterbox, giving them a scrutinising once-over. "Leaflet to tell us the choir practice is cancelled because the town hall is closed," Clementine said, discarding it onto the coffee table. "This one is to ask us if we've ever considered having a conservatory built." "There'd be no garden left," Marjorie said with a smile, picking up the leaflet that Clementine had dropped. "This one," Clementine said, her voice trailing off as she looked down at the envelope. "This one's for me, actually. Postcard from Maria." She gave it a fleeting once-over and then handed it to Marjorie, who looked at the photograph of the Eiffel Tower and then turned it over to read the tiny, scrawled writing. Clementine's sister always wrote as though she was in a tremendous rush. Clementine interrupted her from reading Maria's long-winded description of the many delicious wines she had drunk with an "Oh!" "What is it?" Marjorie asked, as Clementine ripped the envelope in her hand open. Clementine looked inside it, then tipped the contents out onto her hand. It was 2 silver keys on a plastic keychain. Marjorie felt like she had seen one of the keys before somehow, but she couldn't figure out how or why she would have. It had an oddly distinct shape, though. It didn't look like a door key. "Weird," Clementine said, turning the envelope over to look at their names written on the front again. "There's no address. It must have been hand-delivered by whoever. Do you know anything about these?" "No," Marjorie said, her brow furrowing. She took them from Clementine and looked again. It seemed very strange indeed. Chapter 6. They had posted about the mystery keys in the dinner ladies' WhatsApp group chat, but to no avail. No one had known what they could be for, or who had sent them. It seemed very odd to Marjorie, who had been up half the night worrying about it. Clementine hadn't been convinced by Mr. Tamble's insistence that Mr. Fitzgerald's death was unusual, but Marjorie thought it had all the makings of a real mystery. Something in her head told her that there was more to it. They couldn't very well leave Jason at home with the wrath of Pumpkin and Crinkles, and they didn't have anyone nearby who could look after him. There wasn't enough time to register him with the fancy dog daycare in nearby Ittenvale, which was probably out of their budget anyway, but they had considered asking a neighbour. Clementine had gone over to Dawn Simmons' house across the street that morning, only to be met with Dawn's accusations that they had never replaced the cherub they had smashed in her garden, so she couldn't possibly look after a dog for them. "Will she ever let that go?" Clementine had cried, holding Jason firmly under one arm. "Honestly, you crash a car into a person's pond once. Once! And they act like you're going to do it every week." They had no choice but to take him to work. Marjorie still wasn't sure why Mr. Fitzgerald thought that they were the best people to look after a dog. The cats were manageable. They did what they wanted, when they wanted to, and then arrived back for attention and food in the evenings and mornings, which was an ideal situation for Marjorie and Clementine, who didn't go away very much, but would often break their day-to-day routine by trying a new cafe on the high street, or going out to bingo. You simply couldn't not have a routine for Jason. It wasn't fair on the dog, Marjorie told herself again, trying to pretend that she couldn't hear him scratching on the door of the dry store. Perhaps they shouldn't have brought him in with them, but then again, perhaps they shouldn't have taken him on at all. Sharon and Karen kept trying to sneak into the dry store to see him and feed him pieces of the cheap ham they used for sandwiches, but everyone else was trying to pretend it was a perfectly normal day, even with Rose hanging around by the hot water boiler, pretending to make a coffee. She was really trying to gossip about the new senior leadership team with Seren in between classes, which Marjorie wasn't sure she entirely approved of. "Mr. Tamble just gave you the keys to the shop?" Gloria asked again, her face wrinkling at the very idea of it. "And told you it's yours now? Wow!" "I know," Marjorie said, her eyes filling with water as she chopped the onions for lunchtime's shepherd's pie. "Poor Mr. Fitzgerald. I just feel awful for him." "Have you thought that maybe Mr. Tamble forgot to give you those 2 other keys and posted them through the door after?" Gloria suggested. Marjorie shook her head in response. It had crossed Marjorie's mind the night before. In fact, she had texted Mr. Tamble and asked him. He had denied all knowledge of any extra keys. The mystery thickened. Marjorie decided to put her worries aside and throw herself into their work. Things were swimming along quite nicely. Then Kerry-Ann arrived, with the baby in the sling attached to her chest. "Have you seen what's going on in reception?" she gasped. "Loads of kids have been sent home. Wrong uniform." "Yes," Rose said, a dark look crossing her face. "She's already sent 50+ home. There'll be no one to teach at this rate, let alone cook for." "Well, Miss Cooper's on her way here," Kerry-Ann cried. "Quick, you've got to hide me." "Kerry-Ann, what are you doing here, and what do you mean, hide you?" Marjorie spluttered. "We can't hide you. We're already hiding a dog." Kerry-Ann looked surprised for a minute, but then took it in her stride as she did with everything else. "Well, where's the dog hiding, mate? I'll hide with them." Rose watched this exchange with interest, giving Marjorie a cool once-over, as if considering something. Marjorie hadn't yet told her about Jason, not knowing whether Rose would still be on deputy head duty, even if it was in morals only. "Where's the dog?" Rose asked again, scanning the room for him and coming up short. "My office," Marjorie said, not thinking it wise to lie to her. Rose immediately opened the dry store door. Jason waddled out slowly. She picked him up, gently, holding him like a baby. "Hello, Jason," she said to him. "You didn't tell me it was Jason, Marjorie. We're already firm friends. Come along now, you lovely little man." With that, she swept out of the room with Jason in her arms, his little legs sticking straight up in the air, leaving Marjorie feeling quite baffled. Kerry-Ann rushed into the dry store and locked it from the inside. "Marjorie?" Marjorie heard Miss Cooper's voice call from the main kitchen. "Marjorie? Mrs. Butcher-Baker?" How Rose had escaped with the dog without bumping into the new head teacher, Marjorie would never know. She suspected that Rose had slid out of the fire escape a second before Miss Cooper appeared at the far side of the corridor. Her long frame blocked the natural light from the kitchen windows. "Hello?" Marjorie scrambled away from the dry store door, hoping her dramatic rush back into the kitchen wouldn't inadvertently reveal Kerry-Ann's hiding place. "Could you come with me, please?" Miss Cooper asked. Marjorie felt her feet glue themselves to the floor in a subconscious display of rebellion. She certainly didn't want to go with Miss Cooper. The very idea of it made the hairs on her arms stand up. There couldn't be a single good reason for Miss Cooper to have come to summon her personally, not that she could think of anyway. Marjorie managed to get her legs to work again, and she trotted down the corridor back to the main kitchen. Vanessa was over by Sharon, who was explaining the poster she had handwritten, which contained no information other than a number followed by a vague description of a person. "I'm afraid I don't understand," Vanessa was saying. "These are teachers that owe the canteen money," Sharon said, pointing breezily to the poster as if explaining something to one of the students. "But I don't know all their full names, so I just write what they look like and eventually we find them. Or at the end of term, Marjorie will send out an email to find them so they can pay." "Yes, but how does Marjorie decide where to send the email?" Vanessa asked, rearranging her glasses as if that would help her read the page better. "She can't possibly send an email to Tall Pete and Sarah with the nice new glasses." Miss Cooper looked her up and down as she reached her, and Marjorie hoped she wasn't paying too much attention to the strange conversation her deputy was having with a member of the kitchen staff. Miss Cooper immediately whipped round and began to leave the canteen, Marjorie following in her footsteps, and feeling like she was about to be told she had received a week's worth of detentions or was to attend a surprise colonoscopy. She wondered for a moment where they were going, before realising that they must be on their way to Mr. Barrow's office. Well, James's former office. Marjorie mentally kicked herself for forgetting he was no longer the headmaster, and that she was supposed to call him by his preferred name. Miss Cooper had certainly turned the place over. There was a new industrial-strength padlock attached to the walk-in cupboard door, something Mr. Barrow had never bothered with, leading to all sorts of security risks. All the books in the bookcase, which used to contain the headmaster's favourite stories and novels, had been replaced with dry-looking educational texts. A brand-new poster in a frame on the wall behind the desk read, "Discipline is a muscle. Use it," in black text over a mountainous background. With a gloved hand, Miss Cooper gestured for Marjorie to sit. The gloves were odd, Marjorie thought. She hadn't seen a pair like it before, except at the meeting before school had started. Miss Cooper had been wearing something similar then. Only the first two fingers and her thumb were covered, leaving the pinky and ring finger of each hand free. Marjorie took a seat in front of the desk in what had been James's special visitor's chair. She supposed it still was. It was the same chair after all. Miss Cooper sat down in the cushy leather chair behind the impressive desk. Marjorie found herself unable to look her in the eye, worry getting the better of her. Instead, she focused on the desk and its contents in front of her, concentrating on the paperweight to the side of it, which was a strange rock that looked like it should have something more to it. There was a slotted hole in the top that reminded her of a money tin, though it didn't seem like the hole was wide enough to fit coins into. "Right," Miss Cooper said, wasting no time, softly tapping her gloved hands together on the desk in such a way that made Marjorie meet her eyes. "Let's not beat around the bush, as they say. we've got to go through your budget for the year. Food costs are ever rising, as I'm sure you're aware just from purchasing it. The balance between making enough to keep going and making a profit is a delicate one. "All right," Marjorie said, feeling the surprise in her voice. Surely that wasn't all Miss Cooper wanted from her. Miss Cooper seemed to realise what she was thinking. "Listen, I haven't said anything because I'm sure you've heard it all before," she said. "But I know who you are, yourself and your wife, that is. I know what you do in your spare time." She grimaced at Marjorie, in what Marjorie knew was supposed to be a smile. "Let's just keep it off school grounds, hey? The detective work, I mean. We really don't need it to affect the rest of the school year." "Okay," Marjorie said. "We never mean to get involved, really. It always sort of, happens. And I'm sure it won't this year." Miss Cooper gave her a very forced half-moon of a smile. "Now, what's all this I hear about you not using the computer systems? I really need you to start using them so we can set up a pre-order scheme for teachers and support staff. They shouldn't have to wait in the canteen like the students. They've done their queuing. That and using cash is just archaic now. That's without mentioning your pay-as-you-go system. It's all got to switch over to card only. It'll work out much better, you'll see. The students on meal vouchers will be processed on the system too. You won't have to do any counting at the end of the day. It's all automated." "Oh, well," Marjorie began, but the stern look on Miss Cooper's face made her close her mouth again. "If you need help, I'll send Mr. Whirl from IT down to the canteen to go through it all with you. But I need it set up by tomorrow. There's also the matter of your food suppliers." "Oh?" "Yes," Miss Cooper said. "I'd have liked to change them before the school year started, but of course we haven't managed to do everything I have planned yet. Rome wasn't built in a day, and there have been other matters of higher importance. Now that they are finally in the process of being sorted, I'd like to focus on this." "What do you mean?" Marjorie asked, wondering what could be wrong with the suppliers she had. "I would like you to move to a new supplier," Miss Cooper explained. "I can see from your records that you use separate suppliers for everything, but I want you to use an all-in-one supplier." "But that's how I get the best prices," Marjorie began. Surely Miss Cooper couldn't force her to change suppliers now at this late stage. The other injustice with it was that she always used local suppliers who would benefit from the school's business. The money was surely better being funneled back into the town. "I want you to use Every Food from tomorrow," Miss Cooper said. "They have an ordering program on the computer system. You can just order through there. Mr. Whirl will show you that too if you're confused. Oh, and your stock take will now need to be uploaded to the system. It's all in the same program and all very easy." With that, she opened her folder and began discussing where else she felt Marjorie could best cut funds. Marjorie was so shocked she found herself unable to complain out loud. It really didn't sound simple at all to her. She had never used Every Food, and felt she had good reasons for that. They were a bulk supplier, and had their own versions of things, some good and some bad. "But Every Food don't do much fresh food, do they?" Marjorie asked. "I mean to say, you can't buy all the ingredients we need from there." "You can buy pre-made items," Miss Cooper told her firmly. "It's not all about food cost, as you know, Mrs. Butcher-Baker. It's about consistency, too. You'll be able to serve the same product every single time. It will certainly save you storage space." "I can't see how it will save money," Marjorie began again. Miss Cooper interrupted her. "We'll review at the end of term and see where we are," Miss Cooper said. "It might transpire that you all have much more time on your hands, and we can look at cutting back on staffing. Not Miss Reynolds, of course. She'll need to return after her maternity leave to make that worth our while. And I know that Mrs. Basser is your second in command, but we could look at possibly letting go one of the lesser team members. Mrs. Matthews, perhaps. That would free up a salary." "Lesser members?" Marjorie spluttered, feeling anger rising in her chest. "You can't possibly think I'd let any of my staff go." The idea of firing Seren because Miss Cooper wanted her to buy more expensive food was abhorrent. Miss Cooper waved a hand dismissively. "Like I said, we'll have to see how we get on." Marjorie realised that it had all been planned out for her already, and there was nothing she could say that would change Miss Cooper's mind. She would have to find a way to save her team, and she would have to do it alone. She couldn't possibly mention it to any of them, lest she caused a panic that concluded with Miss Cooper dismissing them all. Before Marjorie could utter another word in defence of her staff or original suppliers, there was a sharp rap on the door. "Come in," Miss Cooper called. The door opened, and several students entered. Marjorie recognised them as some of this year's Year 11 group, though she couldn't remember all their names. They looked quite pleased about something, but she couldn't put her finger on exactly what it might be. "We're here about the badges," the ringleader piped up, "for the student investigators." "Ah, yes," Miss Cooper said. She opened a drawer in her desk and pulled out a bag of silver badges, handing one to each of the group of students. "Wear them with pride, and know that while you do, you are serving the school," Miss Cooper said. "Right, Marjorie. If that's all settled, I'll send Mr. Whirl to see you later." It was a clear summons to leave, and Marjorie took it, almost stumbling in her haste to be out of the office. Miss Cooper obviously wasn't messing around. Chapter 7. "And she didn't say anything else?" Clementine hissed as they rushed down the corridor towards Rose's office, as soon as the lunchtime mess was safely packed away for another evening. They had decided that they ought to get Jason back from Rose straight away, before she got annoyed about having to babysit him. "No," Marjorie told her, having decided that she wouldn't even mention Miss Cooper's staff cuts to Clementine. She was sure she would have a better chance to fix the situation if Clementine remained oblivious. "But I felt like she wanted to ask me something." "Probably about what happened to Mr. Fitzgerald," Clementine said gravely. "You don't think she believes we had something to do with it after we inherited his things? Anyone who knows us knows that we didn't want any of it. Well, maybe the royal family jigsaw puzzles, but that's really the lot of it." "I'm not sure, Clem," Marjorie said, "and I'm not sure I want to find out either. Changing suppliers is bad enough. I'm going to have to call the butcher, the vegetable delivery, everyone. I don't want them to think we've stopped using them because we don't like their products." "It's strange that she wants to change at all," Clementine said. "Did she say why?" "No," Marjorie said, shaking her head. "Well, she thinks it'll be cheaper, but I just don't see how that would be possible. The student police thing really worries me too. I just can't see it ending well." They reached Rose's office door and knocked, waiting for her to open it. "Come in," came a flowery voice from inside, a voice that certainly did not belong to Rose Smith at all. Marjorie and Clementine exchanged a frightened look. "I forgot. It's not her office anymore," Clementine whispered, her mouth dropping open in horror. "It's the new deputy head's." Before they could say anything, Mrs. Jenkins from the maths department pulled the door open, smiling at them both as she did so. Vanessa was in the office, sitting at a desk, fighting with a ball of yarn and a crochet hook. "Just the lady I wanted to see," she exclaimed when she saw Marjorie, reaching over to her desk to show Marjorie the crochet pattern she was working on. It was not going well. At least, if all the yarn lying around the desk was any indication. She had managed to jumble her hands up in the yarn, and they were stuck together so she looked like a puppet with tangled strings. Gosh, you'll have to help me with all this. Tilly's been trying to show me, but I'm awful. We've been in hysterics all afternoon, Tilly Jenkins guffawed, resting her hands on her stomach as she watched Vanessa fight the yarn. We've got none of the planning for Year 9's mathletics team done, Vanessa roared. The laugh didn't suit her face somehow. It was strange to wander into the tiny office and not be met with Rose humming "In the Hall of the Mountain King" under her breath. Stranger still were the many subtle changes that had been made to the room. Gone were Rose's drama texts and songbooks, replaced by motivational posters and books about reaching your potential. Vanessa had piled her own scripts and songbooks onto the bookshelves, and the office even had the new addition of an electric keyboard, all set up and ready to be played. There was a noise from outside the room. Marjorie swung her head just in time to see Rose rushing around the corner, with Jason plodding along beside her. The dog was looking up at Rose adoringly. "I'm so sorry, Marjorie," Rose said. "I forgot to tell you about the office." She stopped in her tracks when she realised that the door was open and both Vanessa and Tilly were listening in with interest. "Hello, Vanessa," Rose said, in a way that Marjorie knew she thought was cold and indignant, her eyes swooping around the room, her brow furrowed in disdain. "I like what you've done with the place." She turned her head from Vanessa and nodded curtly to Tilly, who nodded back. To say it was awkward was a massive understatement. Marjorie hadn't felt such an awful atmosphere since Karen had worn the same thing as Sharon to Sharon's own wedding. "Thank you," Vanessa said, smiling earnestly. Marjorie looked at the piles of yarn and crochet magazines littering the small room, wondering if Vanessa knew Rose was being sarcastic. "That reminds me, you left a few scripts here." "You might need them for later this year," Rose said with gritted teeth. "For learning the musical of my choosing. I am still head of the drama department, after all." The silence lingered again. Vanessa sneered a sickly sweet smile at Rose. "Yes, of course you are," Vanessa said finally. "I'm sure I'll enjoy learning the production as your director of music. Nonetheless, you may as well take them for now." Vanessa gestured to the desk with her tied hands. Tilly dutifully reached under the desk and took out the carrier bag of scripts, standing to pass them to Rose. Jason suddenly leapt between them both, growling. His lips slid past his teeth as he showed them to her, her eyes widening at the sight of the suddenly angry dog. "Gosh, what's got into him?" Tilly asked, taking a step back. Vanessa raised her eyebrows at the sight of the dog. Marjorie thought she must have been wondering where he had come from. "I don't know," Rose said, scooping Jason up into her arms and giving him a concerned look. He went back to his meek self immediately. But when Tilly took another step forward again, he growled, even louder than the first time. Rose quickly took the bag from Tilly's hand and took a quick step back, Jason vibrating like an alarm clock under her arm. "Is he yours?" Tilly asked, gasping at the loud growls still coming from the tiny dog. "Sort of," Rose said at the same time as Marjorie said, "Yes." They looked at each other, and then back to Vanessa, who was eyeing them all very warily. "He's my assistant's dog," Rose said, her cheeks flushing red. It was interesting to watch. Marjorie had never seen her so flustered. Not even the time Seren had insisted on showing the entire dinner lady team the photograph of them both on Oblivion at Alton Towers. "He assists me. Mr. Barrow authorised it when he was headmaster." "Right," Vanessa said, the tone of her voice telling Marjorie she didn't believe that in the slightest. "And what does he assist you with? He seems much too old to be a guide dog." "Well, we'd better go," Rose said, not even trying to answer the question. "Lots of marking to do, you know how it is." She excused herself, taking Jason with her, who stopped growling the moment they left the office. Vanessa shrugged and went back to her crochet, and Marjorie and Clementine made their leave as well. "What was all that about?" Clementine hissed as soon as they were out of earshot of the office. "I'm not sure," Marjorie said. "It was as if Jason didn't like Tilly. I've never seen him act like that." He was usually a very polite little dog. Marjorie had never known him to bark or growl at anyone, although Mr. Fitzgerald had been with him constantly, so perhaps it was because he missed his owner. But he seemed to be getting on okay with them, and with Rose, and, to be honest, with everyone else that they had crossed paths with over the day. Everyone except for Tilly. "Neither have I," Rose whispered, making Marjorie jump as she appeared behind them. "He wouldn't hurt a fly, usually." "Where have you been hiding?" Clementine demanded to know, "sneaking around the place like a spider." Rose rolled her eyes so ferociously that Marjorie worried for a second that they would be lost inside her head forever, never to return the right way up. "There's something going on here at the school," she whispered, her voice so low Marjorie and Clementine both had to lean in to hear her. "And I'm going to find out what it is. Jason has never been rude to anyone. He's been coming to governors' meetings for years, and he's never so much as barked. And now his owner's dead, the very same week James's replacement takes over, and a few weeks after all those emails started circulating. It's all too coincidental." "What emails?" Marjorie asked. Rose didn't answer at first, but then she finally drew herself up with a shake of her head. "A few members of the governing board received some libelous emails. You really didn't know about them? It's all the staff room's been gossiping about." "We don't really use the staff room," Marjorie said with a shrug. "It's more for the teachers, isn't it?" "Well, you should," Rose said, "especially now that this place has turned upside down. No reason for us all to be segregated any further. Anyway, I can't hang around. I've got things to sort out." "What are you suggesting?" Clementine asked in the same hushed tones. "I'm not sure yet," Rose said, looking suddenly exhausted. Marjorie noticed that her hair was not as neat as it usually was. Her sleek bob was fraying at the edges. "But I'm going to find out." "Well, that's cryptic," Clementine scoffed, "even for you, the queen of cryptic nonsense." "I'm surprised that you aren't more concerned about all this." Rose looked between them both, her brow furrowed. "You're usually the first pair to jump on an investigation." "It's all been quite sudden," Marjorie said meekly. Clementine just nodded. "Just let me get all my information together," Rose said. "Then I can tell you what I think is going on." She plonked Jason into Marjorie's arms and spun on her heels, marching quickly the other way. Jason whined as she left. Marjorie wondered what the emails could possibly contain that would lead someone to punch a fellow governor. Chapter 8. They decided to take Jason for a long walk down into the high street and to Mr. Fitzgerald's building. Maybe he would feel a bit more himself if he was in familiar surroundings. He trotted meekly in between them as they marched down Dewstow Hill to the town centre. Marjorie wondered what on earth Rose had planned, and then decided to try not to worry about it too much. As her mother always used to say, worrying gave little things big shadows. She had also used to say, everything in moderation, including moderation. But that was neither here nor there. "I just can't get over him wanting us to have the building," Marjorie said as they tramped down the hill. "Of course we were friends, but surely someone on the council or the board of governors would have been more suited. Or even Mr. Tamble himself." "I always thought he said his plan was to donate it to the school," Clementine said agreeably. "I'm not sure what the school would use a booby-trap death shop for, but I'm certain that was his plan." "Yes," Marjorie said, furrowing her brow as her brain searched for the recollection of a fleeting conversation. "I'm sure he did say that once, maybe even a few times." This is why I think I agree with Mr. Tamble." "Do you really think he left us the shop for a reason?" Clementine said, looking down at Jason. "Yes," Marjorie said with a nod. "That's why I want to find the camera footage. Mr. Fitzgerald had CCTV of everything. He must have footage of his own death, or at least the shop front. We can see any comings or goings from the day he died." Clementine nodded back, but she didn't look entirely convinced. "What if he knew he was about to die?" Marjorie asked. "Surely he'd want us to know what had happened. What if he left us the shop so we can solve his murder?" "It's not completely unreasonable to think that," Clementine said. "But do you really think there was something untoward about it? People die all the time. Sudden heart attacks, strokes, all sorts of horrible things, really, don't they? It doesn't mean he was murdered." "Yes, I agree with that," Marjorie said with a sigh. "And Miss Cooper said he died peacefully, and the police don't seem overly concerned, do they? I can't imagine we'd be able to step a single foot on the premises if they thought anything untoward had happened. Mr. Tamble wouldn't have been able to sign it over to us at all, unless—" "Unless what?" Clementine asked. "Unless they aren't investigating for a reason," Marjorie said out loud for the first time, aware that she must sound mad. "We know Mr. Fitzgerald had his finger in all sorts of things he shouldn't have. His secret CCTV room, for one. I keep thinking that he might have seen something on the cameras that he shouldn't have. What if that caused his death?" "Yes," Clementine agreed. "That's true, actually. Gosh, maybe there is something more to all of this." They reached the shop finally, and Marjorie took it all in while Clementine fought with the ring of keys Mr. Tamble had given them. The building looked awfully quiet from the outside. The windows were dark and grimy, as though they hadn't been cleaned in some time. Marjorie knew that was nothing new, but the very idea that Mr. Fitzgerald was gone seemed to make them look dirtier. The outside light that usually illuminated the old painted sign that said "Fitzgerald's Antiques" was off. It threw the street into gloom even in the last little bit of summer afternoon air. Marjorie had never noticed how badly cracked and faded the paint and woodwork was, had never paid any of it more than a second's notice. "Gosh, what on earth are all these doors glued together with? And why are there 5 locks for one door?" Clementine groaned as she tried another key. "This is impossible. I bet he cemented them all shut every night before he left, and then pickaxed his way in every morning. That seems like a very Mr. Fitzgerald thing to do." "He lived here," Marjorie said, "though I'm not sure where in the building. I've certainly never seen a bedroom." "Probably in a hammock in the attic, next to a painting of himself that's about 900 years old," Clementine scoffed. She tried another key, which jammed in the lock and stuck fast. She wrenched it free and tried another. "Do you think the police have found his secret CCTV room, though?" Clementine asked, her face becoming serious as she tried yet another key on the next lock. "We're about to find out," Marjorie told her, as that final key unlocked the latch with a click. "I don't think they can have, or we wouldn't be standing here right now. I can't imagine they'd have let Mr. Tamble sign the building over." Inside, the shop was exactly the same as when Marjorie had last seen it, bar the physical presence of Mr. Fitzgerald himself. Though it still felt as though he was here, Marjorie thought. The essence of him still was, at the very least. She could feel him still sitting at the desk on his chair with Jason on his lap. Jason sat quietly next to her feet, and she bent down to pat his head, soothing her fingers over his smooth brow. The walls and ceiling were stacked with items, some normal, some decidedly not. Marjorie was sure that the taxidermy squirrel wearing a tiny top hat and playing a violin was still on sale for a reason. "What should we do first?" Clementine asked. "Well, let's go up and see if the police found the cameras," Marjorie suggested. Clementine nodded. They had been surprised and slightly appalled to have been told about Mr. Fitzgerald's bizarre closed-circuit cameras logging day-to-day town business earlier in the year. At the time, they hadn't said much about it. It had helped them solve another mystery after all. But since then, they had often talked about it in hushed whispers, even in the safety of the closed doors of their home. They had reasoned between themselves that as long as it was only in Mr. Fitzgerald's hands and no one else's, then it could be seen as merely an extension of his peculiarities and eagerness to help Dewstow Town's traffic warden. In the wrong hands, it could tell a much darker story. They made their way upstairs, up the stone steps that were so worn with age they curved down in the middle of each one. Marjorie was certain that she would slip no matter how many steps she conquered, although Mr. Fitzgerald had never had any issue with them. She remembered him showing them upstairs earlier in the year, sauntering up them as gracefully and as quickly as a squirrel climbing a tree, his long limbs flailing away. It seemed amazing to Marjorie that he'd fallen anywhere in the shop. She wondered for a second how he could have. Maybe Mr. Fitzgerald had decided not to bother turning on the stairway light, so confident that he knew each step like the back of his own hand, and then slipped on his way down. The more Marjorie thought about it, the more things pointed to something being amiss. She was sure about it now. She just needed to convince Clementine that something was suspicious about Mr. Fitzgerald's death, and find out why the police had given up so easily. Jason plodded up the stairs behind them, taking each step as carefully as Marjorie, one at a time. The room at the top of the stairs didn't have as much junk as it had the first time they'd seen it, but still it was quite full. Books and paintings littered the shelves and floor. A thick layer of dust covered everything. Marjorie was sure she saw a mouse run along the bottom of the skirting and disappear into a hole in the opposite wall. She shivered and wrapped her arms around herself, pulling her thin summer cardigan closer to her chest. Even in the summer heat, it felt cold and damp inside the shop, especially up in the attic. She was sure that if they scraped back the paint, they would find layers of mould underneath. Clementine went over to where the CCTV room had been hidden behind a bookshelf and found an empty space. The bookshelf was nowhere to be found. Instead, the small space contained a single, rickety-looking camp bed. A long clothes rack sat against the wall behind it, all of Mr. Fitzgerald's shirts and trousers hanging from it. Never to be worn again. The thought made her shiver. A line of electricity ran down her spine and up her arms. "Did the police take the CCTV?" Clementine asked, looking around in surprise. "They can't have," Marjorie said. "I'm sure we'd have heard something about an illegal set of security cameras. Nigel would have told us at the very least. This is what I'm talking about, Clem. It's strange. At the very least, I don't think they'd have okayed the handover of the shop." Marjorie gestured to the room. There was a little kitchenette unit against the back wall, which looked tidy but well used, in a way that reminded Marjorie of their own washing up that needed doing. The sink still contained a bowl. A glass still sat on the counter next to the tap. There was a small wooden table just in front of the old gas oven with a single chair. It was all set up for dinner, with 2 sets of dinnerware and glasses. On the top of the stove sat a saucepan, which was clean and looked as though it was waiting to be put away. Was this his entire house? Clementine asked, her mouth falling into a grim line. Marjorie had been wondering the same. For someone who had been so vocal in town policies, and who seemingly knew everyone in and everything about Dewstow, it seemed dreadfully lonely. There was a scratching to her left, and Marjorie realised that Jason was sniffing at the bottom of the wall that the mouse had run under the skirting of, next to a huge mirror that took up most of it. "Clem," she called, "do you think there's something over here?" Clementine rushed to join her, and they considered the mirror together. Clementine reached out a hand and tried to move it. It didn't budge for a moment. Then it swung open, revealing a locked door. "Oh," Clementine and Marjorie both said in unison, sharing a grin. "What a tricksy little man he was," Clementine exclaimed, rooting around in her bag for the keys. "What do you think he was hiding?" "All sorts, I expect," Marjorie said. "The longer we stand here, the more I'm expecting something to jump out at us." Clementine finally found the keys, pulling them out and beginning to try the lock. After several minutes, they realised that their triumph was to end early. Most of the keys didn't fit into the lock, and the ones that did squash their way inside didn't turn at all. "We can't have the key," Marjorie whispered after Clementine had given them all a go twice. "Do you think he kept it somewhere else?" "I'd imagine so." Clementine nodded, took a step back and considered the door again. "The police can't have found this. They'd have wrenched the door off if they didn't have the key. I wonder what's inside. Do you think his CCTV is in here? We should really destroy it, Marjorie. I don't like the idea of us being found with it, even if it is all just footage of townspeople picking their noses." "We need to find it," Marjorie said. "I don't like the cameras either, but what if they can prove how Mr. Fitzgerald died? Anyway, I don't like the idea of it falling into the wrong hands. We don't know what's on the footage." "I agree," Clementine said, "but I'm not sure where to start. Maybe we should come back again tomorrow." "Oh!" Marjorie cried, a thought suddenly occurring to her. "What if one of the keys that were posted through our letterbox unlocks it? Do we have them with us?" She began to rummage in her handbag, but as she did so, she remembered putting them into the drawer of the coffee table. Marjorie cursed herself and took one last longing look at the door before they closed it all up again, shutting the mirror back over it tightly. They gathered their bags and were about to make a careful journey down the stairs again when there was a crash from the shop below. Marjorie and Clementine exchanged a frightened look. "What was that?" Marjorie hissed. Clementine had turned her head to the side like it might help her hear better. They both stood for a minute in silence, listening for any more noise. Jason began to growl quietly, his small body vibrating with the force of it. "We should go and see what it is," Clementine said, making her way to the door. "But if it's a ghost, we'll run past it out of the fire escape." There was another crash. "I don't think ghosts break things," Marjorie hissed under her breath. Clementine looked as puzzled as she had the day they'd confused their homemade strawberry jam for Sharon's homemade chili one. This was a bit more frightening than weird-tasting scones, though, Marjorie thought to herself. She didn't know what to do. They couldn't go back downstairs without confronting the source of the noise, and they couldn't stay upstairs without being trapped by whatever was causing it. Finally, Clementine decided for them. She crept to the stairs and carefully made her way down them one by one. Marjorie followed cautiously, putting Jason down on the floor so she could hold on to the old metal banister that ran down the stairway. Jason ran off after Clementine before Marjorie could stop him, barreling past them both into the main shop. "Ah!" There was a scream from downstairs. Marjorie rushed down towards it behind Clementine. "Bloody hell! You scared me, you stupid dog," the voice said, sounding croaky and well-used. Marjorie pushed the door open and entered the shop floor. She saw Clementine staring in confusion at whoever had screamed, but noticed that she didn't seem particularly worried. "Hang on, I think I've got something here for you," the old woman said, speaking to Jason, who had waddled over to her quite calmly. Marjorie realised that the intruder was Mrs. Pruitt, who ran the newsagents opposite. "What are you doing here?" Clementine asked her, as Mrs. Pruitt fed Jason a treat from the inside of her battered old handbag. Marjorie dreaded to think how much dust and loose tobacco the treat had gathered rolling about in the bottom of that bag. "I came to see how you were getting on, if you must know, Clementine Butcher," Mrs. Pruitt said, standing to her full height of what Marjorie imagined could only be 4'3", and glaring at them both.
I wanted to see if you'd got rid of old Timothy's tat, but I can see you haven't done a jot. You'd best get on with it. It's no good all sat here gathering even more dust. The whole place is an environmental health nightmare."
Marjorie didn't quite know how to respond. Luckily, Mrs. Pruitt had enough words for all of them.
"You've got Jason as well, I see,"
she said, almost scoldingly, while Jason was at her feet eating his treat.
"Good. That's good. He'll need a firm hand. Timothy was never no good at training him nothing. Let him run riot, he did. Always sitting him on his lap to have tea and that. You'll want to get him a proper lead now. A good one, with a choke chain, get him up to speed. Then, when he's ready, you can get him trained up and he can deliver my newspapers."
Marjorie didn't think the small dog had much time left to be trained, seeing as he must have been at least as old in dog years as Mrs. Pruitt was in human ones.
"You both seem to be settling in and that,"
Mrs. Pruitt said, even as Marjorie, from the corner of her eye, saw Clementine open her mouth to say something.
"So I'll be off. You need anything, just pop over and ask me. Only in my opening times, mind. 8 till 3 every day, and then 5 till 10, so I don't have to deal with any of the school children. You understand how it is. Except on Sundays."
She pronounced the word Sunday with far too many E's for a word that wasn't supposed to have any.
"Sunday? I open at 10ish, and I close at 3. Sod 4 o'clock for Sunday opening. I've always had a few too many the night before to stay open that late. So, don't come on Sunday, unless it's at a reasonable time."
"All right," Clementine said, her face the picture of confusion at Mrs. Pruitt's very elaborate timetable. Mrs. Pruitt gave Jason one firm pat on the head and then left again, leaving Marjorie to wonder how her shop stayed afloat at all if she wasn't open for any peak times. "What was that about?" Marjorie asked Clementine. "Oh, she's always been weird, hasn't she?" Clementine said with a smile. "Don't you remember when Seren won £50 on a scratch card, and when she went to cash it in, Mrs. Pruitt told her she had to spend the prize money in the shop?" "Yes, and she wouldn't let her buy her cigarettes. So Seren bought sweets with it," Marjorie said. She shook her head at the memory of the bin bag full of Mars bars Seren had dragged back up to the school with her. Yet it still seemed a bit odd. Marjorie went over to the wall next to the fire escape and looked around. It seemed like they would have their work cut out for them in the shop. This side of the room contained just as much as the other side. The only difference was that Mr. Fitzgerald seemed to have dedicated the right-hand side of the room to jewellery, most of it garish and awful costume jewellery, but some nice pieces as well among the replicas of Princess Diana's engagement ring. As she gazed around, a plug socket caught her attention. "Do you think this is supposed to be plugged in?" she asked Clementine, pushing the plug back into the socket properly. It had hung out of the wall a little way, the 3 prongs not quite in the socket enough to make whatever it did work. There was a beep as the camera sitting in the ceiling above them turned back on, the red light flashing as it began to scan the room. "Surely that was supposed to be plugged in," Clementine said. "What use is it, unplugged like that?" "I'm sure it must have been plugged in at some point," Marjorie agreed. "It seems very odd, especially with all the CCTV Mr. Fitzgerald used to have in operation." "Why did the police get called out here?" Clementine asked, her face suspicious. "Surely he wouldn't have turned it off himself. Did someone else unplug it, do you think?" Marjorie found herself feeling a rush of relief, despite the unsettling nature of the discovery. She had known something was wrong, and the unplugged CCTV camera proved it. She was convinced now that whoever had killed Mr. Fitzgerald had surely also tampered with the camera. Chapter 9. When Marjorie and Clementine arrived back home, they had expected their driveway to be as quiet and calm as they had left it. But instead they found themselves greeted by Officer Simon, waiting awkwardly by the lavender bushes in his civilian clothing. It was not the welcoming fanfare that they had wanted or expected, and Clementine groaned at the sight of his car parked on the street next to the house. "Dawn will be livid he's parked there," she sighed. Remember when she wrote "Do not park here" all over the street when number 41 were moving in? Where else were they supposed to park the moving vans? I remember that she wrote it in chalk, but then it got washed away by rain as soon as she'd finished writing it, Marjorie said, her hands clutching the steering wheel tightly as she contemplated what to do about the policeman standing next to their lavender bushes. She could either drive the car onto the driveway, park up, and see what horrible fate Simon had in store for them, or she could turn the car around, running over Dawn's flower patch as she did so, and disappear into the warm, late summer evening to find something much more fun to do. Even though she had a soft spot for Simon, in her experience, an unexpected visit from a police officer of an evening would never be any fun, even if he was in plain clothes. She reasoned that Dawn would never forgive them if they crushed her flowers, but she wasn't sure the sight of a lone police officer waiting outside their house was good either. Even if they did know Simon quite well and he wasn't in his uniform. The decision-making part of her brain didn't let her choose. She felt frozen, unable to make a decision. Instead, Simon approached and she rolled down the car window to hear what he had to say. "Hello, Mrs. Butcher-Bakers," he said. "I'm really sorry to bother you so late, but could we have a little chat, please?" "No," Clementine said from the passenger seat. "Can't you see how busy we are?" Jason stuck his head out of the window to greet Simon. "Is Kerry-Ann all right?" Marjorie asked, trying not to let the worry show in her voice. "Yes, she's fine," he said, the smile at the mention of Kerry-Ann's name turning into a frown. "I really need your help with something." "Well, why didn't you say so?" Clementine said. "Come on, Marjorie, park the car and let's all get inside and have some tea." They went inside and sat at the kitchen table while Clementine put the kettle on to boil. Marjorie joined Simon at the table while Clementine bustled around arranging biscuits into concentric circles and putting down crocheted coasters. Simon sat and looked around the busy room at the ornaments and decorative bits and bobs that littered the walls, seeming quite content. That took some of the worry out of Marjorie's mind. She had wondered for a moment if he had arrived unannounced to tell them something horrible had happened to Kerry-Ann or the baby. The idea of either had filled her with fear. "How are you, Simon?" Marjorie asked him as Clementine handed out plates. "We've been seeing quite a bit of Kerry-Ann. I don't suppose you could convince her to not come to school. The new head teacher's not quite as nice as Mr. Barrow." "You know Kerry-Ann does whatever she wants," Simon chuckled. "That's why we all love her." "That's true," Marjorie said, smiling back at him. Marjorie had always thought Simon was a lovely young man. Even years ago, when they'd first met and he had been forced to arrest them. There had been no malice on his part, and Marjorie supposed that she would have probably arrested them too, if she had been in his place. Two middle-aged women breaking into a crime scene unannounced wasn't really an everyday sort of thing. Especially not here in Dewstow, where the most exciting thing that usually happened was Mrs. Mugglethwaite telling them that someone's husband was having an affair, or Mrs. Redburn rigging one of the summer fete games. Of course, that was all before the last few years of misery and murder that had descended on the town, ousted the headmaster of Summerview Secondary, and very nearly caused Marjorie to have several full mental breakdowns. Clementine put the teapot on the table in between them all, and then sat down next to Marjorie. Marjorie felt thankful for the extra chairs that now lived in the kitchen. They had felt the need to upgrade when most of the dinner lady team had begun to visit at the same time, and the weather wasn't always so forgiving. There had still been the odd shower in the middle of the summer holidays, and it was nice to all be able to huddle indoors. The dinner lady team weren't just colleagues. They weren't even really just friends anymore. They were a family unit now, drawn tightly together after years of chaos. "So, officer," Clementine said, reaching for the teapot. Marjorie watched the liquid steam as it poured into the cup. "What can we do for you?" Simon took a bourbon biscuit from the plate in front of him and drew a deep breath. "It's a long story, really," he said, taking a bite of the biscuit. Marjorie watched as he crunched it between his teeth. "I wanted to talk to you about Mr. Fitzgerald." "Oh," Clementine said. "What about him?" Simon's face darkened suddenly. Marjorie realised that in all the years they'd known him, she had never seen him angry. She had never even seen him be the slightest bit annoyed. The anger didn't suit him, drowning his gentle facial features. "The official line is that he died from that fall," Simon said, his brow furrowed. "It's what Wilkinson wants the public to think." "But you don't think that?" Clementine asked again. "No, and neither does Wilkinson," Simon said. "We think Mr. Fitzgerald died from the fall, but I don't think it was an accident. I think he was pushed," he said. "But we've got nothing to prove it, and Wilkinson thinks we should just call it a day and wrap it all up." He fiddled with the handle of the teacup. "He said that I needed to drop it." Marjorie gasped at that. "That doesn't seem very professional." "It's not," Simon grimaced. "I'm calling his bluff and investigating anyway, because I do care. I have a feeling that there's more to it. The more I looked into it, the more it looked like a murder investigation. I can't work out why he doesn't want to find out what happened. It's literally his job." Marjorie and Clementine nodded. "The first strange thing, when I think back on it, is that he died the night of that meeting at the school," Simon told them. "You know, where Mr. Boole punched him in the face." They nodded, remembering all the drama. It seemed a long time ago, but wasn't more than a couple of weeks. "When we got there, the front door to the shop was open, so we went in. It seemed odd to me because you know how Mr. Fitzgerald was about safety." "He was a raving lunatic about it," Clementine agreed. Simon nodded grimly. "Yes, always planning new town security measures, and coming into the police station to tell us about them," he said with a smile. "So it was really weird the door was open. We'd been called out because Mrs. Mugglethwaite had heard shouting from the shop, but I didn't think much of that because, well, he was a bit strange, wasn't he? Always talking to himself. We went and found him at the bottom of the stairs, and then I went up and there was smashed glass all over the place, and his dog was shut in a cupboard." "What?" Marjorie asked. "Jason was trapped." "Yeah," Simon said with a nod. "I don't think Mr. Fitzgerald would ever shut Jason away like that deliberately." He trailed off as he thought about it, his eyes far away. "He left something for you. An envelope." "You dropped that over?" Marjorie asked as Clementine jumped up to get the envelope. She rushed back into the room and dropped it in the middle of the table. The keys clacked together as they landed. "Why? Do you know what these keys do?" She took them out and showed him. "I've no idea," Simon told her, looking down at the keys with a mystified expression. "This was on his kitchen counter upstairs in the shop. When Wilkinson said we weren't going to investigate further, I decided that I would give it to you rather than tell him about it. I wanted to come over with all of this earlier, but I had to take the rest of the evidence from under his nose, and that took more time to get, seeing as he won't do anything with it anyway." Simon took a deep breath. It was like he had been holding in his thoughts for so long that expelling them was a great relief. "When I found him, Mr. Fitzgerald was holding a knife. Hang on." He reached down to his bag and pulled out a folder, moving the plates and teapot so he could place it on the middle of the table. He flipped through the pages of the folder until he reached the photograph he wanted to show them. It was less of a knife and more of a sword, Marjorie thought. It was beautifully ornate, silver but with blue engravings on the hilt, and gold running down it to the blunt point at the bottom. The blade was thin, and it was not something that you'd grab as a weapon. She looked up and met Simon's eyes. "That's got to have been weird enough for the case to still be open, but I can't go above them. Wilkinson is my boss, and I can't lose my job at the moment, not with the baby. I've got a family to support now." It was a strange sort of knife to have been holding, Marjorie thought, considering the photograph again. It wasn't a butter knife or something else that Mr. Fitzgerald could have been carrying for a normal reason. Maybe he was taking it down into the shop, but had slipped and fallen. The trouble was that Marjorie just didn't believe he had slipped, and Mr. Fitzgerald couldn't possibly have thrown himself down the stairs. She would never believe it. In fact, the only way she would ever believe it was if Mr. Fitzgerald rose from the dead and his rotting body told her that it was the truth himself. Her silence must have been telling, because Simon cleared his throat. "Why was he holding the knife?" he said. "Was he holding it to defend himself? And from who? There's too many unanswered questions to have been an open and shut case. It's mad." "Maybe one of the people he argued with at the meeting a few hours before," Clementine suggested. "Maybe the person who punched him." "Yeah, exactly," Simon said, nodding vigorously, his eyes gleaming. "I had the same thought." He went quiet for a moment, thinking it all over. "I need your help," he finally said. His face was pulled into a proud grimace, as though he'd won a dare but had to eat an entire tablespoon of English mustard. "I can't keep investigating. I'm only supposed to be doing fraud stuff right now. My regular duties until I start my detective training. And they're keeping tabs on me as it is after the last murder. They think I knew what Nigel was doing. Obviously, I'm glad that Nigel did help you. But it's looked quite bad on me, and Wilkinson knows we know each other." "What do you need us to do?" Marjorie asked, looking up from the table and meeting his eyes. Simon reached for the folder again. "These are the witness reports from the meeting," he said. "I just can't see him going from being perfectly healthy to dead in less than a day. I know it happens, but there's too many other weird things to be that simple. Unbelievably, Wilkinson refused a post-mortem, so I don't even have that to go off. It's so strange. Literally, it would rule out any medical conditions. I know I keep saying it, but I can't believe he doesn't want to do one. It's not like him." It wasn't, Marjorie thought. During their last investigation, Mark Wilkinson would have gone to the end of the earth to prove that Marjorie and Clementine had something to do with the murder. He had chased them all the way to Devon. Simon continued. "Anyway, I did a bit of digging myself, and it turns out that Mr. Fitzgerald had a few visitors that afternoon." He cleared his throat. "There's no CCTV outside the shop." Marjorie and Clementine exchanged a look. Simon didn't notice as he flipped through the file. "But there was an eyewitness who saw a few people entering the shop building after hours," he explained, taking a handwritten page from the folder and placing it on the table. "Above the shop opposite is a flat, and a lady called Enid Pruitt lives there. Do you know her?" "She runs the WI with one of our neighbours, I believe," Marjorie said, thinking of Dawn and Enid trying to force them to join. "We bumped into her at the shop not even an hour ago. Did she see something?" "She says she saw people entering, and she also heard the shouting in the shop," Simon said. "But unfortunately, her eyesight isn't as powerful as her nosiness. She couldn't give me a clear description of anyone she saw." "Would a murderer really have walked out of the front door and left it open?" Clementine asked, shaking her head, the bourbon biscuit in her hand, completely forgotten. "I don't think that whoever murdered him would have been that stupid," Simon said agreeably. "The shop's got a side exit into the alley, and that wasn't locked either. I reckon that's how they left." Marjorie held her breath. Beside her, Clementine did the same. "All I really have from the daytime is a few things people have told me, and the witness reports I got after Mr. Fitzgerald was punched," Simon said, looking admonished. "Mr. Fitzgerald didn't just argue with Mr. Boole that day." Do you know Mr. Boole?" Marjorie didn't know him personally, but she nodded anyway. She hadn't even met him really, let alone spoken to him, but he was at every school council meeting, and she had bumped into him several times while delivering the tea and coffee trolley. "Sort of," she said. "We all saw what happened in the hall anyway. I'm surprised you bothered to interview anyone at all. It seemed really clear what happened." "At the time, I just felt like there was more to their argument," Simon said. "I'm glad I did now. But we did most of the interviewing of witnesses the next day, after Mr. Fitzgerald had died." "Who was the other argument with?" Marjorie asked. Simon raised an eyebrow. "The new head teacher." "Miss Cooper!" Clementine gasped. "Really?" "Yeah," he said, nodding vigorously. 3 eyewitnesses confirmed that they argued before he began the meeting. It seemed like they'd been fighting before they got there. And from eyewitness reports, she was the last to leave through the front door, though, like I said— "Why would she kill him, though?" Marjorie asked, feeling like she wasn't really in the room, but floating above herself while having the strange conversation. What were they arguing about? Did they know each other before she began at Summerview? "Who knows?" Simon said with a sigh. "I had a report from one of Summerview School's cleaning team that they were arguing in her new office that morning, before the meeting even began, and then all the witnesses at the actual meeting. But no one seems to know what they were arguing about. They were whispering, apparently, although in very aggressive tones. Honestly, I wish everyone would just shout about what they're doing all the time. It would make this job a lot easier." "So, what do you want us to do?" Clementine asked. "During the initial report after we found him, they found that Mr. Fitzgerald had fibres under his nails," Simon explained. "From a cardigan or something like that." "Tilly always wears a cardigan," Clementine squeaked. She looked down and realised that she was also wearing one. "Well, I mean, so do I. Gosh, Marjorie, so do you." She grabbed Marjorie's cardigan by the sleeve. "So does everyone," Marjorie shrugged, batting Clementine away. "Not on that day, though," Clementine said, letting go of the cardigan and rubbing her chin with her fingers. "It was boiling, wasn't it? We all nearly baked to death in there. If you'd had a bit of bread with you, you could have dipped it into the hall and eaten all of us like we were melted cheese." Simon hid his smile with his hands. "It was cooler at night, though, wasn't it? And I think that whatever killed him wasn't done long before I got there. After the meeting, there's a good 6 or 7 hours where we don't know Mr. Fitzgerald's whereabouts, who he saw, or what he was doing." He flipped through the file till he found what he was looking for. 2 photographs of the same button. It was shaped like a purple daisy. "I found that in his shop when we searched it, next to Mr. Fitzgerald's body," he explained. "And the second one was found in the school hall. I thought maybe it was Mr. Fitzgerald's, but it didn't seem like his sort of thing. He always wears shirts, doesn't he, with gold or silver buttons." Marjorie was surprised at Simon noticing such a thing, but she supposed that if he was planning on becoming a detective, it made sense that he would be perceptive. Simon flipped the page over again, revealing a very sticky-looking shoe print. "That's from the outside of the shop building, down the little side alleyway," he explained. "In the winter, the alley can get really muddy. I remember from when we used to use it as a shortcut on our way home from school. But obviously it was really dry on this particular evening, so that's all there is. It matches one we found inside the shop, and it wasn't from Mr. Fitzgerald's shoe. It was still wet when we were there. It's PVA glue. Whoever left through the fire escape knocked over a bottle of the glue as they escaped. They must have stepped in it when they rushed out." Marjorie took a long look at the shoe print. It was as nondescript as a shoe print could be. The most interesting thing about it was the glue. It was small, though. Whoever it belonged to couldn't have very big feet. Simon had included a ruler to measure it in the photograph. "Do you have anything on Mr. Boole? Nothing on why they had that confrontation before?" Marjorie asked. wondering if there must be more to it. Mr. Bull would have known Mr. Fitzgerald very well. He would have sat in countless meetings with him over the years, and if they were already arguing, then perhaps there was a grudge being held. And to punch someone you had had countless disagreements with over the years and managed not to punch, well, that was a whole other level. "Not really," Simon said. "Other than their argument at the meeting, there's nothing else to link them yet." Marjorie nodded, feeling disappointed. "I can't believe Wilkinson thinks the case is done," Simon said, his face taking on a desperation that hadn't been there a minute ago. "But I really don't think it's right, the way Mr. Fitzgerald died. There's loads of weird stuff about the scene. There was glass all over the floor, and you can't believe that he'd ever lock Jason in a cupboard. He loved that dog." Marjorie agreed with that. Mr. Fitzgerald never would have done such a thing unless— She thought about it. "Unless he thought Jason was safer in the cupboard," Marjorie said. Simon nodded gravely. "There's no fingerprints on this sword thing?" Clementine asked. "Just Mr. Fitzgerald's," Simon said. "Maybe someone else touched it, but if they did, they were wearing gloves." No one could have possibly been wearing gloves that day, Marjorie thought, even in the middle of the night. It had been the end of the heat wave. It would have been madness. Except, didn't Miss Cooper wear gloves a lot? Had she been wearing them the day of the school meeting? Marjorie racked her brain, but she couldn't remember. You could get plastic gloves easily, though, she thought to herself. There was a set of rubber washing-up gloves in her eyesight right at that moment, and they used disposable gloves all the time in the canteen kitchen. Clementine turned to him. "Can you not just arrest everyone who was involved in that fight in the hall, then question them until someone confesses? Isn't that one of your police perks?" "It's more complicated than that," Simon said with a shrug, sharing Clementine's sentiment. "I can't be seen getting too close to this investigation because they've already told me to leave it." "Why are you telling us this, then?" Marjorie asked. "Why not just let it go?" Simon gestured to the documents littering the kitchen table. "I can't," he said. "There's too much here to let it go." "Nigel got in trouble with the chief of Ittenvale Police because he didn't tell them what he'd asked us to do," Clementine reminded him. Simon didn't seem worried. "The chief won't find out," he said. "He can't. If he does, we've got bigger problems. The chief of police is Officer Wilkinson's uncle," he said. "It's probably for the best if he doesn't find out for all our sakes. Don't worry about it. I'll make sure they don't. The only thing is, I can't pay you for your help. I know your website says—" "This one's on us," Marjorie said, reaching over to pat his hand. "I can help you to a point," Simon said, looking between them bright-eyed. "What you need to do is have so much proof that it's undeniable, and at the same time, I'll work out why Wilkinson dropped it so quickly. Well, I'm not sure where to start now." "We think we might be able to find some CCTV," Clementine told Simon finally. "Mr. Fitzgerald had an entire network of it." "Did he?" Simon said, his eyes widening. "God, if you can find that, then it might just work out. But where is it?" "We think one of these might be the key to where it's hidden," Marjorie explained, pointing to the keys on the table between them. "Then I'm glad I gave them to you," Simon said, nodding agreeably. "Are you sure he'd had CCTV? What makes you so certain?" "He had it everywhere," Clementine told him. "And I mean everywhere. All over town. I didn't like it, really. It made me feel uncomfortable, but they helped us solve that murder in spring." "There used to be a whole CCTV room," Marjorie said, deciding that they weren't above hiding secrets anymore. "All the screens are gone." "Then there's definitely something going on," Simon said. "Officer Wilkinson had the shop searched, but there was no mention of any CCTV. Unless he hid the equipment, I guess." "Gosh, I hope not," Marjorie said. That would mean things were certainly amiss, and they would have no hope at all in discovering what had happened to Mr. Fitzgerald.
"I'll check to see what they took from the shop, if anything," Simon said, putting on his reassuring police officer voice. It was a comfort, even if Marjorie didn't really believe what he was saying. "And then we'll see."
Marjorie nodded back grimly. What was Mark Wilkinson hiding? Why didn't he want to find Mr. Fitzgerald's murderer? There was something more going on underneath the surface of the smooth, clear water. Chapter 10. If Officer Wilkinson really was the chief of Ittenvale Police's nephew, then there was no telling the level of power he had. He could probably make their lives very difficult for them indeed. The other thing about it all was that Marjorie did want to find out what happened. She did want to help find Mr. Fitzgerald's attacker, if only for her own selfish reasons. And if Officer Wilkinson had put the case to bed, then they would have to do their job for them. Marjorie felt guilty that they hadn't told Simon about Mr. Fitzgerald's secret CCTV before, but she suspected that Mr. Fitzgerald had a very good reason for them to have it, and she had made her peace with respecting that overnight. They had wondered all night if the keys in the envelope would open the door behind the mirror. She had put them onto the keyring containing her car and house keys so she would remember them, and then they had gone off to work as they normally would. She felt better than she had done for days, maybe even weeks. Her head was clearer now that they were working towards avenging Mr. Fitzgerald. Clementine had finally climbed on board, now they had all of Simon's evidence. It was infuriating to Marjorie that Clementine was pretending she'd always thought Mr. Fitzgerald had been murdered, but she supposed it was better late than never. It was good to be back on the same side as her wife. That morning, their work in the kitchen was a lovely distraction, as it almost always was. There was always something to do, even on the slowest days, and Marjorie found the nonsense kitchen chatter soothing. She always enjoyed listening to Seren explain why she didn't trust yellow fruit, especially lemons, or Clementine saying, "Say no more," in the middle of a heated argument she had caused while sauntering off to the other side of the room. "Hello, Rose," Seren called, breaking Marjorie out of her thoughts. "I've got your sandwiches here." Rose barged her way through the canteen, students scattering in her wake, and Jason tiddling along by her side. His fur looked less wiry than usual, and Marjorie suspected that Rose had been bathing and grooming him to within an inch of his life. When Rose reached the counter, she took the special cardboard box Seren had carefully packed the sandwich and satsuma into. "Thank you, Seren," Rose sniffed. "You're a bright light on a horrible stormy evening, and I'm just a poor, sad lighthouse all alone looking out to sea." "Wouldn't Seren be the lighthouse in that case?" Clementine asked, pausing her doling out of the cottage pie portions. "What terrible poetry is that? Shouldn't you let Gary write the love letters to Seren?" "Don't even start with me today, Mrs. Butcher-Baker," Rose hissed. Marjorie could see the whites of her eyes for a second before Rose seemed to remember where she was. "Sorry, I do apologise. It's just that new head teacher of ours has had me running all over the shop. She wanted to see my lesson plans. Me!" She spat the words as though they were some dreaded ancient insults that had been put upon her family as a curse. "And I had to monitor the first break. Me? In the playground watching students? Honestly. I said, 'Listen, Ms. Cooper, I spend enough time with the students as it is. I can't be spending any more time with the students that don't know how to sing. I've got enough trouble with the ones that do.' But she said she didn't care." There was a cough behind her, and Rose nearly jumped out of her skin. "Sorry," Vanessa piped up. "I just came to grab the jacket potato I pre-ordered." She looked so awkward that Marjorie instantly knew she'd heard everything Rose had said. Rose folded her arms haughtily, squashing the box of sandwiches to her chest as she did so. "Are we still on for Friday, Marjorie?" Vanessa asked, giving her a small, toothy smile. "I think I've almost managed to work out how to do a chain with my yarn. I'll have a set of coasters before we know it." "Yes, no problem," Marjorie said, returning the smile. Rose looked between them both suspiciously. "I've been looking through my magazines for some beginner patterns. Hopefully some of them will be of some use to you." "I'm sure they will." Vanessa smiled again. She took her jacket potato in the takeaway container Gloria handed her and left as quickly as she had arrived. "What are you doing, Marjorie?" Rose murmured. "You can't be really thinking of colluding with the enemy." "But is she really our enemy?" Marjorie asked. "Of course she is," Rose said with a flounce. "I think she's okay," Karen said from the till. "She helped me the other day when I dropped my gym pass down the drain in the car park. We had to stick some double-sided sticky tape to my other gym pass and then lower it down into there with some string. Of course, we dropped that one in there as well, but it's the thought that counts." "She seems fine to me," Clementine said. "Just because she's new doesn't mean she's automatically a bad person. Ms. Cooper, on the other hand, well, I'm not sure about her." "I agree," Rose said calmly. She turned around to look who was near them, and when she realised that the lunchtime queue was only made up of students, she turned to Marjorie and Clementine and hissed something under her breath. "What?" Clementine asked. Rose gave a tremendous sigh. "Meeting at my house," she hissed again, at a slightly louder volume. They both still had to lean in to hear her. "Tonight. I wasn't sure whether to invite you all or not, but I think you should come. All of you. The entire dinner lady team." "Okay," Marjorie said, though not without a drop of suspicion at what Rose could possibly be asking them to get involved in. She didn't have time to question her before Mrs. Winkle appeared at the canteen hot counter. Rose was already waltzing away, Jason following at her heels.
"Your delivery from Every Food is here, Marjorie,"
Mrs. Winkle piped, gesturing to the canteen windows.
"Really?"
Marjorie asked, astounded. "But it's the middle of lunch." She rushed around the counter and to the wide first-floor canteen windows, just in time to see the large truck leaving. Dust billowed up from behind it as it trampled over the path that ran behind the school playground. Mrs. Winkle gave her an apologetic look before rushing back off to reception. Marjorie supposed Mrs. Winkle must be as busy as they were at lunchtime, with the new student police telling on other students for the duration of it. The crowd of students kept coming into the canteen. Marjorie had no choice but to continue onwards as normal. When the lunch hour was finally over, Marjorie gingerly pressed open the fire escape door, peeked out her head, and saw the carnage below them. The boxes were stacked up high on the roll cages at the bottom of the fire escape stairs, which was unusual in itself. Usually, the delivery driver would bring them up to the kitchen, using the lift by the reception area, and then stay for a chat, and sometimes a coffee or a cookie or piece of cake, if the dinner ladies had any made, while Marjorie checked off the delivery and made sure it was all there. The new delivery driver had just dumped everything at the bottom of the fire escape, without even waiting for Marjorie to check it. Marjorie realised that the company was probably much busier than Stephen from the butcher's, or Helen Mellon, the greengrocer. They almost certainly didn't have time to stop and chat, and probably weren't even interested in doing so. The team helped her heft the boxes up the stairs one at a time, until they were surrounded by a mountain of them, all with mysterious names stamped on the cardboard.
"What is all this stuff?"
Gloria asked, as they began unpacking.
"Where's the ingredients? All of this is already made."
"I know," Marjorie said sadly, as she looked around at the pre-cooked croissants and packets of cooked mince and sad, flaky chunks of vacuum-packed pre-cooked chicken. "Ms. Cooper insisted we try it." She had asked Mr. Well to show her the ordering programme for Every Food, and was sure she had used it properly, but none of these items looked anywhere near the quality of what they were used to getting. Marjorie had always bought their cakes from a local cake maker. On the rare occasion they hadn't had time to make them themselves, but now there were 16 boxes of expensive pre-packed chocolate fudge cake to work through. Marjorie was sure some of the products were nice, but it still made her feel sad to gaze upon the sealed bags of pre-sliced potatoes and strange cartons of ready-made cheese sauce and ginormous bags of microwave chicken curry. She knew for a fact that it wasn't cheaper than preparing any of it themselves. In fact, she was sure by the end of the year it would be at least triple the cost. But what choice did they have? Ms. Cooper had demanded it, unless— "You all carry on," Marjorie said, picking up the delivery note paperwork. "I'll be right back." She left them with the delivery and made her way out of the canteen. She barely paid attention to the halls, walking through them on autopilot, completely lost in her thoughts. Marjorie was sure that once she explained everything to Miss Cooper, the head teacher would see reason. Marjorie arrived at the office door and knocked gently. "Come in," Miss Cooper called through the door. Marjorie didn't waste any time before pushing it open. Miss Cooper was sitting at her desk, typing away at her laptop so furiously, Marjorie decided, that she probably wore through the keys much faster than an average person. "Hello, Marjorie," Miss Cooper said, barely looking up from the screen of her laptop. "What can I do for you?" "Is this a bad time?" Marjorie asked, her eyes still drawn to the clacking of keys. "I can come back." No, Miss Cooper said. She finished whatever she had been writing and slammed the computer shut with a heavy thump. "Always something to do. What can I help you with?" She beckoned for Marjorie to sit in the visitor's chair. Marjorie sat down reluctantly. "Well," she began timidly, "it's the new delivery company. I'm just not sure it's quite right." "What's wrong with it?" Miss Cooper asked. "Are you not getting the items you need?" "Well, yes, sort of," Marjorie said, suddenly feeling silly. She couldn't complain to Miss Cooper that the delivery driver had been too busy to stop and say hello, or bring the items in for her. That would not look good at all. But she didn't think the food was very cost-effective. She stammered and stumbled as she tried to say the right thing. "Look," Miss Cooper said, with a dismissive wave of her hand, "it's the first day. Let's give them another go. I suspect it took you a long time to place the order." It had. Marjorie nodded. "But you'll get used to the system, and then it'll be fantastic," Miss Cooper said. "I'm just not sure it's worth losing a staff member over," Marjorie began. Miss Cooper cut her off. "Well, then you'd better make sure to focus on ensuring that it's cost-effective," she said, with a dismissive wave of her hand. "You should be able to order the correct portions, and there'll be much less wastage. That will save money. It'll all work out in the end, you'll see. Now, if that's all—" She opened the laptop again and restarted her manic typing. Marjorie didn't know what else to say. Instead, she found herself considering the stone on Miss Cooper's desk. "Does this do something?" Marjorie heard herself say out loud, before she clapped her hand over her mouth. "Gosh, sorry for my rudeness, I just meant—" "It's a paperweight," Miss Cooper smiled, her eyes lighting up as she eyed where Marjorie was looking. "It's my good luck charm. I've taken it from job to job, and it's always sat on my desk." There was a sharp rap on the door, and a student entered without waiting. Marjorie swung around to look at them as Miss Cooper looked up. To Marjorie's great surprise, Miss Cooper didn't seem annoyed at the intrusion, just gestured with her finger for them to step further into the room. "Miss Cooper, we're here to do our report," the student said. She was wearing one of the student police badges and carrying a clipboard covered in small, neat handwriting. "Of course, Jessica," Miss Cooper said. "Marjorie, would you mind? Only this is actually important." Marjorie excused herself from the office, but not before she could hear Jessica beginning to tell Miss Cooper about what she had seen in Rose's classroom the day before. She thought about hanging around to eavesdrop, but another member of the student police turned the corner and began marching towards the office door. Marjorie and Clementine rushed to the shop after work, desperate to find the CCTV so they could get it to Simon. Marjorie was still reeling at the encounter she had had with Miss Cooper, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what about it upset her so much. She wondered if it was just the loss of control she felt, though she had never had a problem with taking anyone else's orders before she had been the kitchen manager. Her former manager, Caroline, had bossed them all around for years, and Marjorie had never thought for a moment about disobeying her. "And you didn't hear anything else?" Clementine asked her as they unlocked the door. "Just about Rose?" "Yes," Marjorie told her. "But it's not good, is it, Clem? What else are the students going to be making reports about?" The shop was as dusty as they had left it, but they ignored everything else inside it and rushed straight for the mysterious door, swinging the mirror open to reveal it. Marjorie scrambled around in her bag for her keys, finally pulling them out and finding the unusual door key easily. She slipped it into the lock and turned it with great difficulty. Whatever was behind the door didn't want to be found, but the lock eventually clicked out of place. Marjorie and Clementine exchanged a look. "Well, after you then," Clementine said. "Let's get that CCTV, give it to Simon, and be back at home all sorted in time for tea." Marjorie reached for the handle and turned it, pushing the door forward as she did so. It opened slowly, revealing what it held behind it. Behind the door was a tiny crawl space, barely big enough for Jason. At the bottom of it was a small rectangular safe. Marjorie turned to Clementine, who was grinning from ear to ear. "Can you open it?" Clementine asked. Marjorie reached down for the safe and saw immediately that it had a combination lock. "No," she said. "I think we need a code." After trying to think about what the code could have been, and failing to come up with an answer, they went home and made dinner, eating at the kitchen table. They didn't have much time to get to Rose's for the bizarre secret meeting, but they needed a moment to process what they had found after relocking the secret mirror door and locking the shop back up. Jason curled into a ball, asleep underneath the rocking chair as Pumpkin slept on the actual seat. Pumpkin's younger and wilder sister, Crinkles, was asleep in her favourite spot at the top of the kitchen cabinet, where she could glare down at them all judgmentally. It would have been the picture of familial bliss, if not for the circumstances that had led to it. "Why do we need a code every time something like this happens?" Clementine moaned as she piled jam on top of the scone. The filling wobbled precariously, threatening to spill until she took a huge bite, crumbs flying all over the table. "We're dinner ladies. I don't want to do maths ever. I just want to ice cakes and serve perfect ice cream scoops of mashed potato, possibly occasionally solve a little murder." Marjorie felt like putting her head in her hands, but she managed to restrain herself, knowing that if she put her head down on the table, she wouldn't be able to go out again that evening. "This isn't maths at all, Clem. Oh, what on earth are we going to do?" "Please don't swear, Marjorie," Clementine said with a sigh, but she sat and thoughtfully ate her scone all the same. "Mr. Fitzgerald gave us the key, which means he wants us to find out what's in that safe, and we need to give whatever it is to Simon. I bet it's his computer with all his cameras on it. You know Mr. Fitzgerald didn't trust police. Remember when he told Nigel that his helmet made him look like a moustached egg?" "Yes," Marjorie said, looking down at the crumbs on her own plate and having a good think about it all. Clementine was right, but why would he make it so difficult? Of course, it would have to be a bit difficult to pass the police search, but that didn't mean it had to be quite this hard. Marjorie supposed that maybe Mr. Fitzgerald wasn't expecting to die at that moment, and had left them the key for some other reasoning. The thought made her feel nauseous, a wave of it rolling through her stomach like a rough wave. The scone she had just eaten felt like a boat on the surface of it. So where would he keep the combination to that safe? Clementine finished chewing and swallowed with great purpose, obviously having decided something. "You know what would be great at cracking that combination?" she said. "That massive saw they've got in the design and technology department." "Well, yes. Think how much more useful it would be to us than the students making chairs and whatever else," Clementine said. "Remember that death trap they made for outside? I agree they didn't do the best job on Mrs. Large's memorial bench," Marjorie said, thinking of the rickety pile of plywood that resembled a hedgehog with the number of nails it had sticking out of it. But how can we use the saw without Mr. Graff knowing? We don't want anyone to realise we might have decades' worth of secret camera footage of the town. There would be a riot if everyone knew. Rose will help us, Clementine said, effortless in her thinking. I knew there was a reason we should go tonight. We can ask her then. And then once we've got the CCTV out of the safe, we can go through all the footage, solve the murder, obviously, blah, blah, blah. But also, we can look for any funny bits to send to You've Been Framed. We could use the prize money to fix the shed roof. Maybe also a holiday. A tiny coat for Jason for the winter. I'm not sure You've Been Framed is still on, Marjorie said, shaking her head. She sipped her tea and thought about the design and technology saw. She certainly didn't have any better ideas. Maybe the mystery meeting with Rose was a way forward. She wondered for a second whether they might be missing a step in the very minimal instructions from Mr. Fitzgerald, and it had begun to haunt her that they couldn't actually ask him if this was what he wanted. If she was wrong, then he might have had the key in the envelope with their names on for some other reason. They would never know until they could find that CCTV, and the wondering if it was in the safe killed her. Chapter 11. An hour later, with Gloria, Karen, and Sharon in tow, they arrived at Rose's house. Marjorie had also forwarded the invitation to Kerry Ann, who said she would leave Nicholas with her mum and meet them there. Marjorie had realised immediately that there was no room to park outside Rose's house. Her giant Range Rover, along with several other cars, was already parked on the driveway. Marjorie recognised at least a few of the vehicles from the school car park. She shared a look with Clementine, who seemed as baffled as she did. "Is she having a whole school meeting?" Clementine asked, scratching her head. "You'd think that sort of thing wouldn't be her responsibility now," Marjorie said, parking across the road from the house, on the street, being careful not to block any of the neighbours' driveways. She had never really felt at home in Rose's cul-de-sac. It was no longer the newest of all the estates in Dewstow, far from it, what with the new builds down by the river, but it still had a new air to it. The houses were all built to a similar design, and if Marjorie hadn't been here so many times, she was sure she would have needed a map to direct her to the correct address. All the dinner lady crew climbed out of the car and made their way across the street. Rose's house looked as neat as ever. The grass of the front lawn mown into tidy stripes, and the rose bushes in front of the large bay window that led to the living room, well trimmed. The window was open to let in the warm evening breeze, and Marjorie was sure she could hear Seren and Rose chatting through it as they approached. Jason waddled along behind them. Clementine held his lead without any force, allowing him to join them in his own elderly time. "I hope she's got something a bit stronger than orange squash in," Gloria groaned. "Really, the last thing I want to do is spend an evening here. Last time we were at Rose's, that woman was nearly murdered, wasn't she? Who's to say that won't happen again?" They all nodded agreeably, but Marjorie winced. For a moment, she worried about the team's reaction if they knew that they suspected Mr. Fitzgerald had been murdered, knowing that it would come out soon enough. Rose had not been forthcoming with many details of the meeting. There had been enough stress in Marjorie's life the last few years without adding any more on purpose. She was sure her counsellor would say the same thing. If Marjorie still went, that was. She had decided a few months ago that she was perfectly fine now, and Clementine hadn't been able to convince her to do any more sessions. Dr. Bryn was lovely, but sometimes Marjorie felt that talking about it didn't always improve anything. It hadn't ever stopped her feeling guilty about not being able to save any of the people whose murders they had solved. "Let's ask about the saw," Clementine said, not waiting for a reply, before heading to the front door, which was dressed in an autumnal wreath, all oranges and golds. She pushed the doorbell hard, and they waited. Christ, why is this decorated? Don't tell me she's got autumn decorations as well as Christmas. She must only have 3 centimetres of loft space left. Where does she keep her old magazines and cardigans?
As if I'd have anything old here,
Rose's voice boomed through the doorbell speaker. Marjorie had noticed the camera hanging in the porch alcove. Rose had obviously decided to take security much more seriously after a scare last year. She knew that Rose had decided to throw her big October half-term Halloween party somewhere other than her house. Maybe that was for the best, Marjorie thought. The rest of the school had just as bad memories of Halloween night, after a mystery attacker had entered the house, their identity hidden by their costume. It was surely better to have a change of venue. Rose opened the door, wearing what Marjorie could only imagine would be called drama teacher summer casual. It involved more floaty silk scarves than Marjorie would ever own, and a pair of gold earrings that were so huge that they almost touched Rose's shoulders, her earlobes dangling precariously under the weight. "Good evening," Clementine said, giving Rose a huge grin. "Quick, let us in. We've got a proposition for you."
Well, I have one for all of you also,
Rose said, her voice rising dramatically in what she must be imagining was a terribly mysterious way, gesturing over them all in a great swooshing wave with the hand that wasn't leaning on the door. "Of course you do," Clementine said. "You invited us here, didn't you? We know it's not to play Monopoly. There's too many of us. Though we really should do a board game night. We'll have to blow the dust off the board, though. We haven't played for ages. Marjorie's scared I'll beat her again. The house always wins."
"Oh, yes,"
Karen said from behind Marjorie. "We should play Cluedo as well."
"Marjorie and Clementine would beat us all," Sharon said in a tearful voice. "There'd be no point."
"I'm not sure about that," Gloria chuckled. "They need us all to help them, usually." Rose gave them all a withering once-over, rather than replying, but stood aside to let them in anyway. "Shoes off!" she yelled, before Marjorie or Clementine could go any further into the house. They took their shoes off dutifully as Rose welcomed Jason, scooping him up into her arms. They followed Rose into the kitchen, where a group of Summerview school staff were all holding glasses of wine. They turned to watch the dinner lady team's arrival. Marjorie suddenly felt nervous with all eyes on them. "Hello," Clementine said, looking around at the gathered teachers in amazement. "What on earth is going on here, then?" Rose offered everyone a glass of wine before gesturing for them to sit down. She'd had to take all the chairs out of her conservatory and her dining room by the looks of things. Marjorie recognised quite a few of the other people in the room. There was Mrs. George, the head of English, and Elle MacDonald, one of the English teachers, along with Louise, the head of the Education Centre Sanitation and Contamination Removal experts. Kerry-Ann had made it before them and was sitting with Seren. Being Rose's best friend, Seren went everywhere she did. Mrs. Wiggins, the head of the maths department, was also present, but Tilly, who was also a maths teacher, wasn't. Perhaps Mrs. Wiggins didn't trust Tilly enough to tell her about the meeting. But what surprised Marjorie most was that the former headmaster was there too. She didn't know why the sight of James Barrow in a Deusto Funrunners sweatshirt, drinking a glass of white wine and chatting merrily with Mrs. Winkle, the receptionist, seemed jarring to her. "We're having a meeting," Mrs. George said haughtily in response to Clementine's question. What else could it possibly look like? Marjorie always tried her very best to like everyone. Her mother had always told her to try to see the good in people, but she had always struggled to find even a sliver of likability in Mrs. George. Mrs. George always seemed to be able to make even the smallest of inconveniences a mountain. The sort of person whose coffee was always the wrong temperature, no matter how many times the barista remade it. "Yes," Clementine said, "but what about? And why the secrecy? Are you planning another gunpowder plot?
Sort of,
Elle chirped up. Mrs. George glared at her, and Elle withered under the sheer force of it.
Well, we are. You can trust the dinner lady detectives.
Of course we can, Rose said, sweeping in from behind Clementine and handing both her and Marjorie a glass of wine. Then why haven't any of them been here until now? Mrs. George scoffed, eyeing the group of them and then Rose in turn.
Because I thought they'd all have enough on their plates as it is,
Rose said, her booming voice drowning out Mrs. George entirely.
That's why, Sarah. And you can't pretend Elle didn't have to force you here. Maybe we should all be concerned about where your loyalties lie.
Mrs. George scoffed again, but settled down grumpily, huffing and puffing under her breath. The dinner ladies all found a chair each, and then waited for whatever Rose had to say.
As I was just saying, this is the first meeting of the Summerview School Reformation Resistance, Rose said, her voice stern. We're here to try to find out information on Summerview School's new head teacher. And take her down.
It wasn't what Marjorie had been expecting, but she wasn't in the least bit surprised. Everyone had oohed when Rose had mentioned the name of the group. Marjorie wondered how quickly it would take Mr. Knight from the art department to get the students to make a poster, possibly something that involved spray paint and a big red anarchy symbol. How are you going to do that? Take her down, I mean, she found herself asking. The group of teachers and support staff began to murmur among themselves. Rose cast an eagle eye over all of them till they stopped.
Yes,
Clementine said, agreeing with Marjorie. And why is Mrs. Blossom here? She doesn't work at Summerview. In all the revelry, Marjorie hadn't even noticed Mrs. Blossom, the head of drama at Itten Vale Comprehensive, at all. She was sitting towards the back of the kitchen, with her Yorkshire Terrier, Ada Bones, on her lap. Mrs. Blossom was wearing a smart powder-blue ladies' pantsuit, while Ada was matching in a blue collar and coat combination.
It seemed like fun,
Mrs. Blossom said, smirking at Rose.
And, of course, Rose needs me to help her out, as per.
Rose had gone an unusual colour of red that Marjorie had only ever really seen on postboxes and Christmas baubles. She was clutching Jason tightly to her chest, but he didn't seem to mind. Marjorie supposed he was used to being smothered by Mr. Fitzgerald's beard.
Well, if you'd prefer having all your inter-school team building sessions with Ms. Cooper and that awful drip Vanessa instead of me and James, then that's your choice.
Rose's voice raised into a dramatic wail. Mrs. Blossom sighed and held her hands up in defeat.
Of course not.
So, on to the first point of contention then, if there are no other complaints, Rose said, glaring at them all. Does anyone have any ideas of how we can achieve our goal? How we can usurp Ms. Cooper and replace her with Summerview School's real heir? I mean, head teacher. There was a loud silence that Marjorie wished would be broken to end the agony of it. She had no such luck. There were a lot of people here, she thought. Too many, really. How Rose hoped to contain the secrets of this apparently clandestine meeting, Marjorie did not know. James broke the silence finally by clearing his throat.
Well, maybe it's not meant to be, he began. Maybe I'm just destined to remain an English teacher.
The children enjoyed your lesson on the Merchant of Venice, Mrs. George told him. They were all raving about it in my class, said you made it interesting, and my lessons were boring.
Well, that says more about your lessons than anything else, doesn't it? Rose snapped.
James's smile didn't fall, but he eyed Rose carefully, as though worried he would set her off.
So let's try to think of something else. Does anyone have any information about Ms. Cooper? Or even Vanessa? I'm sure she's an angle we can use to fix this situation. I thought Vanessa seemed quite nice.
Elle piped up from her low chair. "She seemed okay to me." "And us," Clementine said. She asked Marjorie to help her with her crochet.
"Did she now?"
Mrs. Wiggins said, rubbing her chin.
"And you've said yes, of course."
"Yes," Marjorie said quickly, before Karen could tell her long gym pass story again. She wondered where this was going. There was a gleam in both Mrs. Wiggins and Rose's eyes that she didn't like the look of at all. "We're meeting on Friday."
"Well then, that's perfect," Mrs. Wiggins said. "That gives us time to dig some bits and bobs up, and then you can interrogate her, see what she knows. Perhaps fit you with a security camera. Rose, do you think your doorbell would be suitable? Maybe it would go inside a hat. Oh, or she could wear it as a brooch."
"Why do you care so much?" Clementine asked, coming to Marjorie's aid before anyone else could try to make her wear the security camera. "Why does it matter to you who the head teacher is? No offence, Mr. Barrow."
"Absolutely none taken,"
James said, taking a sip from his glass. Mrs. Wiggins stood from her seat, raising herself to her full height, which was not far off Clementine's height sitting on the chair.
"I used to work for Miss Cooper before," she said. "Years ago. I was her personal assistant. Let's just say, the faster we get her away from the school, the better."
The group began to murmur among themselves. Marjorie and Clementine shared a worried look. Marjorie couldn't see what good any of this would do. Miss Cooper was certainly strict, but there was no sign that she was doing anything wrong. They had enough of a mystery to solve of their own, without adding anything further to do. After all that, they weren't any closer to breaking into Mr. Fitzgerald's safe, or finding out what had happened to him. Chapter 12. The week passed, as they often did in Marjorie's experience, in a blur of washing up and day-to-day work life. Marjorie suddenly found herself tidying the front hot counter after Friday's busy fish and chip lunchtime. She felt flatter than usual, like a bottle of pop that had had the lid left off, and nothing anyone could do or say seemed to be able to shake the feeling. Clementine hadn't been able to convince her about the saw, and Clementine hadn't been able to convince anyone from the design and tech department to let them borrow one either. Her requests had been met with strange looks. Mr. Graff, the design and tech teacher, rarely left his office outside lesson times. He preferred to bring his own packed lunch of a Satsuma, a Kit Kat Chunky, and a Dairy Lee and Marmite sandwich, which Karen and Sharon had once tried to put an official complaint in about when Mr. Barrow was still headmaster. Gloria had noticed the upset immediately and demanded to know what was going on. Marjorie had told her, and now Gloria was also involved in the secrecy with the information that Simon had given them and the safe. Gloria had been shocked to hear about the keys, but Marjorie didn't feel she could hide it from her. In fact, she had felt relieved when Gloria had instantly gone into sort-out mode, naming solutions she thought might help. They hadn't landed on anything that seemed like it might work yet. Everyone else was continuing their day-to-day lives, it seemed, and Marjorie and Clementine hadn't found any further clues about Mr. Fitzgerald's death, even though they had scoured the shop from top to bottom looking for any other secrets. Marjorie kept a sharp eye out and an ear to the ground for any news about Mr. Boole, deeming him the most suspicious person so far after his fight with Mr. Fitzgerald. They would see Mr. Boole that evening at the Friday governor's meeting, and that would be a good chance to see if he seemed worried, or even guilty, after Mr. Fitzgerald's death. She had also kept a half-hearted ear out for anything regarding Ms. Cooper, but hadn't heard much except the usual petty school gossip. Nothing that would help Rose have her removed from school grounds. Karen and Sharon had been on the rota to stay late in order to take the tea trolley down for those attending the governor's meeting, but at the last minute, Marjorie had assigned herself and Clementine. She told herself it was because she was meeting Vanessa anyway, so it made sense to stay later. But a part of her knew that it was to try to catch some sort of information relating to the case. "So, what's your plan?" Clementine hissed, as Marjorie checked the travel crochet bag she had packed the night before in her dry store office. "Are you going to ask her if Ms. Cooper is a witch like Rose wants you to? Maybe you could tip some water on her so you know for sure." "No," Marjorie said honestly. "I'm not sure, really. I know she wants Mr. Barrow to be the head teacher again, but I just don't see how Rose's plan will help the school. Miss Martin seems nice enough, doesn't she?" "I think so," Clementine said. "No one who wears a crocheted cardigan could be evil, could they?" She pointed down to the cardigan Marjorie had crocheted for her, and Marjorie smiled. "No," she admitted. "But we've been deceived before." "But while you're there, you could try to find out a bit more why Miss Cooper argued with Mr. Fitzgerald," Clementine suggested, holding her hands up in defence. "There has to be a reason. What if she went to the shop after and pushed him down the stairs? What if Vanessa heard something during those arguments that could help us find his murderer?" "I can see your point," Marjorie said, though she felt it was more of a knife. "But why would she have pushed him? And she doesn't seem the sort to lose her cool, does she? I'll see what I can do, but I can't promise anything. Will you be okay setting up the tea trolley?" "Of course," Clementine smiled smugly. "It'll be the best tea trolley anyone's ever seen, don't worry about me. And Rose has got Jason, so don't worry about him either. Just go and have a good time, and maybe find out who killed Mr. Fitzgerald while you're at it." Marjorie nodded gravely at the sentiment, even though she didn't think Vanessa could have anything to do with it. She met Vanessa in the library, ignoring Mrs. Buch's stern librarian glare from where she perched behind the entrance counter, as always. Vanessa waved her over from her seat at one of the large tables in the far corner. "Gosh, I thought I was getting better at this," she chuckled to herself, fighting the yarn with the hook. "I'm obviously just dreadful. Perhaps I should go back to felting." "Well, do you enjoy felting?" Marjorie asked. "There's no shame if you prefer it. You can still make some lovely things." "I suppose so, yes," Vanessa said, her brow furrowing as she lost control of the knot again. "But it's in vogue at the moment, isn't it, crochet? I just hoped it would be simpler." Marjorie smiled. "Yes, well, even if you're used to knitting, it's not quite that simple, really, like having to relearn to ride a bike and backward." They both chuckled, and Marjorie continued the lesson until Vanessa could do a reasonable slipknot and had almost completed an entire square. It was odd to watch her, Marjorie thought. It seemed as though Vanessa knew the steps, but couldn't get her fingers to do what she wanted. More than once, Vanessa threw the yarn down in annoyance, glaring at it as though she expected it should know what to do. "How are you finding all the changes at the school?" Vanessa asked her, her face the picture of innocence. Marjorie searched it for malice anyway, finding none. "I'm not sure about the new delivery company," Marjorie said, deciding honesty was the best policy. After all, it wasn't anything she hadn't already told Miss Cooper to her face. "I suppose there's bound to be teething issues, though. I've always used the same suppliers." "Miss, the jacket potatoes are really soggy," one particularly brave student had complained, leading to an onslaught of complaints from others, emboldened by their actions. Finally, there were far too many for Marjorie to note down in her mind without a pen. In truth, she knew the potatoes were soggy, because they had come pre-cooked from the delivery company. Marjorie couldn't understand how they were saving any money, and the quality of food seemed to be suffering greatly. Vanessa hummed softly in agreement, fiddling with the yarn as Marjorie told her all this. I understand that must be difficult, Vanessa said with a sigh. I'm sure it will work out, though. She's a bit funny about how she does things sometimes, but it always ends up for the better. She just doesn't respond very well to face-to-face chats. I think she finds them a bit intimidating. Marjorie nodded, not knowing what else to say. They fell silent for a moment as Vanessa continued to try to crochet, and Marjorie turned her head to watch the rain pounding against the library windows. "Oh, I've got a good idea," Vanessa said, suddenly lurching to pull something out of her handbag. "You could always email her if anything else comes up. Give her a logical list of things that have gone wrong and what we could do to fix them. She'll like that. Promise." Marjorie took the card Vanessa handed her and turned it over to read the small font. It had an email address underneath the name J. Cooper. "That's her less formal line," Vanessa told her. "She doesn't always see her school emails. Too busy, you know. And she's usually a lot more relaxed via email. You might get a better response." Marjorie knew it must be nearly time for the governor's meeting to begin when she saw Mrs. Buch glaring at them from in between the library shelving units. "Are you going to the governor's meeting, Miss Martin?" Marjorie asked the woman as they packed up their hooks and yarn. Marjorie had had to bring a separate bag of books with her and felt grateful that Vanessa had taken a few of them off her hands. She noticed, as they got up from their seats, that Vanessa was wearing quite large shoes. Marjorie was surprised by that. Vanessa wasn't very tall, which Marjorie had always associated with bigger feet. She wondered briefly how big Miss Cooper's feet were, and decided that she and Clementine would have to find out. The footprints leading through the shop to the outside were tiny, rivaling even her and Clementine's shoes for small feet. "Marjorie, you've got to remember to call me Vanessa," Vanessa said, smiling at her, as she gathered her canvas bag and hefted it onto her shoulder. "But yes, unfortunately I am going to the meeting." She groaned at the confession. "Janet said we have to go, especially as we settle in." "Janet?" Marjorie asked. Vanessa shook her head. "Oh, sorry, she's probably Miss Cooper to you," she said. "But I'll call her by her first name when we aren't at meetings, you know? We've worked together a long time, you know how it is." Marjorie did know. She couldn't have ever imagined calling their former kitchen manager by her surname, or worse, chef, though she supposed Caroline probably would have been absolutely thrilled by that. In Marjorie's opinion, the title would have held no weight with the amount of pre-made food Caroline had brought in. She could have rivaled Miss Cooper with her love of pre-packaged chicken. "Anyway, we always go to the governor's meetings," Vanessa explained, "though I don't know how many of them there'll be." "What do you mean?" Marjorie asked, feeling as though she must sound very boring and unable to hold a conversation. "Well, we don't always stay places long," Vanessa said. They walked through the library and out of the double doors. Mrs. Buch slammed them shut behind them, already in her summer coat. She scuttled away as quickly as her legs would carry her, leaving Marjorie and Vanessa to watch on in bafflement. "We usually just stay as long as the school needs us," Vanessa told Marjorie, as they wandered leisurely towards the school hall. "But I think Janet wants to stay here. She likes the idea of it. She can see the school has potential. And between me and you, I think the governors are keen for her to stay, especially over James Barrow." Marjorie bit her tongue to keep from saying something about how the headmaster had done a fine job for decades. It wouldn't do to aggravate Vanessa, not when she was supposed to be finding out information for Rose and the other teachers to take Miss Cooper down. Besides, even the dinner lady team had admitted among themselves that things had been running a lot more smoothly lately. Marjorie was even finding the addition of the computer system more of a help than a hindrance. The system was linked to the till, and now that she'd started putting her stocktake numbers into it, it was proving itself useful. It was quite good for seeing what sandwiches hadn't been bought and what needed ordering to restock the vending machines. She knew that Mrs. George and the rest of the department heads were glad of it too. It meant that they could go to the school's interweb and order tea trolleys for governors' meetings, and after-school refreshments if they were required. Marjorie sort of wished she'd taken it up before. James never pushed for innovation, content for everything to stay as it was. But Marjorie had been wondering recently if that was a good thing, especially now that Ms. Cooper was doing things differently. Her methods seemed strict from the outside, but the school did seem calmer. The students even lined up politely at lunchtime, forming an orderly queue that ran from the hot counter to the hall outside the canteen. There was also a noticeable amount less shoving and pushing. "Do you think you'll stay on with her if she does?" Marjorie asked, trying to sound light and carefree, but also wishing that Rose and Mrs. Winkle had given her a script to follow while she probed Vanessa for answers. Marjorie noticed that Vanessa walked with a peculiar gait, but tried not to stare. It was as though she were picking her feet up very deliberately. Her posture was immaculate, as straight as a board, but it didn't look very natural. Perhaps she had hurt her foot recently. Marjorie sometimes found walking difficult at the end of a long week. Her kitchen shoes were heavy, and sometimes the balls of her feet would ache under the pressure. "I'm not sure," Vanessa said with a grimace. "I like a busier life, you know. Dewstow, well, there isn't much going on." "No," Marjorie said agreeably. There wasn't much going on. Vanessa was right. Marjorie and Clementine found that sort of life endearing, soothing even, but Marjorie could see why others might not feel the same way about it. "Well, apart from all the unexpected deaths," Vanessa said. "I know you were friends with that man who died. I am sorry." "That's all right," Marjorie said. "It was quite a shock." "I'm sure it was," Vanessa said. "I heard," Marjorie began, wondering how to ask what she needed to. Vanessa eyed her expectantly. "Well, we heard that there was an argument between the governors and Ms. Cooper before Mr. Fitzgerald died. We heard that he was involved in it all." Vanessa nodded. "I heard that too. I can't really tell you anything about it, though. I wasn't there." "Oh?" "Yeah, I was getting ready for the meeting and missed all the fun," Vanessa said with a smile. "I think it all boiled down to Miss Cooper refusing to pay for new textbooks. She reasoned it was Mr. Barrow's fault that the students hadn't returned them the year before, and so she didn't think it should come out of this year's budget." That couldn't possibly be what they'd been arguing about, Marjorie thought. It was too small an issue. The other governors had been known to have heated discussions over the very mention of changing the school uniform policy, but Marjorie didn't think Mr. Fitzgerald would have argued with the new head over something so small. He had always been the voice of reason that kept it all together, and Marjorie had always seen him as quite unflappable. It would not be like him to lose his cool unnecessarily. Vanessa reached out a friendly arm to pat Marjorie's own. Clementine, who was waiting outside the hall with the tea trolley, waved over at them. The rest of the governors and teachers were already assembled, waiting for the meeting to start. Marjorie could see Ms. Cooper glaring at her and Vanessa from the window as they approached. "I'd best go in," Vanessa said with a sigh. "Wish me luck. I hope we get stuck going on about something less boring than recycling and playground furniture." And with that, she rushed into the hall. The door swung shut heavily behind her with a thump. "Come on," Clementine said, once Marjorie had made her way over. "Pop your things on the bottom of the trolley, and we'll chuck the tea and coffee in there. Then we can go and have a nice break. Ooh, and maybe a biscuit." They wheeled the trolley on its precarious, wobbly wheel into the hall, ignoring the dull chatter coming from the table. Mr. Bull was giving a long speech about the direction the school choir was going in and how it was going to ruin Summerview School's chance of a medal in the long run. Marjorie and Clementine wheeled the trolley to its usual spot by the window, where they began busily removing the flasks of tea and coffee and the biscuits from it, arranging them nicely on the table next to the fire escape. They had just finished arranging the single-serve sugar sachets next to the display of plastic teaspoons and laying the packets of biscuits in perfect concentric circles when there was a loud bang on the fire escape door. The bang was so loud it made Marjorie grasp for her chest. She looked over at the door and saw that it was rattling as someone banged against it outside. "It's me!" a voice cried from the other side of the door. Marjorie thought it sounded quite familiar. "Let me in!" The group of governors had all turned their heads to stare at the fire escape too. Miss Cooper tried to wave them all back to focus on their talk. "Ignore that," she said. "Let's get on with it. We can't be having latecomers to our meetings. Whoever it is will have to explain themselves afterwards." Clementine had already reached forward to push the fire escape door hinge. As it opened, Rose rushed into the room. Her hair was wet, that silver bob no longer pristine, now sticking to her scalp. Her suit jacket was soaked through from the shower of rain, and Jason, who she held under her arm, looked just as bedraggled. She entered the room in a soggy pile and immediately turned to point a finger at Miss Cooper. "You!" she barked. "You locked me out! What's the meaning of this?" Rose took several steps forward until she was level with the table. Jason began to growl, and Marjorie craned her neck to see what had upset him. He began to try to escape from the safety of Rose's arms, stretching out his little neck to try and growl closer at Tilly, who looked horrified. Vanessa, who was sitting next to Tilly, but out of reach of the dog, didn't seem surprised. "That dog really doesn't like you, Tilly," she said. Tilly slid backward on the chair to move away from Jason's wrath. Vanessa followed suit to give her room. "Why did you lock me out?" Rose asked again. "My pass was gone from my bag." "I can assure you, Mrs. Smith, that I have nothing to do with your pass going missing," Miss Cooper said, her face stern and her voice icy. Marjorie almost felt a chill breeze run through the hall at the coolness of it. "Now, either you settle down and take a seat, or you leave. Whichever you choose, you must calm your dog. You're very lucky I haven't banned him from the building." "You just want to try to stop me meddling in your plans," Rose spat, jabbing a finger towards Miss Cooper, stabbing the air. "Well, I'm here now, and you can't stop me. You can take my job away, but you can't take my position of governor. There has to be a mutual vote to retire a member." "You have one more chance," Miss Cooper said calmly. She stood and gestured to the last empty seat at the table. "Take a seat, please, and we'll hear no more of it. Or else we might have to have that vote you speak of." Marjorie watched as Rose put all the dots together in her head. She must have realised that if she was going to have any control over anything at the school, then she would have to sit at the meeting and pretend that she wasn't furious. Rose stormed around to the other side of the table and sat down on the chair, her jacket dripping rainwater onto the floor. She put Jason on her lap, where he immediately settled as soon as Tilly was out of his line of sight. Now that Rose was defeated, Miss Cooper restarted the meeting, leaving the rest of the governors in a tense silence. Rose didn't look up at all as Marjorie and Clementine rushed to place the last kettle of water out on the table and began to wheel the trolley out of the hall. Rose stared down at Jason, but Marjorie could tell she was seething. They managed to get the trolley out of the hall and down the corridor before they turned to each other with shocked expressions. "What on earth was that about?" Marjorie asked Clementine, who shook her head in bafflement. "Who knows?" Clementine said. Do you think Miss Cooper really locked her out? How did she lose her door pass otherwise? Maybe she dropped it, Marjorie suggested, remembering that Rose had lost her pass once before. She had been much more careful with it over the last few years, though, keeping it on the lanyard around her neck, like so many others did. Marjorie and Clementine themselves wore it that way, on their Summerview School Estate staff lanyards. Marjorie looked over at Clementine's. It hung loosely around her neck and showed her ID photograph and name. We all wear them, Marjorie thought to herself. It would be unusual to take it off during the workday. She knew already that her curiosity would lead to asking Rose how she thought she had lost it, and she regretted even knowing anything about it already. Rose had misplaced her pass before, and that had ended just as badly. "Forget about that," Clementine said, as they escaped into the relative safety of the canteen kitchen. They would hide here for the next hour or so, until the governors had left, and then they would go down to the hall to pick up the empty flasks and clear up the empty packets of biscuits. "Did you see him?" "Who?" Marjorie asked her, wishing that Clementine might one day remember that they weren't one sentient entity, but two separate brains functioning alone. "Mr. Boole," Clementine said. "You can't tell me you didn't see—" "Well, of course I saw Mr. Boole," Marjorie snapped, suddenly feeling very tired and not wanting to hear whatever strange piece of gossip Clementine had probably picked up from the cleaning staff. "He was leading the meeting, wasn't he? Blathering on about pencils or whatever." "His waistcoat," Clementine said, her eyes lighting up triumphantly. "Did you see his waistcoat?" "No," Marjorie said. She took a seat on one of the plastic canteen tables and waited for Clementine to continue. Clementine looked around for eavesdroppers, but they were alone in the silent canteen. "It was missing a button or two," she said. "All right," Marjorie said, wondering where this was going. "A purple button," Clementine told her, waving her hand frantically, willing Marjorie's brain to catch up with her own. Marjorie gasped. "You can't mean—" "Yes," Clementine said. "I'm sure of it. The same kind of purple buttons from Mr. Fitzgerald's and the hall." "With the flower?" "With the flower." Chapter 13. "Rain again! Christ! It'll be a real Noah's Ark situation around here soon." Kerry-Ann grinned at them both as she opened the door to find them standing on her doorstep, their coats dripping with rainwater. "You both all right? What are you doing here? It's Friday night, innit? Why aren't you down at the bingo or the pub or whatever? And where's Jason?" "Unfortunately, Kerry-Ann, the bingo will have finished hours ago," Clementine said sadly. "But Rose is looking after Jason just now. Is Simon in? We've got something to tell him." "Yeah, he got in not long ago," Kerry-Ann said, stepping back to let them into the house. "Come on in. Don't worry about your shoes. I'm not a psychopath like Rose. Imagine having all white carpet. She's just asking for trouble." They followed her into the combination living and dining room, where Simon sat eating at the table. It was a soft, cosy room, and had touches of their lives everywhere. Marjorie remembered how excited Kerry-Ann had been when they'd got the lease agreement, their first family home. The landlord had let her paint the walls, as long as she returned them to the boring, bland beige they had originally been when she left. Kerry-Ann had spent weeks picking paints out from colour charts. Through the open archway, the living room was a millennial explosion, all mustard yellows and sage greens. The velvet sofa was the centrepiece, sitting across from the modern built-in fireplace. The baby's things were scattered all over the place, in a way that was comforting to Marjorie. She always enjoyed seeing a life being lived. Canvas photographs of Kerry-Ann, Simon and the baby hung on each wall of the dining room. Through the doorway into the kitchen, Marjorie could see the stick-on hexagonal tiling that Carrie-Anne had bought from Amazon was now lining the walls.
"Nick's already up in his cot,"
Carrie-Anne said, seeing Marjorie admiring the photographs and gesturing to the ceiling with her head. The baby monitor sat in front of her, Nicholas sleeping soundly on the screen.
"And he could sleep through a thunderstorm anyway. We've been well lucky. I have to lie at my mummy-baby group and say he screams all the time so the other mums don't feel bad. Well, I did when it was on. The town hall's having a new roof, so they've stopped it for now."
"There's no baby group there anymore?" Marjorie asked.
"No, there's hardly anything now,"
Carrie-Anne said sadly.
"But at least I don't have to lie any more. Chantelle's baby never stops crying. He's got colic, he has. But she's always asking me for advice, and I don't have any. Nick only wakes up in the night for a feed, and then he goes straight back off."
She turned to Simon, her face suddenly the picture of alarm.
"We can't have another one, Si. That's when it'll all go wrong. He'll be the baby that tricks us into having another baby.
Sometimes I think he can't possibly be related to me. I'm a terrible sleeper, always have been. I need, like, white noise and lavender and all sorts to sleep. Once I just cut a load of lavender from that bush outside Rosie's house and stuffed it in my pillow. But it kept waking me up, tickling my nose." Simon grinned at her, and Marjorie smiled at the two of them in return. There was something lovely about visiting Carrie-Anne and her family in their own home. They had watched Carrie-Anne grow over the years, from the young woman who had started in the Summerview School canteen nearly a decade ago to the confident mother she was now. Marjorie felt very protective over her somehow, still. "Are you okay?" he asked, turning to Marjorie and putting down his knife and fork on his finished plate. "What's going on?" Marjorie and Clementine sat at the shiny table at the other side from Carrie-Anne and Simon. Carrie-Anne had stopped burning incense when she got pregnant, but the house still had a lovely calming smell wafting through it. Possibly the remnants of Rose's stolen lavender, Marjorie thought with a smile. "We were at the governor's meeting tonight," Clementine said, "and we saw, well, I saw, that Mr. Bull was wearing a waistcoat with the same buttons as the one you found in the hall and at Mr. Fitzgerald's." Clementine rushed the words so that they all came out in a babble. Simon seemed to understand her well enough, his eyebrows raising all the way up to his hairline. "That's something then, isn't it?" he said, his brow furrowing. "Okay, right. Let's think what to do next. I always try to think what Nigel would do in this situation." "Should we call him?" Marjorie suggested. Simon shook his head. "Probably best not to risk it at this stage," he said with a sigh. "Tell me more about the button, and hopefully we can think of something. I should call Mark, really."
"Yeah, what button was it?"
Carrie-Anne asked, joining the investigation as Marjorie hoped she would. "Purple and flower-shaped," Clementine told her.
"Flower like for baking, or like for looking at?"
Carrie-Anne asked. Clementine was stunned into silence for a moment. It was an unusual feat. "Definitely for looking at." "The haberdashery in town sells stuff like that," Marjorie said, feeling her brain finally wake up after what felt like a year asleep. "Not flower-shaped buttons, just normal flower-shaped buttons and other bits and bobs." "Maybe we should go and chat with the owner then," Clementine suggested. "See if we can get them to tell us something about it." "Do you think we could get them to talk to us about Mr. Boole?" Marjorie asked.
"I'm sure you could,"
Carrie-Anne shrugged.
"You've asked people weirder questions and got answers out of them, haven't you?"
"Yes, but two flappers do not necessarily make a pair of wings, Carrie-Anne," Clementine said, reaching across the table and patting her on the hand. "We've had just as many conversations where we've been told to get lost and never return." It was true that they didn't have a perfect track record of success during an investigation, Marjorie thought, but it usually worked out okay, and they owed it to themselves to try. Simon had been looking off into space. Marjorie could tell that he was thinking, though she didn't know what until he turned to look at her. He tapped his fingers on the table lightly, as if it was helping him process his thoughts.
I heard there was a load of drama at that governor's meeting tonight, Kerry-Ann said, changing the subject. Did you see that Seren messaged our dinner ladies group chat? She said Rose is on the warpath. Is it true? Did Miss Cooper really lock her out?
We're not sure, Marjorie said. It's hard to tell. Rose has lost her past before, hasn't she?
You don't reckon that Miss Cooper knows about Rose's little entire school meetings? Kerry-Ann asked with a brow raised.
She hasn't been subtle about them, has she? Marjorie grimaced.
No, and she's been well rude lately, Kerry-Ann said. When I was up there the other day, we had a chat. I didn't know who some 90s band was, and she snapped,
"Well, we remember Vivaldi and Mozart, don't we?" at me, before she stormed off.
You can't compare a song about washing your face in a sink to Mozart, can you?
Marjorie smiled at Kerry-Ann's pitch-perfect impression of Rose. "Did you find the CCTV?" Simon asked, leaning closer, eager to hear what they had discovered. "No," Marjorie confessed, feeling her face flush. "We got the door open, but there was a safe inside, and it needs a combination to unlock it." "Oh, right," Simon said, his brow furrowing. "You could hire a locksmith. There's a good one in town, I think. Dave something. He's a bit weird, and I don't really like how quickly he can open doors, but I try not to get involved. Actually, we probably shouldn't bring anyone else into this. I might be able to get a lock-breaking kit from work, but I'd have to sign it out, and then there'd be questions." "My original plan with the big saw still seems the best," Clementine said brightly. "Or we could smash it open." Marjorie shook her head, wondering how they'd managed to lift a sledgehammer, let alone open a safe with it. Maybe they could drop it out of the first-floor window and watch it careen to the ground below. But she didn't think either of them would be able to heft it up far enough to do such a thing. And, of course, a thing like that would go wrong. There would certainly be notice from other townspeople if a safe crashed into the high street, even if they did it in the dead of night. That, and whatever was inside it, might be fragile enough to break during the collision. "You'd break whatever's inside it, probably," Simon said. "It might not be the CCTV. Like you said, there was an entire room of it. He might have destroyed it all. We should prepare for that. Do you think you could get me a sample of that button from the haberdashery? I can match it to the one we found at the shop. That might be a direction to go if we manage to get the safe open and it's not the CCTV. Marjorie and Clementine nodded that they could. It seemed as good a plan as any. "Let's go back tomorrow and have another rummage around," Clementine said, giving Marjorie a reassuring squeeze on her shoulder. "I know we looked top and bottom, but it can't hurt to go over it again." "All right," Marjorie agreed. "We'll go very early, and then when the haberdashery opens, we'll pop in for a chat with the owner." "That sounds like a plan," Clementine said. "It's not over yet, is it?" She looked over to Kerry-Ann and Simon, who nodded back. Chapter 14. Marjorie couldn't sleep, which wasn't a rarity for her, and hadn't been for quite some time. Usually, she would force herself to stay in bed with her eyes firmly closed to see if she could force the rest to come, as though it were a thing you could bargain with. Tonight, no compromise could be reached. Worse still, it was Saturday morning, so there was no need for her to be awake early. She could sleep in as late as she wanted, if she was able to. This fact seemed even more upsetting somehow. At least on a school day there was plenty to do, but this was the weekend, and they hadn't got any closer to finding Mr. Fitzgerald's code. It all seemed a little futile. She looked over to the alarm clock on her bedside table, reading the glowing numbers that said 4 o'clock, and rubbed a hand over her sore, tired eyes. Beside her, Clementine was sleeping soundly, with Pumpkin curled up next to her. Marjorie gave them both a fleetingly jealous once-over as she sat up. How lovely it would be to be able to sleep like the cat, who seemed to do nothing but snooze. She decided finally that, as it was the weekend anyway, she would have time to nap later, although she knew that she wouldn't. Instead, she might doze in front of the television in the late afternoon before dinner, and then go to bed much too early, doomed to repeat the cycle of waking at 4 in the morning. The women in her family were plagued by insomnia. At least, that was the way her mother had always told it anyway. Her mother had once completed an entire Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night puzzle while she was supposed to be sleeping, so it must have been true for her, too. Marjorie had always wondered if it was a genetically provable curse, or whether they all just wore their stress and anxieties as a switched-on light bulb in the front of their minds, the glow illuminating all their past mistakes and future worries. She knew that was often the reason for her own lack of sleep. She got out of bed, pulled her dressing gown down from behind the bedroom door and put it on. Jason had woken some time in between her opening her eyes and getting out of bed, and had climbed out of his little dog bed, which lay on the floor by the window. Now, watching her, he stretched. Marjorie tottered downstairs into the living room with the dog at her heels. She didn't bother to turn the hallway light on, finding her way by memory. Crinkles had been sleeping on the sofa, but she meowed when she saw them both and got up so Marjorie could stroke her head. "This doesn't mean an early breakfast," she told the cat. Crinkles stared at her like she knew exactly what had been said and was incredibly offended by it. Marjorie sat down on the sofa next to the cat, and Jason sat down by her feet. She wondered what to do now, what she could do to fill the time. She could pick up her crochet, or finish her jigsaw puzzle that was sitting safely on the tray on the little living room table, but none of those ideas seemed to appeal to her. She took Mr. Fitzgerald's other key out of the coffee table drawer and laid it on the table in front of her, scrutinizing it carefully. It was a plain, silver key, just as it always had been, and no new information jumped out at her, though she strained her mind for anything that might help. She thought she sort of recognized it from somewhere, but she couldn't say where. The shape seemed oddly familiar, but when she turned it over, there were no marks or letters to help her. It didn't look like a house key. It wasn't quite the right shape, and they'd already tried it in every door in Mr. Fitzgerald's shop to no avail. She put the key back safely into the drawer, then noticed the envelope Mr. Fitzgerald had sent them in lying at the bottom. She had opened the seal gently to reveal the keys on the day Simon had secretly dropped it off. Usually, she would have put the envelope straight into the paper recycling, but because it was a lovely thick envelope, she had deemed it worth keeping, thinking it might be good to send a card or something else that needed the structural support. She looked inside the envelope again, just in case they had missed another key, feeling a bit foolish as she did so. She realized as she did that there was writing scrawled on the inside of the envelope. Marjorie nearly dropped it back into the drawer in surprise, suddenly feeling frightened. The note could either move their investigation along, or be something simple and useless, an old shopping list, or a return address. Sometimes it was better not to know. There was no disappointment then. It was the middle of the night, though, and the sun hadn't even started to rise yet. Marjorie found herself feeling a peace within the darkness, and a bravery that wasn't always there during the daytime. She reached for the envelope, tearing it gently, revealing the writing on the inside, realising, as she did so, that it was obvious that Mr. Fitzgerald had stuck it back together himself. There was glue residue on the joins of the envelope. Marjorie began to read.
Dearest Marjorie and Clementine, if you're reading this, my darlings, then you will know I'm dead. Woo!
Marjorie almost put the envelope in the recycling at that. Nothing could ever be simple with Mr. Fitzgerald, even in death. Instead, she tutted and shook her head, and then continued to read.
I do apologise, my dears, for any upset caused by my demise. I had hoped it wouldn't be for a while, but unfortunately I can see Death's skeletal hand tapping on my doorway. Sometimes I think, oh, don't be stupid, Timothy. That's just Mrs. Pruitt, who runs the shop opposite. But at this very moment in time, I do think there's more to it. Of course, I'm getting on a bit now, but I'm also as fit as a fiddle. It's all those stairs in the shop. I fear my demise won't be pretty or delicate, so you'll understand why I want you to have access to my things. There is, of course, the matter of the police. They will probably search the shop for certain things. You know what sort. But they won't find them. They're in a safe place.
Marjorie felt like kicking herself. They knew that Mr. Fitzgerald must have left them some information. It was in his nature. She wished that they'd thought to check the envelope sooner.
There's something I need to tell you. I've always really wanted to confess, but didn't know how. You must know how awful I feel about it, and it's finally time to come clean.
Marjorie gasped as she read, putting a hand over her mouth. Clem? She called, standing up. Jason jolted upright with a start. Marjorie rushed upstairs as fast as she could possibly go. Clem, you'll want to see this.
What's happened?
Clem asked with a gasp as Marjorie ran into the bedroom, her voice full of sleep. Just read this, Marjorie said, thrusting the envelope to her. Clementine rubbed her eyes, reaching over to her bedside table to put her glasses on. Marjorie read the envelope over her shoulder as Clementine mumbled the words out loud. My dearest Clementine, she read, it brings me great dismay to tell you that I was the original glitterer. Marjorie and Clementine shared a surprised look. Clementine continued to read aloud, louder this time. I'm so sorry, my dear. I know that yourself and the rest of the village thought that your mother must have been the glitterer because the attacks stopped when she died. But alas, it was me all along. Mrs. Butcher's death was the perfect cover-up. One, because I'd incidentally run out of glitter a few days before, and two, because your mother enjoyed everyone thinking it was her. She never did deny it, Marjorie said, observing Clementine's shocked face. She was easy to frame. Clementine began to read the rest of the letter, especially after the incident at the Itten Vale School summer fete. I don't know what she was thinking, letting the Shetland ponies loose, but it took the Itten Vale stable staff hours to gather them all back in their pen, and one of them ate all the lettuce growing in the school allotment. Marjorie looked over at Clementine, who was shaking her head. But the smile that had formed on her face lit the room as brightly as the bedside lamp. I knew Mum wasn't the glitterer, Clementine said, handing the envelope back to Marjorie. I looked for glitter every time we visited and never found any. Where did you get this? It's the envelope the keys came in, Marjorie explained, taking the letter from her and showing Clementine the other side of the paper where their names were written. She read on to the next paragraph. The writing was even harder to read. Mr. Fitzgerald had obviously struggled to fit all he wanted to say on the inside of the envelope. Marjorie briefly wondered how he had stuck it back together so neatly after taking it apart, and why he had bothered with the secrecy at all. She didn't think many people in town would care if he had been the person sending parcels of glitter to people. It had been such a long time ago that most people would be able to see the funny side now. She carried on reading.
There's something else as well. Obviously, you will have the keys if you're reading this, and you will probably guess very quickly what one is for. The other is a surprise for you. I daren't say more, lest I give it away. As for the safe place, well, to access it, you might need to look a little closer to the ground. I know you've probably had a collarful by now, but just trust me with this. Also, and I know that Ethan will ask this of you in person, please could you make sure Jason is looked after? I know you might not have spare space for him with the cats, but if you could find him somewhere to go with someone nice, where he can live out his later years, I'd be ever so grateful. He's getting on a bit too now, and I'd dread for him to suffer in his last years. I know you'll do the right thing. Thank you both. Kindest of all the regards, and the very best of wishes, Timothy.
A little bit closer to the ground, Marjorie said out loud. Clementine took the letter back and began to read the ending paragraph. Marjorie couldn't work out what he had meant by that phrase. Did the shop have some sort of secret basement that would contain the means to open the safe? It couldn't possibly have a basement. If it ever had one, it must have been filled in a long time ago. The entire area was a flood risk, which made basements a very risky proposition. It hadn't flooded for quite some time, since the river defences had been put in, but she remembered as a child walking past all the shops with their sandbags propped against the doors outside. The only place she knew that still had a basement was the Bell and Hope pub, but she was sure that she had heard that there was substantial water damage to it going back centuries that each subsequent landlord would patch up with new plaster. It was an entire conversational point in the lower half of Dewstow. When Seren had tried to get insurance for her house by the river, she had needed to pay for special flood coverage that had cost more than all her new furniture put together. The dinner ladies still talked about it sometimes, and it had been well over a year since Seren moved in. Clementine's phone bleeped, and she groaned, looking over at it. Oh, for God's sake! Why does Maria only message at stupid times in the morning? I know France is an hour ahead, but really— Marjorie shook her head. She didn't know why Clementine's sister did anything, and she didn't hold much hope in ever finding out. She reached down to give Jason a gentle pat on the head where he sat by her feet. Her brain snapped awake as soon as she touched the soft, leather collar around his neck. She snatched her hand back as if it had burnt her. Jason flinched in surprise. "Sorry," she whispered to the dog, who settled down again by her feet. Pumpkin watched them both with great interest from the top of the chest of drawers. "Clem," Marjorie said, "what do you think he meant by a collarful?" "No idea," Clementine said, dropping her phone on the duvet cover so she could rub her eyes again. "Probably something mad and strange." Marjorie reached out her hand again and had a better look at the collar around Jason's neck. It wasn't the one that he always used to wear, the glittery diamante thing that Kerry Ann had made years before. This collar was dreadfully plain in comparison. Marjorie hadn't even really noticed with all the other things that were going on. Perhaps her brain had just stupidly assumed that Jason was in mourning, so of course he'd wear a plain collar. She reached for the safety clasp on the back of it and undid it, sliding it off his neck. Clementine would have told him he was naked if she wasn't so tired, Marjorie thought stupidly, holding the collar up to look for any discrepancies. There was nothing particularly interesting about the front, but as she turned it over, she realized that there were numbers embossed into the soft leather of the inside. 4 numbers. Just like the safe combination. Chapter 15. I think, and hear me out now, Marjorie, I think we should smash through the floor with a sledgehammer to see if there is a basement, Clementine announced loudly with a grin the minute they arrived on the shop floor. You know, just in case. I've always wanted a basement so I could put a drum kit down there. Obviously, I don't know how to play the drums yet, Marjorie, but how hard could it be? You go right ahead, Marjorie smiled, putting the dog down on the floor from where he had been sitting in her arms for the journey. Jason and I will have a nice cup of tea instead. Even under the cloak of tiredness, they were both in good spirits. When Marjorie had found the safe code on the collar, Clementine had whooped and called her the cleverest person alive, and pulled her into an embrace which had made Marjorie blush like they were newlyweds, and not like a couple who had been together since the early 80s. They hadn't hung around at home for long after that. Following a quick breakfast of tea and toast, they had rushed down to the shop to try the code on the dog's collar, hoping it would open the safe. Mr. Fitzgerald had told them as much in his letter. Marjorie only wished they had read it earlier. It was exciting to be able to do something useful for once, to be involved in something that might have the answers. They rushed up the stairs, Jason bounding after them. Clementine pulled the mirror back, the door swinging open with ease, to reveal the safe still hidden behind it. Marjorie took Jason's collar off and read the numbers out as Clementine inputted them into the combination lock. "It's 1379, she called. The safe lock clicked open, and Clementine turned to look at Marjorie with wide eyes after she glanced inside. Then she pulled the door open for Marjorie to see, revealing a laptop charger, and a nondescript pile of papers. For a moment, they both stood and stared. Then Clementine reached out to grab the computer. Marjorie picked up the pile of papers and read the top one. It was a handwritten envelope addressed to Mr. Fitzgerald. She opened it and read the contents. It was from Mr. Boole, and contained a cheque made out to Mr. Fitzgerald. "Come on," Clementine said, rushing over to the desk in what used to be the secret room. She reached down and plugged the laptop in under the desk with difficulty, and then put it down on the desk. There was a post-it note with a list of letters written on it stuck to the top, and Marjorie removed it before Clementine opened the lid. The computer whirred as it was woken from its slumber, obviously unhappy to be booted up. Marjorie didn't blame it. Her eyes still burnt from exhaustion. She had hoped that whatever they found in the safe would help her to sleep easier that night, but now they had made it this far, she wasn't sure that would be the case. The computer screen flickered into life, revealing a login page with Mr. Fitzgerald's name already inputted. "It needs a password," Clementine groaned. "Gosh, whatever could that be? Maybe Jason? I'll try Jason, and then a 1. "Do you think this is the password?" Marjorie asked, showing her the long line of letters from the post-it. "I wouldn't imagine so," Clementine said, pulling on her reading glasses from around her neck so she could squint down at the small piece of paper with the tiny handwriting. "Passwords are supposed to be fun, aren't they? They're all supposed to be cheesecake with 6 E's and then the number of your favourite house. But we'll try it." She entered the letters slowly and deliberately, and Marjorie held her breath. The laptop pinged with a triumphant noise and opened as Clementine entered the last one. "You were right," Clementine said, grabbing her arm into a hug. "You're ever so clever, Marjorie. Now then, well, what now?" The computer had the normal background Marjorie was used to seeing on their own ancient computer, but she wasn't sure where to go with it now either. "We could try searching for a CCTV program or something," she suggested. Clementine nodded, Her lips pulled tightly as she thought. We could, or we could take it to school and let the Media Studies class have a go of it. Are Media Studies Group B still at school? Marjorie asked. I thought they graduated last year. You might be right there, Clementine said in a small voice. I haven't seen Megan or whatever the other one's name was for ages. Gosh, what shall we do then? Who do we know that knows computers? We can't trust any random students, can we? We could barely trust the ones we knew. Remember when that website they made us turned against us and nearly deleted us from the internet? That's because we didn't pay for the online hosting, Marjorie said, parroting what the Media Studies Group B leader had said when Clementine had confronted her over the hot counter in the canteen. Marjorie wasn't entirely sure what the online hosting was, but it had sounded quite important, and since then they had paid for it. The website remained up, but nothing had come from it yet, so there were no emails to sort through. Clementine had since also made them a Facebook page, advertising their services as Education Centre Nourishment Consultants / Detectives, promising on the About section that they could solve a murder or whip up a nice crumble, whatever was needed most at the time of booking. The price range she had included had also been bizarre. Marjorie wasn't sure anyone would pay more for a crumble than solving a murder, but Clementine had said that they wouldn't know unless it was an option. It hadn't mattered, because they hadn't had any interest in the last few months, not even an email from Mrs. Mugglethwaite asking if they could find a missing clothing item. We could ask Simon to have a look, Marjorie thought out loud. Clementine shook her head. Not yet, Clementine said. I think we should find out what's here first. I think Officer Wilkinson will be watching Simon quite closely, and it might become a bit risky if he has to start dealing with Mr. Fitzgerald's spy cameras. That made a certain amount of sense, Marjorie thought. It would only take one slip-up, and Officer Wilkinson would know all about Mr. Fitzgerald's CCTV cameras, and that they had hidden it from him. He might not have seemed keen to figure out exactly how the man had died, but Marjorie was sure that he would take great pleasure in making their lives very difficult indeed. It was best not to give him the option at all. Well, what about Karen? Marjorie suggested. Remember how she managed to download all the information we needed onto a USB stick? She might know how to access things on here. If we can't trust a member of the dinner lady team, then who can we trust? That's true, Clementine mused. All right, I'll give her a text. Did you want to go up the haberdashery first before we go to see her? Gosh, I hope she's free. What time does park run finish? See if she can meet us after, Marjorie said. Clementine pulled her phone out of the pocket of her comfortable linen trousers. She might be too busy. I doubt it, Clementine scoffed, tapping away at the phone screen. She's probably with Sharon, talking about how they can shave 3 seconds off their personal bests. She was trying to get Sharon to do a green juice cleanse again last week. I don't know if I can cope with them doing it again. They never remembered to wash the blender after. There were always bits of spinach all over the place. They locked the shop back up after putting the laptop into the bag for life. Marjorie always tried to remember to carry with them. You never knew when you might end up in a supermarket, and woe betide you if you didn't have a bag, was Marjorie's motto. The walk up the high street wasn't long, but it involved walking uphill. By the time they had passed by the post office, they needed to stop so Clementine could take her asthma inhaler. Honestly, one day they'll give me a new pair of robotic lungs, Clementine wheezed. Then I can start smoking again. Don't even joke about that, Marjorie said, but she smiled anyway. They sat on the bench outside the post office and looked over the road to the haberdashery. It was a good spot to scope out the comings and goings of the shop without seeming out of place, and the day was bright and clear, one of the last warm days of the year, if the breeze that had begun to pick up was any indication. Marjorie was sure that soon enough Clementine would bring down their winter coats and Christmas decorations from the loft. She never waited longer than the first week of November before she started threatening to bring the tree down. Oh, no! Karen's away till Monday. Clementine said, checking a message that had just arrived on her phone. "She's taken her children to see their grandmother." Marjorie suddenly remembered that Karen had mentioned something about it the day before, but Marjorie had been so worked up in herself she had forgotten all about it. She felt a surge of guilt arrive as Clementine continued. "She said Sharon is furious because she's missed their park run, and she won't be free to do water aerobics tomorrow either. I suppose that solves the answer to if we should go to the haberdashery first, doesn't it?" "It's okay. We'll try to work it out in the meantime," Marjorie reassured her. "And if not, well, we know where Karen works, don't we? She can help us on Monday." The haberdashery didn't look busy. Marjorie supposed that if they ever had a real rush at all, then it would be in the mornings and late afternoons when people would drop off or pick up clothing that they needed mending. Marjorie tended to mend her and Clementine's clothes herself. She hated to throw anything away, so they very rarely visited the haberdashery. If the fabric of a T-shirt or the like ever got too bubbly or old, Marjorie would make it into something else. Their house was drowning under the sheer amount of strangely covered pillows and boxes of decorative bunting that she didn't know quite what to do with. She had, on occasion, visited the store for thread and buttons, but Deusto was lucky enough to also have a shop entirely devoted to crafts, so she always bought her yarn and things like that from there. It was hard to see into the haberdashery from where they were sitting. It was an old building, and the windows sat low on the walls. Eventually, Clementine grew bored of waiting. "Let's go in and have a chat then," she said. Marjorie nodded, but grabbed for Clementine's hand before she could get up. "We need to work out what we're going to say," she said. "We can't just go waltzing in there demanding things." Clementine grimaced. "No, I suppose not. What about if we don't know each other, but we're buying, Christmas gifts for a colleague?" "That might be worth a try if it was nearer December," Marjorie laughed. "I think they might think it's a bit odd at the moment. Gosh, maybe we should just ask if they know where we can get that sort of button." "Oh, yes. And if they know anyone who would wear them," Clementine said, her eyes lighting up in victory. "Then we'll be able to work out if she knows Mr. Boole or not, won't we? I think you ought to take point on this. I don't know much about knitting or sewing or any of the things you're so good at. I'd cut my thumb off with the needle if I had to go, probably." Marjorie agreed. They gathered their things. The laptop felt very heavy in the bag, bashing against her leg as she walked. As they pushed open the heavy shop door, the bell above rang, announcing their arrival. The woman behind the till looked up from the diary she was writing in and smiled at them as they entered the tiny shop floor. "Hi," she said, looking down on them through the half-moon glasses perched on her nose. "Can I help you, or are you just browsing?" She was a short woman who wore a soft-looking pink cardigan that went quite well with her mousy-coloured hair. Marjorie recognised her instantly as the woman who had held Mr. Boole back after the school meeting. Marjorie had assumed that she was Mr. Boole's wife, but you could never be too sure. Marjorie judged that she must be a similar age to them, from the crow's feet settling in the corners of her eyes. She had a kind face, though. Marjorie felt just by looking at her that she was a nice person. Not that Marjorie took that to be the verbatim truth. She was not a psychic, after all. She had been wrong about people so many times before. "Hello," Marjorie said, giving her a weak smile. Clementine was already busying herself by the selections of ribbons, leaving Marjorie to talk to the woman. That was probably for the best, Marjorie thought. Whenever Clementine got involved in any conversations, things seemed to go sideways. Marjorie composed her thoughts. "I'm looking for a certain type of button so I can finish something. Do you have a selection?" It was the right thing to say. The woman rubbed her chin and then got up from her chair at the counter and began to make her way out from behind it. "I've got a lot of buttons," she said. "Let me show you. What sort of thing were you after?" "Ooh, I'm not entirely sure, Marjorie said, as the woman showed her to an even smaller room on the other side of the building. One of the walls was entirely covered in little displays of buttons ranging from very large to very small. It was quite the treasure trove, and made Marjorie wish that she had visited before on better terms. She scanned the piles of buttons, looking for something similar to the button that had been found, and Clementine had seen Mr. Boole wearing, but there were just so many of them. "That is a lot of buttons," Marjorie finally said, stunned into silence at the enormity of the selection. "Well, we've really got to have all sorts of them here," the woman told her. "I run the Dewstow Craft Club on Wednesdays, and I try to include as much choice of material as possible," she sighed. "Well, I did run the club. Of course the town hall is shut at the moment, isn't it?" Marjorie nodded, remembering what Kerry Ann had said about her baby classes. "When is it reopening, do you know?" Marjorie asked, more for the conversation than anything else. She shook her head sadly. "No idea. My hubby tried to get Arthur Mugglethwaite to tell him, but even he doesn't know. Might be years till they can get the funding. But it's been condemned. A crying shame, really. There's not another community space like it here. Anyway, buttons." She gestured to the shelving unit again. "Ceramic, wooden, boring old plastic ones. I've got some William Morris style. Loads, really. What is it you need them for?" "A waistcoat," Marjorie said, her mind going blank for any other article of clothing. The woman's brow furrowed, and for a moment Marjorie wondered if she was onto them. But then her face relaxed. "Is it for a gentleman?" she asked, rummaging through the buttons. "Only I put all sorts on the waistcoats for my husband. He thinks it great fun. Would that be the sort of thing you were after? Something funky, maybe? I used these for a laugh recently, but he really liked them." She pulled out a few of the purple flower buttons, the same as the one that had been found at the crime scene, handing them over to Marjorie, who took them with shaky fingers. Definitely Mr. Boole's wife, then. Mrs. Boole seemed like a decent enough person. Surely she would be shocked to know what her husband had been up to. You didn't threaten a person at a formal meeting or send them threatening letters for no reason at all. "Are you quite all right?" the woman asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "I'm fine," Marjorie said, looking down at the buttons, and knowing that her skin had gone deathly white from the look that Mrs. Boole was giving her. I know your husband." "Oh, right, lovely," Mrs. Boole said, grinning at her. "How do you know him?" Marjorie wasn't entirely sure how to answer that. "He's on the school council," Marjorie finally said. "We work at Somerview in the canteen." "Oh, right," Mrs. Boole said again, nodding in understanding. "He enjoys being on the governing board a bit too much, I think. I always tell him he should just be enjoying his retirement. Though I suppose I'm one to talk, spending all my time in here." She paused, her face falling. "It's a shame about what happened to Timothy." "Did you know Mr. Fitzgerald well?" Marjorie asked, deciding to herself that she would probe for answers gently, not go storming in like Clementine would, though she knew that Clementine was listening around the corner. "Timothy Fitzgerald?" Mrs. Boole asked. "Of course. He used to come to all of our after-parties for the Christmas concert. He'd been involved in the board for years, had practically begged Fred to get involved. Why do you ask?" "I heard they'd had an argument," Marjorie said, "on the afternoon of his death." Mrs. Boole's demeanour changed immediately. "Well, I'm sure you'll understand that's an unfortunate coincidence," she said. "My husband had nothing to do with that. I'm sure you'll find that the police aren't even treating the death as suspicious." "That's true," Marjorie said, nodding, "but I had to ask." "You're Marjorie," Mrs. Boole said, the realization arriving in her eyes as she scanned her up and down. "You're one of the dinner ladies who solve murders, aren't you?" Marjorie nodded. Clementine had overheard the entire conversation and appeared next to her. Mrs. Boole gave her a nod as well. "My husband didn't kill Timothy Fitzgerald," she said. "They were old friends." "Unfortunately, we've met people who've killed their oldest friends," Clementine said. "Well, he didn't," Mrs. Boole snapped. "Then why were they arguing?" Marjorie asked. "There must be a reason." "It was probably something to do with council business," Mrs. Boole said haughtily. "They didn't always see eye to eye." "He punched him," Clementine scoffed. "You don't just punch someone." "At the meeting, Mr. Mugglethwaite said that Mr. Fitzgerald shouldn't have done what he did," Marjorie said, watching Mrs. Boole's face for any signs that she would know what Marjorie was referring to. She spotted a reaction instantly. "Well, he shouldn't have," Mrs. Boole spat. "You don't get to email people that sort of accusation and get away with it." "What accusation?" Marjorie and Clementine asked in unison. "I won't tell you, if you don't already know," Mrs. Boole said, "and you can't make me." "Was he blackmailing your husband?" Marjorie asked, the sharp look on Mrs. Boole's face telling her that was exactly what had happened. Mrs. Boole ignored the question. "Please leave my shop," she said firmly, storming over to the shop door and wrenching it open. "Please, Mrs. Boole," Marjorie begged. "I'm sorry, we didn't mean to upset you. We're trying to help." "Well, what if no one needs your help?" Mrs. Boole snapped. "Have you ever thought about that?" She ushered them outside, leaving them more confused than they had been when they'd entered the shop. The door slammed shut behind them, and Mrs. Boole flipped the welcoming open sign around to the closed side. Marjorie heard the door lock click behind them. They only had time to share a single shocked glance before Mrs. Mugglethwaite was waving them over, which felt like a curse to Marjorie. The woman seemed to follow the movements of anyone who even stepped within an inch of the post office, where Marjorie had expected Martha to be, ladling out gossip with the postage stamps. Instead, Mrs. Mugglethwaite strolled over to them both wearing a coat that seemed much too large for such a warm day. "Hello, both," she said chirpily. She was not enshrined by her loyal cohort of fellow busgoers today. In fact, Marjorie couldn't see Mrs. Redburn anywhere, and she was usually on duty as Mrs. Mugglethwaite's second shadow. "How are you on this fine Deusto day? Well, if we can call it that." She shook her head in a low, swooping way that Marjorie knew meant she wanted them to ask her what she meant. Marjorie decided that she would just say their pleasantries and move on. But before she could do so, Clementine had swallowed and ingested the bait entirely. "What do you mean?" Clementine asked. Marjorie was sure she saw Mrs. Mugglethwaite smile a little under the collar of her giant raincoat. "We've been ever so ill, Arthur and I," Mrs. Mugglethwaite said, with such a dramatic sigh that Rose would certainly have wanted to cast her in one of her plays. "Ill?" Clementine asked, stepping back from her. "What sort of ill?" "Food poisoning," Mrs. Mugglethwaite said, with great emphasis on the word poisoning. "Gastroenteritis," she said, excitedly, pronouncing the word with an unnecessarily ornate elocution. "We ought to send you down to that fish and chip shop to investigate. Dreadful it was. My poor Arthur. He's only just out of bed now, sickened by a battered sausage and struck down in his prime. That's why I'm not at work," she said, ever so smugly. "Ethel is covering for me." She gestured behind her at the large glass frontage of the post office, where Ethel glared out at them all from behind the till. "I had to use a whole week of sick days just to look after him. He's well on the mend now. Keeps wanting to go back to work, but I said, 'Arthur, give it another week. Make sure it's all out of your system. Let's get a few more vitamins in your system before you go back.'" She shook the carrier bag in front of her, which rattled under the force of all the tablets and potions Mrs. Mugglethwaite was going to use to cure her husband. "Gosh," Marjorie said, feeling bad about trying to rush off from her, especially if Mrs. Mugglethwaite and Arthur had truly been ill. None of them were getting younger, and that sort of thing could really knock you off your feet. "I'm sorry to hear that. When did you eat there?"
"On the way back from that council meeting," Mrs. Mugglethwaite explained. "That's why Arthur hasn't been at the school. Hasn't been able to manage it."
"Oh dear," Marjorie said, while Clementine tutted sympathetically. That solved the mystery of why he hadn't been at the governor's meeting the day before. "Wait, when were you ill?" Marjorie asked.
"That afternoon, pretty much as soon as we got home," Mrs. Mugglethwaite said. "It was terrible. I've left them a 1-star review on Facebook, but what can you do?"
"But," Marjorie spluttered, suddenly realising that Simon had told them that Martha Mugglethwaite had called in Mr. Fitzgerald's death as a welfare check. "Didn't you phone the police that evening?"
"The police?"
Mrs. Mugglethwaite asked, her eyebrows jumping up her forehead, and her eyes widening in excitement. Marjorie suddenly wished she hadn't mentioned it.
"No, we didn't speak to the police. What about? The fish shop? Arthur wouldn't let me. He said it wasn't a police matter."
"No, not the fish and chip shop," Marjorie said. She could feel Clementine watching the conversation with interest. "Mr. Fitzgerald dying and that sort of thing."
"Oh, well, we were in bed for the rest of the week, I'm afraid," Mrs. Mugglethwaite said. "We didn't find out about any of it until Fred rang to tell us the next day. He said the police might be in touch, but we didn't hear much more. They did pop in and ask Arthur some strange questions about the council meeting, but nothing really came of it."
That was strange, Marjorie thought, much too strange. Simon had told them with great certainty that Martha Mugglethwaite had been the person to call in a disturbance at Mr. Fitzgerald's shop. Who else could it have been, if not Mrs. Mugglethwaite? Mrs. Mugglethwaite was a terrible gossip, but she wasn't a liar. Marjorie knew that if Martha had been the one to make the phone call, she certainly wouldn't have denied it. In fact, she probably would have tried to get the Deusto Free Press to publish an interview with her. It was amazing that Marjorie and Clementine hadn't suspected Martha hadn't called it in before. Marjorie wondered what they should do next. Either the person calling had pretended to be Martha, or the person answering police calls had been mistaken. Marjorie was sure the former might be true, though she hoped, with all her might, that it was not. Chapter 16. They decided in the end that the best course of action would be to call Nigel. Nigel was Simon's former mentor and had been quite high up in the ranks of Deusto's tiny police department before he had retired last year, although Marjorie and Clementine had sometimes wondered if he'd only risen so highly because of the small size of it. It was surely easier to shine in a very small pond. Clementine rang his number on speakerphone and then placed her mobile in the middle of their kitchen table. They sat and waited while it rang, neither of them feeling like touching the tea and crumpets Clementine had made the second they got home. The crumpets sat drying sadly on the plate next to Marjorie's elbow, the butter disappearing inside them.
"Nigel speaking,"
came the eventual answer. Nigel sounded jovial across the line, and Marjorie was sure she could hear the breeze of the golf course in the background. "Hello, Officer Thomas," Clementine called back.
"Hello, Mrs. Butcher-Baker,"
Nigel said. Marjorie could hear his smile down the phone.
"What can I do for you?"
"We're working on a case," Clementine said, her voice full of pride. "Well, sort of."
"Ah, yes,"
Nigel said, not sounding surprised in the least.
"I heard you might be helping young Simon. What's going on, then? Have you found something out?"
"Was Mary on the phones the night Mr. Fitzgerald died?" Marjorie asked. "Does she know who was, if not?" Nigel's wife had worked at the police station longer than he had, and she was still at it even after he had been retired for a year. If anyone knew who had called in on Mr. Fitzgerald's fatal night, it would be her. "She was?" Nigel said. "Why do you want to know?" Marjorie began to briefly explain the events of the day, but then everything she had discovered came rushing out. How Martha Mugglethwaite hadn't called in the disturbance at the shop, and Mrs. Boole's insistence that her husband had done no wrong, even though the last thing he'd said to Mr. Fitzgerald was threatening and violent. "Well," Nigel said, after taking a moment to take it all in, "she was on shift that night. I know she certainly thought she was speaking to Martha. How odd. I'm out at the moment, but let me find out what I can for you." He rang off, leaving Marjorie and Clementine waiting in anticipation. Marjorie could hardly bear it. They spent most of Sunday pondering who had called the police and trying to figure out what was really on the computer. Marjorie had been too afraid to delve too deeply into it in case they broke something. They had managed not to break it, but it had made what was usually Marjorie's favourite day of the week a tense nightmare. She was almost glad when Monday morning arrived with the dawn, not that she'd had much sleep anyway. It still eluded her. Much as she could sometimes feel it dragging her down, she could never manage to shut off for long. Marjorie wished that scientists could bottle whatever it was that let Clementine sleep soundly, even during a tragedy. The difference between them was, Marjorie thought, as she carefully picked the laptop bag up off the back seat of the car, that Clementine could move on quickly from whatever horror they had seen, and she could not. It was why she was glad there hadn't been any messages through the website trying to hire them for anything grisly. She had seen enough in her lifetime. Still, she reasoned, that hadn't stopped her from immediately jumping into an investigation for Mr. Fitzgerald. Perhaps she would simply have to find a way to compartmentalize whatever horrible thing they saw and move on. Nigel hadn't yet rung back by Sunday evening, which wasn't unusual for him. He would often like to find out all the information before returning a call, but it left Marjorie feeling even more unsettled. The sooner they discovered who'd called in the disturbance, the better. It must have been someone who knew Martha well enough to imitate her voice, and also knew enough about what was going on in the shop to call in the first place. On Monday, they weren't able to ask Karen much about the laptop. Mondays were the busiest of all, and the dinner ladies always had a salad bar to fill from scratch and sandwiches to make. After lunch there was a lull, and Karen joined Marjorie and Clementine in Marjorie's office. "Right," Karen said, slipping on her reading glasses and peering at the screen once Marjorie had turned it on and entered the password, her brow wrinkled in both concentration and amusement. "I'm not sure how easy this'll be, but I'll have a go." "We aren't charging for this case, so we can't afford to pay you for your hacker services," Clementine said sadly. "I don't think you need them," Sharon said with a laugh over Karen's shoulder. She pointed at the screen. "Isn't that the program there?" "Yes, it is," Karen said, clicking the laptop mousepad twice in triumph. "I'll show you how to load it after, ladies, don't worry. It's just this little box on the screen. He's chosen a background the same colour so it blends in a bit." That made sense, Marjorie thought. Mr. Fitzgerald wouldn't have made it too easy to find, even though, she suspected, it would have been cracked within seconds by the police. Karen whistled. "There's a lot on here," she said, her eyes widening. "No wonder he didn't want the police to have it. Look at all these cameras. They're all labelled by location." "Oh, that one's by my house," Sharon gasped from her perch behind her. "Do you think he would have seen the day it snowed and I slid off my doorstep carrying all my shopping? I never got my Satsumas back. They all rolled straight into the drain down the road." "I'm sure he would have saved that one in some special folder or other," Clementine said, seemingly amused, but her mouth was tight-lipped in worry. "Where else does he have cameras? Are there any in the shop?" Yes, but..." Karen said. "When did he die?" After that meeting, you said? Yes, Marjorie said with a nod. That's what the police told us. Well, we'll be lucky if there's much left on here, Karen told her, looking between Marjorie and the screen in worry. I bet he's got it set to delete old footage after a month or something. He must have cameras in the shop. Maybe some of that will help. Oh, yeah, he's got one. Marjorie looked at the screen and watched Karen scroll back through the footage. Most of it looked terribly boring and dusty, just images of the inside of the shop. Is there nothing from the day he died? Marjorie said, feeling her voice rise as a plea. There had to be something. Something that could prove anything either way. When we went to the shop, the CCTV camera was unplugged. I wonder how long it had been unplugged for. It can't have been long, because there's still stuff from that day on here, Karen said with a grin, gesturing for Marjorie and Clementine to look at the screen. OK, so this is from the inside of the shop on the day of that meeting. She played footage from the first video. The angle of the CCTV showed most of the shop floor. It was certainly footage from the camera Marjorie had found unplugged. It showed Mr. Fitzgerald pottering around, unlocking the shop door, telling Jason he was a good boy for helping, and then sitting down in his chair behind the till to eat his customary breakfast bag of skips. Marjorie was glad that Rose had whisked Jason away for another excursion to her drama class, so the sound of his owner's voice wouldn't upset him. She had grown quite fond of the little dog over the years. Mr. Fitzgerald had always had a terrier of some kind in the shop, since seemingly the dawn of time. Marjorie was sure that Rose was taking good care of Jason, though. She had overheard the students gossiping about the new addition to the school concert. Rose must have finally decided on The Wizard of Oz. Marjorie wondered if she had settled on the musical before, or after she found the perfect actor to play Toto the dog. Summerview School had only performed The Wizard of Oz a few years before, but a student had played the part. Rose was obviously going for perfection. I think this is going to take more time than we have, Clementine said, especially with Miss Cooper still hanging around, and we've got to go to the late assembly in a minute. Yeah, I reckon, Karen said, scrolling through the computer program. There's loads here. I'm not even sure where to start. You'll probably have to sit and watch all of it from that day just in case. But that might not even be enough. I reckon whatever happened has been building up for ages and then it all came to a head that day. You're probably right, Marjorie said. Thank you for helping us. No prob, Karen said. Any time. There was a sharp rap on the dry storeroom door that caused them all to jump. Karen slammed the lid of the laptop shut. When Rose poked her head around the door, Marjorie breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry to disturb whatever this is all about, Rose said, looking between them all suspiciously, but I needed to catch you before whatever this assembly is on. Are you sorry? Clementine asked with a grin, never missing the opportunity to wind Rose up. To her credit, Rose managed to ignore her. Meeting, she whispered. Tomorrow after work, 6 o'clock at my house again. Really? Marjorie asked her. Have you discovered something useful? The look on Rose's face told her that she had not, but was desperate enough to try to get everyone back together anyway. Rose disappeared as fast as she had arrived. Marjorie looked up at the clock and found that it was almost 2:30. We'd better go to the assembly, she said. Do we have to? Karen and Sharon asked at once. I don't think we have a choice. Marjorie wasn't sure she liked all these assemblies. They had never had so many when James was in charge. In fact, he had only ever held an assembly when something particularly interesting had happened. Like the day 6 sheep had escaped into the bottom playground, or the morning that the body had been found underneath the school grounds. The hall was already packed by the time the dinner lady team had arrived, which was how they had always liked it. Then they could leave immediately, as the assembly was finishing, citing custard to make and fish fingers to fry. They wouldn't be able to use that as an excuse today, however. It was much too late in the day, and lunch had already been over for an hour. James wouldn't have held an assembly on a random Monday afternoon at all, especially not so late in the day. The dinner ladies finished promptly at 2:30 most days, unless there was an after-school event to prepare for. Marjorie wasn't sure she liked the idea of them all staying on after work hours, especially when they weren't getting paid. She had half a mind to tell Miss Cooper that they would no longer be attending anything after hours, unless they were properly compensated. But she knew that Miss Cooper would probably manage to punish them somehow, in some horrible, unforeseen way. James was here with the other teachers, gathered in the hall. He leaned against the wall with Rose next to him. Jason was in her arms wearing a small jumper. Marjorie wondered if she'd already owned the tiny jumper, or if she'd bought it especially for Jason. A real chicken-and-egg situation. They had been meaning to see if Rose might take him full-time. He seemed perfectly content with her in a way that he couldn't possibly be at Marjorie and Clementine's home with their cats. Miss Cooper waited at the front of the hall, as she had, the last assembly, until the teachers and students fell into a hushed silence of their own accord. On a row of chairs behind her sat Vanessa and the group of students that Miss Cooper had made her school police. They all wore the shiny silver badges Marjorie had seen in Miss Cooper's office. "Prynawn da," she said, in Welsh, her voice a delicate whisper that forced the gathered students to lean in if they wanted to be able to hear. "Let's all settle down now." To Marjorie's great surprise, they did. Even the rowdiest of Year 11s sat enraptured and waiting for what she might say. Miss Cooper smiled widely before she began, in her calmly droll tone. "I've been noticing more and more disruption around the school corridors, and worse than that, the usual missing homework, lateness, and still the failure to wear proper school uniform. So, from the moment this assembly finishes, there will be no more meetings outside of school. All extracurriculars are hereby cancelled, including the Year 11 sponsored rugby trip." The PE teachers gasped loudly from their place against the hall wall. "This goes for all teachers, too. Staff and students alike are to keep to their own business until this is all sorted out. Anyone found not obeying the rules will be punished accordingly, and some of you student police will be keeping an eye out for any disruption." The crowd began to whisper among themselves. Miss Cooper turned a sharp eye over them again. The students behind her looked pleased, excited to find others breaking the rules so they could hand them over for detentions. "This isn't an ask," Miss Cooper continued. "This is me telling you. You are to wear your uniform properly at all times. Homework will be handed in when it is asked for. No one will be late." She swept an eye over them all. Marjorie thought she was enjoying herself. "Any detentions will become full-year group detentions if this carries on. And as for teachers, there is no need for social gatherings outside of school property. Do you understand?" Miss Cooper looked directly at Rose as she said it. Marjorie felt her blood run cold. "This school will be the best in the area by the end of the year, and we will only get there with strict discipline." With that, she swept from the room. Vanessa jumped up to follow her, as Marjorie and Clementine gaped at each other. Marjorie turned to look in Rose's direction, and saw that she too was staring in shock at where Miss Cooper had been standing, opening and closing her mouth like a fish gasping for air. Miss Cooper knew about the meetings, Marjorie thought stupidly. How did she know? Chapter 17. Marjorie felt as though she might be going mad after watching the first hour of very boring footage from Mr. Fitzgerald's shop. Yet they didn't dare skip through it, in case they missed something important. Currently on the screen, it was still the morning of the day he had died, and Mr. Fitzgerald was slowly organising a collection of spoons that had just been donated by a customer, arranging them in front of him on the counter, one at a time. Marjorie had wondered several times if the video had paused, but no, Mr. Fitzgerald would pick the next spoon up and consider it carefully. For someone who died so suddenly, you'd think his last moments would have been a bit more interesting, Clementine said. She had her chin propped up with her hand and looked as bored as Marjorie felt. I agree, Marjorie said. We must be missing something. Yes, Clementine agreed, jumping out of her seat with a sudden leap of energy that Marjorie was unprepared to match. Popcorn, for when something actually happens. She went over to the snack cupboard and began to root around inside it for the emergency single-serve popcorn bags they had started keeping ever since the day Carrie-Anne decided that they ought to do an Oscars night. The entire dinner lady team had arrived in the early evening for a buffet of picky bits, as they like to call them. Unfortunately, no one had thought to look at the time difference in America for the Oscars, and by the time it was actually showing, they had all decided to go home to bed. On screen, the front door of the shop opened, and Ms. Cooper entered. She walked with intent to the front desk, waiting for Mr. Fitzgerald to look up and acknowledge her. She looked around the room. Marjorie thought her eyes lingered over the camera for a second too long, seemingly staring into her soul. "Clem," Marjorie said, looking up at her, "you might want to do that popcorn a bit quicker." Clementine's brow furrowed in confusion, but then she looked up and saw what Marjorie was watching on the screen. "Miss Cooper!" she exclaimed. "What was she doing there?"
"Janet,"
Mr. Fitzgerald said, his voice tinny over the small speakers of the laptop. If he was surprised to see her, he didn't show it. Instead, he put the spoons down behind the shop counter and pulled Jason back onto his lap.
"What can I do for you on this fine Dewstow day?"
"It would be a fine Dewstow day," Miss Cooper said, "if you'd managed to fix my project and not just glue it." She dumped the carrier bag she was holding down onto his front desk. It landed with a dull thump. Whatever was inside it must have been quite heavy. Mr. Fitzgerald shook his head.
"Well, I must apologise, but it seemed the easiest thing to do. I've got so much on at the moment with the town council and then the school council. I thought I'd get it done quickly."
"That simply won't do," Miss Cooper said. "I really need it sorted. How can I use it for its intended use if you glued it together?"
"Well, I'm afraid I can't see my fixing it before the end of September," Mr. Fitzgerald said.
Miss Cooper glowered at him.
"I need special tools to do it with, if you want it done that way, and they haven't come yet. It's a delicate matter."
"Then you'll do your best now, and bring it back to me later before the meeting," Miss Cooper said, interrupting him. "I'm not asking much. Honestly, what sort of customer service is this?" With that, she swooped out of the shop, leaving Mr. Fitzgerald to call after her that he couldn't possibly fix it before the tools came. "If he's ordered whatever it is he needs to fix, whatever that is," Clementine began, waving her hands towards the screen, "then whatever it was would be delivered to the shop." "Yes," Marjorie said with a nod. "Then we can try to work out what it is she wants him to give back." "Maybe he already gave it back," Clementine said. Mr. Fitzgerald took the item out of the bag and considered it. Marjorie gasped as she realised what it was. "That's the weird rock that's been sitting on Miss Cooper's desk this entire time," she said. "I'm sure of it. Though it doesn't have that sword stuck in it anymore. She told me it was a paperweight and her lucky charm." As if Mr. Fitzgerald could hear her thoughts, he reached out and wrenched the sword from the stone, shaking his head as he did so. Marjorie realised now on seeing both the items together, that the sword was a letter opener. How clever! Mr. Fitzgerald must have tried to glue it back inside the stone. Miss Cooper must have been annoyed at him, because she wanted to continue using it for its proper use. It didn't explain how she had the stone in her possession now, or why Mr. Fitzgerald had been holding the sword when he was found dead, Marjorie thought. She continued watching. Mr. Fitzgerald took the sword and the stone out of the room, looking to go upstairs by the direction he took, and then he re-emerged several minutes later in the smart linen shirt he had worn to the school meeting. Mr. Fitzgerald began to pack up his things, pulling on his cape and gathering the string he used for Jason's lead. He must have been going to the meeting, Marjorie thought, and it really didn't look like he was taking anything extra with him, or even trying to fix anything. Sure enough, he left not long after, and then the shop sat still, only the dust in the air still moving on screen. Perhaps him arriving at the meeting empty-handed was what had caused the commotion between Mr. Fitzgerald and Miss Cooper. It seemed likely. Marjorie made the executive decision to fast forward rather than sit through hours of the empty shop. She skipped and skipped and skipped until there was a sign of movement again, then rewound to just before, feeling quite smug that she had managed to do it without Karen or a student to help her. She noticed immediately that the person who entered the shop floor couldn't possibly be Mr. Fitzgerald at all. They were too short, and not at all thin enough, but Marjorie couldn't see their face under the hooded coat they had pulled over it. Clementine gasped beside her as they watched the figure hobble slowly through the shop. Marjorie wondered briefly if they were there to rob Mr. Fitzgerald, but then they stepped forward, straight to the camera, and then the screen went black. There was no more footage after that. "What happened?" Clementine asked, clicking at the laptop's touchpad. "I think that's the person who unplugged the CCTV, Marjorie said, rewinding the footage and watching it again. The screen died as whoever it was approached the camera. "What about the other cameras?" Clementine asked. Marjorie came out of that camera and searched through the program for the next nearest. Mr. Fitzgerald had one in the stockroom, and she double-clicked it and waited for the footage to load. She moved the cursor through to the time the person had entered the shop and waited, but they didn't appear on the screen. "How strange," Clementine said with a heavy breath. "Do you think they came to burgle him?" Marjorie asked. "How had they got into the building? Surely Mr. Fitzgerald would have noticed signs of a break-in. He might have even reported it to the police." Clementine shook her head. "They didn't climb in through a window, did they? Do you think they had a key?" she said, mirroring Marjorie's thoughts. "I think we ought to look a bit later and see if they were there before he died. What if they came back in the evening and killed him? Is there any other camera footage we can watch?" "He doesn't seem to have one upstairs," Marjorie said. "It looks like he kept his voyeurism to other people's business and not his own living quarters." "Of course," Clementine said. She sighed, letting her glasses fall onto the chain on her neck, and then rubbing her eyes. He probably never thought he'd have to keep tabs on himself. "I'm amazed he actually has a camera in his shop. He doesn't act like he does. Kerry Ann's taken lots of things over the years, and he never mentioned her thieving." Marjorie smiled at that. Mr. Fitzgerald had always seemed to have a soft spot for Kerry Ann. "Should we go and see Mrs. Pruitt?" Clementine asked. "See if she saw anything from her flat. She lives opposite the shop, after all." "I think that's probably a good idea," Marjorie agreed. "She might have seen something, do you think? It's a long shot. I'm sure she was busy in her own shop during the day, but she might have." They watched the footage again. "Do you think they had a key?" Marjorie asked. "They certainly didn't have the 17 keys needed to get into the building," Clementine said, rubbing her chin. "Maybe the side door. It's a fire escape, isn't it? but that wouldn't open from the outside. How would they have got inside? I don't know, Marjorie answered honestly. She didn't know much about fire doors, but she knew they weren't supposed to open like that. They'd have to check that it wasn't broken next time they visited the shop. "All right, what do we know so far?" Marjorie asked. She got up and went over to the kitchen storage cupboard, opening it and taking out the whiteboard and marker pens they never should have bothered putting away. It always seemed to be useful in an investigation. "Who are our main suspects?" "Okay, well," Clementine trailed off as she put her glasses back on and tapped her fingers gently on the table to help her think. "First, Mr. Boole, of course, because of the buttons we found and what his wife said about Mr. Fitzgerald threatening him with something." Marjorie wrote his name and the reasonings down on the board, the pen squeaking indignantly as she did so. "All right. Though we could be suspicious of all the governors, couldn't we?" Clementine mused. "I suppose only Mr. Boole punched Mr. Fitzgerald." "Yes," Marjorie said. "And as much as his wife says that it was out of character for him, I think there's more to the situation. We can rule out Arthur Mugglethwaite, though, if he really was ill." "I've been thinking about that, Marjorie," Clementine said. "As we know, Mr. and Mrs. Mugglethwaite were both at home on their deathbeds. So then who rang the police the night Mr. Fitzgerald died?" "I can't stop thinking about that either, Clem," Marjorie admitted. She sat back down and took Clementine's hand idly. They sat in silence for a moment, only the ticking of the oven clock to disturb their thoughts. "Should we call Nigel again? He's taking an awfully long time to ring back." "Maybe," Clementine said, after thinking about it for a moment. "You know, I think Miss Cooper might have something to do with this. I can't tell you my reasons yet, though, apart from her bringing in whatever was in that bag. Why was Mr. Fitzgerald holding that knife when he died? And what's to say that she wasn't the one who turned off the camera?" Marjorie hesitated before writing Miss Cooper's name down. "Simon said there weren't any fingerprints in the flat other than Mr. Fitzgerald's. And she does often wear gloves, doesn't she?" "Yes," Clementine said, as though a light bulb was turning on in her head. "But I can't work out why." "Still a mystery," Marjorie said, writing the word gloves on the board, and then stepping back to look at her progress. "You know, Clem, there is someone else, but it seems silly when faced with real evidence." "Who?" "Tilly Jenkins," Marjorie said. Clementine looked up at her in surprise. I know, it's silly, but Jason really seemed to despise her." "That's not silly at all," Clementine said, looking over to Jason, who was asleep under the rocking chair in the corner of the kitchen. Pumpkin slept on the cushioned seat above him. It was like they were sharing a bunk bed. "I trust Jason more than some of the people we've met, and he was ever so loyal to Mr. Fitzgerald." "Gosh, didn't Simon say he was there when Mr. Fitzgerald died? Locked in a cupboard? You don't think—" "That he might have seen his owner's murderer," Marjorie said. "I sort of do. Is that silly?" Clementine shook her head. They both turned back to the board. Marjorie wrote Tilly on it, and then sat back down at the table opposite Clementine. "We're missing a few things," she told Clementine, who had begun to absent-mindedly eat one of the custard creams from the plate in the middle of it. "The motive being the biggest thing. I just can't see Mr. Boole killing Mr. Fitzgerald over a council disagreement, can you? And I can't imagine Miss Cooper and Mr. Fitzgerald knew each other that well. But I think there's something here." "I do too," Clementine agreed through a mouthful of biscuit. "But what are we going to do about it?" Marjorie looked at the whiteboard again and tried to force the answer to come to her. "We find out what Mrs. Pruitt knows," she said finally. Clementine nodded solemnly. Chapter 18. They wandered over the road after checking that Mr. Fitzgerald's shop was still all right, and entered under the sign that read Dewstow News. They worried it might be busy, but they needn't have worried. The shop seemed empty from the outside. Mrs. Pruitt had been selling newspapers and confectionery and cigarettes to underage school students since before Marjorie could remember. It was where Clementine used to get her cigarettes back in the day, and Marjorie's brother had begun his first job, delivering newspapers and leaflets. That was until the day that a dog had chased him over a fence and he'd ripped his brand-new school trousers. Marjorie's mother had been furious and had gone into the newsagents to tell Mrs. Pruitt that she'd no longer be having his help if she knew what was good for her. Mrs. Pruitt, who had still been about 900 years old at that time, had told Marjorie's mother that it was fine because Stanley was much too fat and slow to be a paperboy anyway. The entire thing had devolved after that, but Marjorie had still snuck in on a Saturday morning to buy penny sweets from the glass tubs behind the counter when her mother was preoccupied in the greengrocer's. The sweets were long gone, replaced by the passage of time, much like the greengrocer's had been once the big supermarket had opened. Mrs. Pruitt had swapped it for a shelf of colourful energy drinks, and a hidden door now covered the shelves where the cigarettes used to sit proudly. But if Marjorie breathed deeply enough, she thought that she might still be able to conjure up the smell of the lemon drops and strawberry and cream hard-boiled sweets she used to love. The bell above the shop door tinkled pleasantly as they entered. They needn't have worried about other customers, as there was no one else there. For a moment, Marjorie thought that maybe Mrs. Pruitt wasn't here either, but then she saw the tiny woman behind the counter, glaring at them. Her face seemed somehow flat and square at the same time. She had been terrifying as a child. Marjorie and her school friends had only been able to enter the shop one at a time, lest they face Mrs. Pruitt's wrath. They had taken it in turns to rush in and buy everyone sweets, chuck the money down, and then run back out again before they were stopped and questioned by old Mrs. Pruitt. In Marjorie's experience, those frightening figures from the past became less so as she aged, like her old English teacher, Mrs. Withers, who had been so strict, or the neighbour that used to yell at her brother when he kicked the ball too hard and it ended up in his geraniums. Once she had been an adult and they became peers. Mrs. Withers would see her in the street and come rushing over to say hello. Marjorie wasn't sure that Mrs. Pruitt was any less terrifying now, however. If anything, she was wilder and more unpredictable than she had been when Marjorie was a young girl.
"Marjorie Violet Baker," Mrs. Pruitt said.
Marjorie flinched at the use of her full name. No one had used it since her mother had died, and she hadn't been known by just her maiden name for years now. Mrs. Pruitt would have known she and Clementine were married, she thought. She was using Marjorie's maiden name to prove a point.
"And Clementine Butcher, what are you doing here? You don't smoke any more, do you?"
"No," Clementine said sadly. "I had to give it up because my lungs hate me." Mrs. Pruitt nodded in a knowing way, and the drooping wrinkles of her forehead almost concealed her eyes.
"You could always try one of these flavoured Watsits," she said, gesturing behind her to the closed cabinet that no doubt contained vapes as well as cigarettes and rolling tobacco. "I like the fruit-flavoured ones myself, but you can't beat a real cigarette to get the lungs going."
She gave a great racking cough. Marjorie half expected to see part of her lung come out with it.
"Need my help, do you? Can't work Tim's stupid old till or something?"
"We did come to ask you about Mr. Fitzgerald again, but not the shop," Marjorie said, before Mrs. Pruitt could cough on them again. The old woman's face lit up immediately at the mention of the man.
"Dreadful business, that, like I said to you at his place,"
she said, her hacking cough returning. She didn't look upset at all about Mr. Fitzgerald's demise. It was more as though she was interested. She wheezed one last time and then took a glug from the can of Coke in front of her.
Terrible, bless him. But like I said, that's what's waiting for us all, I'm afraid. I've had my coffin picked out for years. It's upstairs in the spare room. I don't want to be any trouble, see? If I feel like I'm dying, I'll just go and climb inside. Save all the mess. Timothy could have thought to do the same. Saved all that bother with them having to scoop him up off the floor, so I heard.
Even Clementine didn't seem to know what to say to that. Marjorie turned between Clementine's shocked expression and Mrs. Pruitt taking another glug from the can. The silence dragged on for a moment before Mrs. Pruitt filled it again.
"How are you doing with the shop?" she asked. "Like I said, I'm always here if you need any help. Business isn't what it used to be. God knows how Tim ever made any money, but then I suppose he probably had Bill's life insurance to get by with, and you'll probably do okay, because you won't spend all your time going off buying more tat to put in there, and then refusing to sell it." She guffawed at her own words, although Marjorie couldn't find the joke in them. "We were wondering if you'd heard anything on the night he died," Clementine asked, cutting through Mrs. Pruitt's maniacal laughter. "The police were called about an argument going on upstairs in the building, and then by the time they got here, he was dead." Mrs. Pruitt stopped laughing and stared at Clementine, her eyes narrowing down to 2 slits as she judged her. "What's it to you two?" she asked. "Look, we know that Mr. Fitzgerald was blackmailing townspeople," Marjorie said briskly, as Clementine stared back at the old woman with her mouth hanging open stupidly. It was a bit of a fib. They didn't know that at all, only that Mrs. Boole seemed to think Mr. Fitzgerald had been blackmailing her husband. It was a lie made of the truth, so Marjorie didn't feel too bad about it. But we don't know why, and we don't know if how he died was entirely natural. That's all there is to it. And we know you wouldn't tell the police anything," Clementine told her. Mrs. Pruitt slid her false teeth over her gums, and then lifted the can to her lips once more. She took a long swig, and then put it down on the table again. "I'll tell you what I know," she said. "Oh, really?" Marjorie gasped in relief. "That's brilliant." "In exchange for what you have," Mrs. Pruitt said with a smirk. "Give me the shop." "What?" "You heard me," Mrs. Pruitt said. Any nicety that might have been on her lips when they entered the shop floor had been wiped away with the cola. "We can't just give you the shop," Clementine scoffed. "Mr. Fitzgerald left it to us in his will. We had to sign lots of paperwork for it." "Then I can't help you, can I?" Mrs. Pruitt smiled. "Surely there's something else you want," Marjorie said. "What would you even do with the shop?" "Expand my newsagent empire, of course." Mrs. Pruitt grinned, showing 2 lines of yellowing teeth, hardened and cracked with tartar. "You absolutely cannot be serious," Clementine said, her voice rising in a fury that Marjorie only usually saw when the self-checkout at the supermarket malfunctioned. "Do people even buy things from here?" "Well, no," Mrs. Pruitt admitted. "Not really. I'm not sure why." Marjorie's eyes were drawn immediately to the sign hanging above Mrs. Pruitt's head that declared that anyone under 16 would be arrested by police on entry. "How can you run 2 shops?" Marjorie asked. "You'd have to employ new staff." "No," Mrs. Pruitt said, her smile fading as she thought about it. "No, I'd just open one for the morning, and then one for the afternoon." "And sell the same stock?" Clementine scoffed. Mrs. Pruitt looked around in a panic, as if realizing that she had too many things as it was. "Well, yes, but if you build it, people will come," she said. "No, they won't," Clementine said, shaking her head. "They'll be confused, and then they won't come to either. They'll go to Tesco instead."
Mrs. Pruitt hissed through her teeth at that, looking between them both wildly.
"Fine," she barked. "But you still have to do something for me in return. Information isn't free, you know."
"Anything that isn't the shop," Clementine said. Marjorie felt her eyes widen at the thought of that. She certainly didn't feel like doing much for the horrible old woman lazing in front of them. In fact, she really wanted to leave the shop and then never return. Mrs. Pruitt hummed as she thought about it, a tuneless murmur under her breath.
"There is one thing," she said. "He had something of mine."
"We can get you it, whatever it is," Marjorie agreed eagerly. "We'll go back to the shop now and get it."
"You'll have to find them first," Mrs. Pruitt said,
her face folding into the grimace again. She looked old and young when she did that, Marjorie thought. Somehow like a baby that needed winding and an ancient stone gargoyle all at once.
"He doesn't keep them at the shop because he knows it annoys me that he has them."
"Then where would they be?" Marjorie asked. "Oh, wait, what are they?"
"My Welsh love spoons," Mrs. Pruitt said, her face falling sadly. "My ex-husband gave them to me. Well, he's not my ex, he's dead, but same gist, isn't it?"
"Oh?" Clementine said. "Why did Mr. Fitzgerald have them, then?"
"Because Thomas sold them to him when we got divorced, and Tim thought it was funny," Mrs. Pruitt spat. "Well, it's funny now, isn't it? Both of them are dead, and I'm still here without my spoons."
"Are you sure?" Marjorie asked. "He hasn't just moved them somewhere else in the shop?"
"I'd have stolen them back if I knew where they were," Mrs. Pruitt said with a shrug
that looked almost painful, it was so slow and robotic.
"But I suspect they're in his garage. He kept all his precious bits and bobs in there. I'd put money on it. Do you know where it is?"
Marjorie remembered that Mr. Fitzgerald had also left the garage to them in his will, but she hadn't thought about it since. The days had been clogged up with work and the investigation. Marjorie was becoming more and more anxious about what had happened to Mr. Fitzgerald. If they were wrong, then they were wrong. But if they were right, then a killer still walked freely among them. Mrs. Pruitt told them the location, and they left the shop. Marjorie was glad to feel the polluted air of the high street on her face again, after the dingy cave Mrs. Pruitt spent her existence in. "Well, as I see it, we have two choices," Clementine mused. "One, we can find the spoons for her, though I'm not sure where on earth they could be." "What's the other choice?" Marjorie asked, wishing they'd never gone to speak to the woman in the first place. "We break into her flat and see what she's hiding," Clementine said. "Or we give her the shop and be done with it." "I don't think we should do either of those," Marjorie said. "Mr. Fitzgerald wouldn't want us to give her his shop, and I don't think she ever leaves the flat when she's not downstairs in hers. Also, I don't really want to stumble over her coffin or whatever else she's got up there." "Well then," Clementine said with a sigh, "we'll just have to find them. What's she planning to do with them? Eat cereal with them or something?" "Probably," Marjorie said with a sigh. "We'll just have to find them to find out." That was easier said than done, and they both knew it. Chapter 19. They had no other plans, and no other leads apart from Mrs. Pruitt, and they were at a dead end with that. It seemed best to return to the suspects list and start at the simplest part to work out. Did Jason really hate Tilly? If he did, it might well be because she had locked him in Mr. Fitzgerald's kitchen cabinet. Or he might not like her for another reason, Marjorie supposed, but she couldn't think of any. Jason was incredibly mild-mannered and used to meeting lots of different people at the shop. Marjorie had never heard him as much as yap. Marjorie had wondered aloud if Tilly had a gang of cats that Jason could smell, or some other reason for him to growl at her. But Clementine reminded her that they also had a gang of cats. Jason was fine with Pumpkin and Crinkles. Crinkles even let him share her spot on the sofa. It would be difficult to bump into Tilly without her becoming suspicious. They didn't really see her all that much, the maths department being all the way over in the same building as the science labs. Then there was the fact that Tilly always brought her lunch from home in a plastic children's lunchbox that featured some cartoon animal or other. She always had a cheese and onion sandwich and 2 satsumas. Gloria had once said that she could tell if someone was teetering on the brink of sanity based purely on how many satsumas they ate, although Marjorie wasn't at all convinced of the science of that. As they sat in Rose's conservatory the next evening, Marjorie thought they didn't have much hope of bumping into Tilly. Tilly hadn't been at the last meeting, and she certainly wasn't at this one, though they really could have used the extra numbers. In comparison to the last gathering where Rose had run out of chairs, hardly anyone had arrived at this one. Ms. Cooper's monologue at the assembly must have scared them all off. If Rose was perturbed by the lack of staff members meeting at her house, she was doing her best to not show it. The only people who had arrived were Seren, of course, and James, but he lived with Rose and so didn't really count. Mrs. Wiggins was there, sitting next to Mrs. Blossom and her dog Ada, while Miss MacDonald and Mrs. George from the English department sat opposite them. The fact that they had moved the entire meeting into a much smaller space than Rose's large kitchen was more than slightly disconcerting. Rose went around the group anyway, handing out pieces of paper. "I've been hard at work this week, searching for any information I can on Janet Cooper, our new overlord." Rose sat down with a thump on the wicker chair nearest the door to the conservatory. The sun still shone through the wall-to-ceiling windows of the room. September was still in full swing, but the mornings were beginning to feel colder. Marjorie was dreading the upcoming winter. The leg she had broken a few summers ago always ached dreadfully in the cold, reminding her of the trauma every time she got out of bed in the morning. Rose continued. "Has anyone found anything useful out that you'd like to share with the group?" "No," Clementine said. Rose glared at her from the chair, though Marjorie couldn't take her too seriously when she was slumped down in her seat with Jason on her lap. "Of course you haven't," Mrs. George said. She turned to Marjorie. "Where's your little gang of dinner ladies? Can't you get them to poison Miss Cooper's lunch? Slip a bit of arsenic into one of your overcooked jacket potatoes." "How can a jacket potato possibly be overcooked?" Clementine scoffed. "And where will we get the arsenic?" "Cyanide, then," Mrs. George said, glaring back at Clementine. "Cyanide is found naturally in some plants," Miss MacDonald said. The rest of the room turned to look at her. "You could swap her potato for an uncooked cassava or something." "Elle, as your head of department, I will be forced to ask you to leave this meeting," Mrs. George began. But their bickering was interrupted by Rose. "Enough," she said, her voice as cold as a winter's day. "It's bad enough that we have a new headmistress, let alone us all turning against each other." Her voice went up an entire octave as she became more hysterical. "That's what she wants." Marjorie wasn't entirely sure it was what Miss Cooper wanted. For one thing, she had the student police marching around the school all day. Nothing much had come of it yet. Perhaps she really did just want to improve the school after the last dreadful few years. James seemed happy enough, teaching English, almost as though he didn't miss being the headmaster. Whenever Marjorie passed his classroom on the way to the bin area, he always seemed to be engrossed in teaching the lessons well enough. He hadn't said much since they arrived at Rose's. Instead, he seemed to sit back and watch them all ponderously. He seemed calm, certainly much calmer than he had for years anyway.
Does no one have anything to report? Mrs. Winkle asked. Marjorie? Nothing on your meetings with Vanessa?
Marjorie shook her head.
Nothing about my missing school pass? Rose asked. Really? Nothing? I know I had it that day, but when I went to go to the hall it was gone. She's trying to oust me from the governor's meetings now.
Marjorie didn't know what to say, and the rest of the group remained silent too, all looking around the room at each other. No one spoke.
I have something that might help you, Mrs. Blossom said, her voice always so firm and direct that it bordered on smug. Well, what is it? Rose demanded.
Mrs. Blossom smiled, petting Ada's head. They were both wearing a matching green outfit today, and Ada's ponytail had a matching scrunchie.
I think I can get the records of all the other schools Janet and Vanessa have been to as head teacher and deputy, Mrs. Blossom said. Would that help? Why, yes, Rose said, beaming. Of course it would. Why didn't you lead with that? Why have we all been sitting here for 20 minutes? For Christ's sake, Rhonda, it's time to take this seriously. So when will you be able to get the information?
What is it worth? Mrs. Blossom asked coolly. Rose's face fell immediately. Marjorie groaned internally. After their encounter with Mrs. Pruitt, here was another person demanding something before they would help.
Oh, come on. You can't really come and sit in my house and drink all my good elderflower cordial and then not help, Rose spluttered. I thought our little grudge was behind us.
Well, it's lucky for you that I'm not petty like you are, Mrs. Blossom said.
Of course I'll find the information out.
Thank you, Rose began.
If you help me direct the Itten Vale School summer production of Grease, Mrs. Blossom said triumphantly. I can't do that, Rose said. You know I can't. I won't have time. We're doing our own production. Why are you doing Grease anyway? You don't have any students that can reach those high notes. My students can reach any note, Mrs. Blossom shrieked.
Just before Marjorie could panic too much about a fight between them, the doorbell rang, reverberating all through the house.
Well,
Rose said, the smug look she usually wore returning to her face. She stood gracefully from the chair and settled Jason down again, carefully kissing the top of his head before rising.
That must be everyone else, ready to join us.
She crossed through the kitchen and went out into the hallway. Marjorie didn't really know where to look now she was gone. Mrs. Blossom was still seething, as was Mrs. George, although Marjorie didn't really know what she was annoyed about. James pretended to watch the ice swirl around in his whiskey glass. Rose was gone for a long time, more than a few minutes. There was something wrong, Marjorie thought. She could feel it. Excusing herself, she got up and went out to peer into the hallway, just as Miss Cooper barged in through the front doors. Vanessa followed in her wake.
"Hello, Mrs. Butcher Baker," she said, as Rose trailed behind her, looking miserable. "I had an inkling you might be here."
Marjorie stood back in shock, letting Miss Cooper pass her into the kitchen. Vanessa gave her an apologetic look as Miss Cooper arrived at the conservatory.
"When some of you school student police called to tell me that this was going on, I was very sceptical," she said, lifting a gloved finger to point between them all. "I said, these are all teachers of great repute. Of course they wouldn't directly go against my wishes. But it's true. Did none of you attend my assembly on fraternization?" "James Barrow," she said, turning to the former headmaster. "I expected much better of you."
James's face had soured. He had gone as pale as the white wall behind him. Rose had appeared behind Marjorie, the picture of rage.
"I didn't give you permission to enter my house."
Miss Cooper turned to her and gave her a long stare. before turning back to the group, who had fallen silent like they were students who had been caught skipping a class, and not professional teachers. "All of you will come to a meeting in my office tomorrow. No ifs or buts." With that, she turned and left, Vanessa on her heel, leaving Rose spluttering in her own kitchen, and the rest of them shamefaced. Marjorie felt a horrible nostalgic wave of guilt from being told off by an authority figure. Chapter 20. "What now, then?" Clementine asked as they walked back to their car. They had escaped the meeting not long after Miss Cooper had departed, and the evening had turned cold. Rose had been inconsolable, and Marjorie didn't have much hope that Mrs. Blossom would come up with anything that could drastically remove Miss Cooper and Vanessa's leadership. Not now that Marjorie worried that she might lose her own. Rose and James had already had to step down, and Marjorie had a horrible feeling Miss Cooper might ask her to stand down after disobeying one of her rules. The rule was a stupid one. How could you possibly think you could keep colleagues from contacting each other and socializing after work? But at the end of the day, Marjorie was bound by them. They reached the car and climbed in, sitting in silence for a moment. "You know what?" Marjorie said, tapping her hands on the steering wheel for a moment. "If we're already in trouble for fraternizing, we might as well go and see Tilly and see if Jason really hates her or not." "Marjorie," Clementine said, beaming, "breaking the rules twice in one day? I'm in." "We don't know where she lives, though," Marjorie said sadly. "And we left Jason for a sleepover with Rose." "Let's get Rose to come with us," Clementine said, taking her phone out of her bag. "I bet she knows where Tilly lives, crawling all over the town like a spinstery spider." "She's married to James," Marjorie reminded her, but it made her smile anyway. Marjorie didn't necessarily agree that this was a good plan at all, but 5 minutes later, Rose was in the back of the car, seatbelt on, and Jason perched neatly on her lap. Rose was still seething about Miss Cooper's interruption. Marjorie could feel the fury radiating off her in waves. "Really?" Rose said, beginning another rant. "Where does she get off coming to my house like that? You'd never have caught me or James going to staff members' houses to tell them that they shouldn't talk to each other." "I think the problem is that she knows we're plotting against her," Clementine said, as Marjorie turned down the steep hill that eventually led to Dewstow High Street. She stopped the car at the traffic lights that led down to it. "What's a little competition?" Rose said. "It's not a plot at all. We're just keeping her on her toes. I knew we should have held this meeting in the staff room or in the drama studio. If she'd caught us in there, we could have feigned innocence. We could have said we were rehearsing for a play." "With Mrs. Blossom of Ittenvale School?" Marjorie asked sceptically. "Would she not be suspicious of that?" "It was a terrible idea in the first place," Rose said with a sniff. Jason was clutched so tightly in her arms Marjorie worried Rose might crush him. "I just didn't know what else to do. You have no idea what it's like to be forced to stand down." Marjorie thought she might find out soon if things carried on as they were. She would probably find some way to punish the kitchen staff as soon as they had the disciplinary hearing tomorrow. There was no point in getting upset about that now. It surprised her how easily she could compartmentalize it. Put the worry away for later. It was not like her at all. Worry was usually her middle name. In fact, Clementine looked much more worried than Marjorie felt. Marjorie wondered if it was the months and months of therapy she'd had last year that was helping her feel less concerned, or if she was simply beginning to care less about the kitchen. She still tried to do her best, and of course she loved her fellow dinner ladies as though they were family, but the actual day-to-day of it all was beginning to wear her down. She sometimes resented the thought of it on a Sunday evening when she was getting her uniform ready for the week to come. Sometimes she wished she could do something a bit more exciting. The thought that maybe they were convinced that Mr. Fitzgerald's death had been a murder because they were so bored of their normal lives had crossed her mind more than once during the process. There was a buzzing sound from somewhere inside Clementine's bag, and for a second, Marjorie worried that a bee might have flown into it when neither of them were looking. "My phone," Clementine said, coming to the realization at the same time as Marjorie. "It's probably my sister." She rummaged around inside her bag and pulled it out. When she saw who was calling, she oohed before answering. "Hello, Nigel," she said cheerily. "Finally getting back to us, are you?" Nigel laughed over the phone speaker. "Yes, well, it took me a while to dig it all up, but I think I've got something of interest for you." Mary told me that the caller identified themselves as Martha Mugglethwaite, and of course at the time she had no reason to suspect it wasn't. But listening to it back— "All right," Marjorie said, as Clementine gasped. "So Martha was telling the truth?" "Yes, I think so," Nigel said. "So, somebody rang in pretending to be her. But why would they do that? That's the puzzle piece that's missing here." "How did Mary know it wasn't really Martha?" Clementine asked. "When she listened to it back, she could tell that whoever it was, while they were certainly doing a good impression, well, their accent was slightly off Martha's," Nigel explained. "Martha grew up here. She's got that subtle Welsh twang like a lot of us have. The person on the phone didn't quite get her R's right." Mary listened back to a lot of recorded phone calls to make sure she was certain. "Martha calls in so much. It was clever of you to think of it." Clementine nudged Marjorie in the ribs at that, nearly causing her to swerve off the road onto the pavement. Nigel continued. "When I listened to the recording, I thought it was a very convincing impression. Whoever it was must have known Martha a long time." "Gosh," Marjorie said, finding herself with no other words to speak. Even Clementine had fallen silent in the seat next to her. Marjorie caught Rose's wide eyes in the windscreen mirror and realized with a start that, of course, she had overheard the whole thing. They had forgotten entirely about subtlety. "Listen, I'd like to keep this to ourselves until we know who the caller was," Nigel said, his voice dropping lower even though he was on the phone. "Save Mary getting into trouble until all this is sorted out. We need definite proof." "I agree," Marjorie told him. "Don't worry. We'll try to find out who this imposter was." He rang off. "What was all that about?" Rose asked. She didn't sound suspicious to Marjorie, more greatly interested. Marjorie wasn't sure which was worse. "What are you investigating?" "Never you mind," Clementine said. "I do mind," Rose said. "If it's something to do with Timothy's death, then I want to know about it. We were friends for years. Have you found out who killed him?" Clementine said, "We're working on it." At the same time, Marjorie asked, "How do you know we think he was killed?" Marjorie could see Rose smiling in her mirror. "Is that what this is about?" she asked. "I knew you didn't want to borrow her watering can. You can't think that Tilly had something to do with Mr. Fitzgerald's death, can you?" "Jason doesn't like her, and we don't know why," Marjorie explained. "Oh, well," Rose said. Marjorie watched her brow furrow in the reflection of the car mirror. "You have a point there. He doesn't like her, does he? And he's an excellent judge of character." She gave the small dog a pat on the head. "But surely Miss Cooper should be your #1 suspect. She stole my school pass, for crying out loud. What sort of person does that?" "Did you ever find it?" Clementine asked. "No," Rose said, looking upset again. "I had to apply for a new one. I made Seren get Gary to lend me one of the spare ones, but it doesn't open as many places as mine did. I can't even get into the staff room with it."
Are you really sure about Tilly? Though she didn't come to my meeting, did she? That seems traitorous enough.
I suppose the only thing we really know at the moment is that whoever pretended to be Mrs. Mugglethwaite was a woman, Marjorie said with a shrug. They fell into a silence, only broken by Rose's vague directions, and soon they were outside Tilly's house. "How should we do this?" Clementine asked. They must have looked quite a sight from the outside of the car, all sitting staring towards Tilly's flower beds.
"I think we should just go inside and let Jason bark at her," Rose said, "and then ask her why she killed Mr. Fitzgerald."
"I don't think that will work," Marjorie began, but Rose scoffed.
"Isn't that how you solved all the other murders?" she said, her voice rising into a horrible, hysterical laugh. "Didn't you just wander around, talking to people until someone admitted it?"
"There's no need to be so rude," Clementine said. "Yes, people love admitting that they're serial killers, but there's no need to make fun of how we get them to admit it, is there? If anything, it's because of our friendly faces and lovely personalities. It makes the murderers happy to tell us things." Rose sat back in her seat and sighed.
"I apologize. I'm still quite upset about the meeting. I keep trying to work out how they found us."
"I think the student police are the answer to that," Marjorie suggested gently. "I'd imagine someone told someone something they weren't supposed to know, and then eventually one of the students found out."
"There were too many of us to begin with," Rose said sadly. "I knew that, really. I just thought it would be better to have all hands on deck to make a real go of finding out who this Miss Cooper really is. You know, I've struggled to find much on any of the other schools she's been to. There's hardly anything online, and none of the governors will tell me a thing, especially now she's attending the meetings and giving them whatever they want in the budget. She's got them all wrapped around her little gloved fingers."
"You've noticed that too?" Marjorie asked. "The gloves."
"I have," Rose said. "I've been wondering why she needs them."
"I wonder if she's covering her fingerprints," Clementine suggested, "after she killed Mr. Fitzgerald."
"She's been wearing them since before he died," Rose said with a shrug. "I met her a few weeks before, when we weren't really sure what was going on with it all. We welcomed her with open arms. What fools we were."
"No one could have seen this coming," Marjorie said. Rose shook her head as Marjorie watched her in the rear-view mirror.
"We really should have," Rose said. "Once we failed the audit last year, we should have known that something drastic would happen. Unfortunately, the only person left who could have told me anything about Miss Cooper was Timothy Fitzgerald, and he's long gone."
She lowered her voice, even though it was just the three of them in the car. Even Jason leaned in to listen.
"Have you found anything out about his death, then?"
"Yes," Marjorie whispered back, though she didn't know why she bothered. "But nothing concrete yet."
"Well,"
Rose said, nodding to herself, as if she was considering everything that they'd just discussed.
"that's something, at least. I knew there would be more to it, bless his soul."
They didn't need to wait much longer to decide what to do. Tilly walked past the car, carrying a shopping bag. She did a double take as she passed, turning to look in through the passenger side window.
"What are you all doing here?"
she asked, her brow furrowing. She dropped the shopping bag on the floor next to the car and smiled at them through the window.
"Hello, Tilly," Rose grimaced at her. "Could we come in? These ladies have a few things to ask you."
"Of course," Tilly said, picking up the shopping bag. She didn't look as if she was certain she really wanted them to come into her house, but she stood back anyway as they all climbed out of the car. They followed her through the house and into the back garden, where she gestured for them to sit at the garden table on her tidy patio. The garden was a lovely place to enjoy the last of the sun, Marjorie thought, almost forgetting why they had come in the first place, as she surveyed the neat green of the lawn.
"Can I get you all a drink?"
Tilly asked, looking between them all cautiously. "Coffee? Tea?" "No, this shouldn't take long," Clementine said. She paused as though wondering how to begin. Did you tell Janet about my meetings?" Rose demanded to know, saying the words so loudly that Jason woke up and looked around startled. "Why haven't you been coming to them?" Tilly looked surprised. "No, of course I didn't. Why would I?" "Well, you seem to be good friends with Vanessa, for one thing," Clementine said, her tone rising in accusation. "So?" Tilly said, looking genuinely confused. "I try and stay friendly with everyone. And so should you. She's the deputy head. Better to be pally with her, isn't it? What good does the alternative do for me? She's managed to get me the funding I need for the new mathletics uniforms, which is more than can be said for Mr. Barrow. All he ever managed to do was make more problems." Marjorie didn't really know what to say to that. Neither did Clementine. Rose glared at Tilly with such animosity in her eyes at the mention of her husband that Marjorie knew she ought to step in. "Jason isn't growling at you," Marjorie said, realising immediately that the little dog was still sitting quietly on Rose's lap. They had barely heard a peep from him since they had arrived. They all looked down at his sleepy face. "He's not, is he?" Tilly said, looking over at the dog warily. "You won't mind if I don't go much closer to him, though. I'm not a big dog person anyway, and he was growling at me the last few times." That was strange, Marjorie thought. He definitely growled at her at the school the few times they had seen Tilly with him. Perhaps he had decided that she didn't pose much of a threat after all, or he was settled enough with Rose that he didn't feel the need to get angry. Perhaps— Her brain jumped to the maddest thought. Perhaps Tilly had been sitting near someone who he didn't like. Marjorie was sure that Tilly had been sitting nearest to Miss Cooper at the governor's meeting. Tilly interrupted her train of thought. "Look, I am sorry about Miss Cooper finding out about your meetings, Rose, but you have to know that I didn't have anything to do with that," Tilly said. "Why should I believe you?" Rose snapped. Marjorie thought she was still probably more annoyed about the mention of James's leadership than anything else. Jason looked up at the noise, and Tilly winced. "You're one of the only ones who refused to come to a meeting." "Yeah," Tilly said with a shrug. "I just think what's done is done and we should all move on. But I never would have shopped you in like that. You have to believe me." Marjorie didn't know her well enough to know if she should believe her or not, but Rose looked suitably mollified for the moment. "And I certainly wasn't at Mr. Fitzgerald's shop the day he died," Tilly said. "I was helping the maths team prepare for the mathletics event at Edenvale School. They've got no chance this year if we don't get extra practices in." Marjorie remembered how badly the maths classes had suffered after Mr. Weaver, the maths teacher, had died last year. It seemed very plausible that Tilly would have stepped up to take over his extracurricular activities with the students. "The students can vouch for me, or you can look at the school's CCTV footage. There's a camera in the hall now," Tilly said, turning between them all with an eager look on her face, desperate to prove her innocence. Marjorie believed her. "And that's another reason why you should believe I didn't tell on you to Miss Cooper. Where do you think I've been this afternoon?" "You've been teaching maths," Rose said with a sigh of relief. "Of course. I mean, I'll ask Gary from security to back you up with the footage, but I'm sure I believe you." Tilly nodded. "I know we aren't supposed to be meeting at all, but hopefully my students will be able to keep a secret." Chapter 21. After they had dropped Rose and Jason off, they sat for a moment in the car outside Rose's house. Marjorie wasn't entirely sure what to do now. "Right," Clementine said. "What have we got going for us? Apart from our health and most of our original teeth. Shall we just go home?" Marjorie drummed her hands on the steering wheel as she thought everything over. Jason hadn't growled at Tilly. The button was definitely Mr. Boole's. Miss Cooper had somehow discovered Rose's secret meetings. She was very close to deciding that when they got home, she would try to conjure up some tea with whatever scraps were left in the fridge, and then lock all the doors and windows and not leave the house ever again. Every time they left the house, someone seemed to die, or they found themselves involved in something they didn't need to be. "Shall we go to the garage?" Marjorie said finally. "I'm sure the key for it is on all the other keys. There's so many on that keyring Mr. Tamble gave us." "Oh, maybe," Clementine said. "He might have. What do you think is in it? Not the spoons Mrs. Pruitt wants. She was convinced they were there, wasn't she? I bet it's just a load of old dust and boxes of Christmas cards from 1976. "Maybe," Marjorie said, trying to sound determined and failing miserably. "Isn't it worth a look?" Clementine agreed that it was, so Marjorie started the car engine. Mr. Fitzgerald's garage was set in a row of them on the outskirts of Ittenvale, in the sad industrial estate that most people forgot about unless they were going there. On the way over, she had had a horrible sinking feeling that they should have come over and checked it out long before, but there hadn't been time in the aftermath of Mr. Fitzgerald's death, and then she had forgotten all about it in the whirlwind of events that followed. The clever thing to have done would have been to look for the missing CCTV in there immediately after realizing it was missing. But she couldn't think like that now. Hindsight was 20/20, and Marjorie felt as though she had put on a new pair of glasses. Maybe they could have visited Mrs. Pruitt sooner as well, but that might turn out to be more trouble than it was worth if they didn't have the key to the garage. Then they'd just have to turn back and try to find out what she knew some other way. It was not worth thinking about until they knew if they could unlock the garage door. "Are you sure this is the right number?" Marjorie whispered, as they got closer to the single garage door with the number 5 written above it on a faded sign. There was no one else around that they could see. Marjorie felt like her head might fall off after looking back and forth so much. There was nowhere for anyone to spot them from. No buildings, just more garage doors. "If it's not one of these, Marjorie, I'll have to crack it open with my Tesco club card again." "Don't worry about it," Clementine said, with a shrug as she fumbled with the keys. Marjorie tried not to smile at the memory of Clementine trying to open a door with her club card and losing it inside the room she was trying to open after it slipped through the gap in the doorframe. Luckily, there was no need to repeat the memory. Clementine found the garage door key and held it up with triumph written all over her face. "How do you know it's the right one?" Marjorie asked. "I tried the rest of them on the shop doors," Clementine said, while she bent down to push the key into the padlock. "This is the only one I haven't found anything to do with. Well, apart from that other mysterious one that was in the envelope." The padlock opened with a clack, and Clementine took it off the hook. They both reached out to roll the garage door up and into the ceiling, before standing back to see what they had uncovered. "Christ," Clementine breathed. Marjorie couldn't speak for a moment, though she tried, her throat making a silly strangled noise as she tried to vocalize what was in the garage in front of them. "Did you know about this?" Clementine asked her. Turning to her with the same shocked expression Marjorie could feel spreading across her own face. "Of course not," Marjorie said, when she had regained control of her voice. "He must have... How did he? He must have bought it from the scrapyard after they'd come to take it away," Clementine said. "Why did he do that? But it doesn't look as bad as it did even before it went into the pond." "No, it doesn't, does it?" Marjorie breathed. "He's had it restored." Of all the things she had thought they might find in Mr. Fitzgerald's garage, the car that she and Clementine had crashed into Dawn Simmons Pond years ago had not even been on the list. Clementine was right. The Nissan Figaro looked much better than when she had owned it. The plastic front panelling looked much the same, but the rust that had been growing around the car wheels was gone, replaced by a careful hand and as lovely a pale blue as she remembered it being. The luggage rack that had sat on the back of the car was long gone, probably still at the bottom of Dawn Simmons' garden pond, and as Marjorie peered in through the windscreen, She could see that Mr. Fitzgerald had fixed the back seats so they could take passengers, or bags if they needed to, although the passengers would probably need to be Carrie Ann's level of slim and have very flat legs. The small, green car sat proudly in the middle of the concrete garage, hooked up to some sort of machine that Marjorie supposed was keeping it supplied with power. All around it sat piles of boxes that were so many in number they leaned against the walls and touched the ceiling. Marjorie realised now that she knew exactly what the other key on the pair that Simon had recovered for them did, and she reached into her handbag to grasp for it. "It can't possibly work," Marjorie said, looking down at the key as Clementine grinned from ear to ear at her. "Surely the electrics must be dead from being underwater." "Try anyway," Clementine hissed. Marjorie opened the front door with the key and slid into the driving seat. She sat for a moment, feeling overwhelmed at the sensation of déjà vu that slid up her spine and into her brain. The steering wheel and the console looked the same, better than before even. It was obvious that there had been some work done to the electrics. It all looked new. She slipped the unmarked key into the ignition and turned it gently. The engine spluttered once, but then roared into life. Clementine's bark of laughter was drowned out by the car engine rumbling. "Clem!" Marjorie exclaimed as Clementine whooped. She turned the key back the way it had come, and then marvelled at it. Why hadn't Mr. Fitzgerald told her he had the car? This must have been the surprise he'd meant for her in the letter. Maybe this was what he had wanted to talk to her about after the school meeting. Marjorie felt a rush of sadness at the loss of Mr. Fitzgerald, at his unreciprocated kindness. Now the car engine was off, and the rush of nostalgia was beginning to die down. She looked around at the inside of it, and noticed the laptop bag sitting on the passenger seat, and an envelope sitting on top of that. Marjorie reached for it. Clementine watched through the driver's side window. "What's that?" Clementine asked. Marjorie shook her head, but opened the laptop bag and revealed what she knew it might contain: another computer. She took it out of the bag, opened it up and pressed the power button, hard. Nothing happened. There was a charging cable inside the bag, but unlike the car, Marjorie suspected that the computer had been dead for a long time. They would have to get it home and see if it would work when it was powered up. She took the envelope on top and opened it, holding it out slightly so Clementine could read it over her shoulder.
"Dearest Marjorie and Clementine, don't ask how I know that you'll find this letter. I just know you will after I'm gone. I've left a careful trail to make sure you eventually find it. I'm sure that Edna Pruitt told you about the garage because she thinks I've got her ridiculous spoons here, which I do. Check the boxes in the boot of the car. They're all there. She'll be able to tell you a bit more, I expect, the miserable cow. I'm counting on her being too selfish to tell the police if she saw anything. But if you return her things, then I'm sure she'll tell you. Even if it's like getting blood from a stone, you must persevere with her. She'll blab all about it in the end. She won't be able to help herself. The only other person who knows about this garage is my good friend Ethan, and he's been sworn to secrecy. The police, for example, can't know. It's not that I don't trust the police, it's that I don't trust this particular iteration of the police that Dewstow now has. I can't say much more. If this letter isn't picked up by you, there'll be questions. Call Ethan and ask him for the password. He'll know what you want it for. If you've come this far, you'll probably know that my death isn't quite what it looks like. Don't ask how I know that either. But I know someone is going to try to kill me. I just don't know who. A lot of people are upset with me at the moment, and I'm sure all the chickens will come home to roost. If the history of Dewstow is anything to go by, I'll be dead before the Christmas concert season. Inside this bag is my laptop. Perhaps it might help you find out who offed me. I'm sure by now you've found my other computer with the CCTV footage in my safe, or the police have found it for you. This laptop contains slightly different fare. You'll see. All the best for the future. Timothy. P.S. Marjorie, I hope you enjoy driving your old car. I was going to give it to you at the end of the school year after I'd finished it, but I'm not sure I'll get to buy the parts in time. If not, it's still working fine and it's yours for the taking. The V5C certificate is in the dashboard. I'm sure Ethan can help you put it back in your name. Marjorie read the letter once through again, not sure what to make of it all. Mr. Fitzgerald had known he might be murdered. She looked down at the laptop again and wondered what was on it. "It's all here," Clementine said, from where she had been rummaging in the car boot since she had read that part of the letter. "What shall we do first?" Marjorie climbed back out of the car, taking the laptop bag with her. "We'll put the boxes in our car, and then we'll go and see Mrs. Pruitt," Marjorie said. "She's got a lot to answer for." Chapter 22. Mrs. Pruitt's shop was closed when they arrived. It was late enough that Marjorie supposed she must already be in bed. They banged on the shop door for a good 20 minutes anyway, but she didn't answer. Clementine tried throwing a stone at her window, but it plinked off the wall of the building and plonked back down onto the floor, where it rolled away sadly into the gutter. Instead of wasting any more time, they rushed home, calling Karen and then Simon on the way. They needed all hands on deck for this, if they were going to solve the mystery. Simon was working, but Kerry Ann arrived after leaving baby Nicholas with her mum. Karen had invited Sharon, who had invited Gloria, who had thought to put a message in the kitchen WhatsApp, meaning that Seren also arrived, carrying a packet of biscuits and a new tub of Quality Street. Marjorie didn't know where she had found them months before Christmas, but she wasn't complaining, as she helped herself to a strawberry cream and slipped the paper wrapper off it. Led by Clementine, their small kitchen became a bustling hubbub of tea-making and handing out of biscuits. "Have you cracked it yet?" Clementine demanded, sitting down next to Karen, who was impatiently sitting in front of the computer, tapping her fingers to her chin. "Tell us its secrets, Karen. Don't hog them all to yourself." "It's still rebooting," Karen said with a sigh. "I'm not sure how long it's going to take. It's decided it needs to download and install an update. How fast is your Wi-Fi?" "It's the nicest box we could buy," Clementine said, pointing to the relatively new Wi-Fi router on the shelf in the corner of the kitchen. "It plugged right into the phone line, like magic it is. The house phone plugs right into it too. I'm not sure why we ever waited to get one. Now we can watch all the old episodes of Coronation Street we've missed on the internet." "I'm still amazed you have Wi-Fi," Kerry Ann said. Marjorie could hear the laughter in her voice. "The first time I came here, you were using your computer desk upstairs as a place to keep your videos." "That may be true," Clementine said, "but we're very technologically advanced now, Kerry Ann. We've even got a DVD player." "I think you should update your website," Sharon said from where she was squashed on the armchair, looking at her phone with Pumpkin on her lap. "It doesn't have anything about the last murders you solved at all. It just says that you're really good at solving them, and the About page is just a photo of Marjorie winning the crochet contest last year." "We can't give it all away, can we?" Clementine scoffed. "We've got to leave a little bit of mystery, or no one will want to hire us." "No one wants to hire us anyway," Marjorie reminded her. "They will once you've opened the shop," Seren said. "What shop?" Marjorie asked her. Seren looked like she wasn't really sure either. "Rose said you'd probably open a detective shop eventually, and people would flock from all around, and that Mr. Barrow should start interviewing for new kitchen managers now.
As soon as he's back in charge. I mean, the thing is, I'm not sure if he really wants to be back in charge." "That's ridiculous," Gloria said, interrupting Seren with a huff. Marjorie was about to agree with her when Gloria continued. "He wouldn't have to interview for new management when we'd all be able to sort it among ourselves. Not that you aren't doing a good job, Marjorie, but you could train one of us up before you left, and we could still work for you as private investigators and send you the bill after." "No, I'm sure you'd be fine," Marjorie said. "But Rose is wrong anyway. We're much too busy with the school canteen to open a detective agency." As she said the words out loud, she wondered if she really meant them. For one thing, Mr. Fitzgerald's shop was lying there doing nothing. Was it the worst idea to open it for a purpose? Surely he wouldn't have intended for them to keep it as half-antique, half-awful junk shop forever. He would have said that in his will, if that was his intention. All he had said was that he hoped it was looked after, and Jason too. Marjorie felt a twinge of guilt as she thought about Jason, who was still with Rose. They really ought to give Rose some money for dog food and vet's bills going forward. Surely that was what Mr. Fitzgerald had meant by looking after Jason in his letter. Although Jason really did seem to like Rose, and she obviously adored him, maybe that wasn't the worst partnership in the world. The thing was that, although she could admit to herself that she enjoyed the adrenaline rush and the puzzle of solving a mystery, the stress it put them under during the process wasn't always worth it. They had been hurt, physically, over the years in their pursuit of the truth, but that was nothing compared to what it must be doing to them both mentally. Marjorie knew that Clementine pushed any wisp of emotion down below the surface of her feelings, and the consequences of that had yet to be seen. Even so, no one could deny that they were getting good at solving murders. Marjorie vowed to talk to Clementine about it all properly once they were alone again. It would do her some good to clear her head. "It's done," Karen said, interrupting Marjorie's thoughts. "Did you say you had the password?" "No," she said, racking her memory for a vision of it. "No." "Try Jason," Clementine said, and then 1. The computer keys clacked as Karen tried it. Marjorie didn't even bother to hold her breath, so sure she was that nothing would come of it. "Ha!" Karen almost yelled. "You're in?" Marjorie asked in disbelief. "No," Karen said. "I just thought it would be fun if I was." "Mr. Fitzgerald said Mr. Tamble knew the code," Marjorie told Clementine. "Quick, text him and ask for it." For once, Clementine did as she was asked. They all waited with bated breath. Mr. Tamble must have been sitting directly by his phone, Marjorie thought, because he messaged back almost immediately, with what seemed to be a vague string of letters and numbers. Karen entered them into the computer diligently, as Clementine read them out loud. Marjorie held her breath. "I'm in," Karen grinned, and the others oohed excitedly. "Well, what's on there?" Clementine asked, leaning forward in her chair so she could see better. Karen tapped around on the screen until she found something worth showing. "He's only got his email account on Outlook as a shortcut," she said with a shrug. "I suppose we should have a look. I can't imagine what an old man might be sending, though. Probably just complaints to the Justo community page or something." Karen opened the email account and scrolled through the unread emails nosily. "Oh," she said, her mouth falling open almost comically. "Oh." "What?" Marjorie and Clementine asked at once. "His email address is—" "Oh, my God," Karen shouted. "Mr. Fitzgerald was—" She stumbled over her words, pointing to the screen desperately. "He was sending blackmail emails." "You are joking," Kerry-Ann said with a gasp. They had all gathered tightly around Karen and the computer, heads together, as she clicked on email after email, revealing Mr. Fitzgerald's intentions.
But how? He's been dead for weeks.
Karen clicked around on the screen and then tapped the screen with her finger. That's how, she said, pointing to the header that read, Scheduled emails. He scheduled them all to go out at later dates. Look at this. He set up reminder emails for each person and what he'd asked them to do for him, like he was invoicing them to keep his secrets. Christ. The man was practically an evil genius, Clementine said, shaking her head. Who has he sent emails to? And who is he going to send emails to? Who hasn't he sent them to? Karen scoffed. Mr. Boole and Arthur Mugglethwaite from the council, Mrs. Pruitt from the newsagents, Miss Cooper. Miss Cooper? Marjorie asked. What's he blackmailing her for? Karen read the first email. Crikey, Seren, you might want to get Rose down here. He was blackmailing her for fraud. What do you mean, fraud? Clementine asked. Seren rushed from the room with her phone in hand, a manic look in her eyes. He says she's defrauded some of her past schools, Karen said. There was a gasp around the room as the repercussions of that became instantly clear. But he didn't try to get her to pay him money. He was trying to get her to not come to Somerview. That's what it looks like anyway. I'd have to read all the messages properly to be sure. What evidence does he have that she's doing that? Marjorie asked, feeling blindsided that Rose might be right about Miss Cooper. She couldn't quite believe it. Why would Mr. Fitzgerald not just go to the police? It didn't make sense to her. Why didn't he at least tell the school governors? She found herself saying it out loud without really thinking. He tried to, Karen said, still searching through the emails. I expect that's why they were all fighting at that last council meeting. That made sense, Marjorie thought. Maybe the governors had guessed that it was Mr. Fitzgerald behind the emails. Mr. Boole certainly had. She was sure that none of them would take it lightly. We'd need some proof that she's been stealing from the schools where she worked, Marjorie said, though I don't know how we could possibly get that, or even how she would steal anything. He's got more emails set to go out this week, Karen said, shaking her head. Mr. Boole is getting 3 alone, all about him knowing Miss Cooper's history and replacing Mr. Barrow with her anyway. Oh, and there's something here about Mr. Boole stealing charity money. I'm not sure what that's about. Mrs. Blossom knows about Miss Cooper's history, Marjorie said, wishing that Miss Cooper had not arrived at the meeting unannounced, before they could properly discuss what Mrs. Blossom thought was happening. This can't possibly be true. Why would the governors allow it? Because they hate James so much that they'd usurp him with any old fool, Rose yelled as she entered the room with a great flourish of arms that made Marjorie feel like she was watching one of the Year 11 drama classes' self-written end-of-year plays. Jason waddled in behind her. I told you all from the beginning. Where did you come from? Clementine groaned. You've been sat outside, haven't you? In that Amazon delivery van you call a car. It's a perfectly normal-sized car, Rose said, obviously wound up by all the revelations of the day. And if I was outside, what's it to you? Maybe I came to see Mrs. Simmons. Maybe I wanted advice about hedge trimming. No one has ever gone to see Dawn Simmons of their own volition, Clementine scoffed. That's why she's so odd. She's got no friends. You've been waiting outside because you're nosy. Well, it doesn't matter why I'm here, Rose interrupted Clementine. What matters is that I was right. Janet Cooper is hiding the fact that she's a thief. But how could she defraud a school? It's not like there's loads of money lying around, is there? Marjorie asked herself quietly. We don't even keep cash in the canteen till anymore, do we? It's all contactless. The room suddenly went quiet as they all thought about it. Marjorie continued. And how would she always get away with it? I know that Somerview's governors aren't the greatest, but surely they aren't corrupt enough to intentionally put someone like that in charge. Rose, you're on the governing board. You can't say that they would do this on purpose.
No, Rose said, her face falling. And James and I did have several disciplinary hearings before we were asked to step down. It was all well above board. And we didn't need to keep our jobs. We could have simply left and applied elsewhere. It's only our loyalty to the school that's kept us there.
A chill ran down Marjorie's spine. What about the new food supplier? She asked out loud. We've never used them before. I'd never even considered using them. It's all pre-made food. The dinner ladies in attendance nodded dramatically in unison. It's not cheaper, is it? Clementine said. Could she be making money in that way somehow? I really don't know, Marjorie said. Not in any way I can see my end. Although I suppose she does pay the invoices. She told me that I had to get it to work financially, or we might have to lose a member of the dinner lady team. The dinner ladies all gasped as one. Rose shook her head so violently that Marjorie wondered about the longevity of her neck.
Let me look into it,
Kerry-Ann said from her seat next to Seren. They all turned to look at her.
What? I know a few of the girls from Every Food. Chantel works there doing their website and that. I told you I thought it was a weird choice. They do loads of packet stuff, don't they? Not the fresh veg that you usually get.
That would be very helpful, Kerry, Marjorie said, feeling freer than she had in weeks after revealing the information she had been hiding. Kerry-Ann smiled and began furiously texting on her phone. Marjorie didn't know how much weight the search would hold. She herself wasn't entirely sure it was suspicious at all. Maybe they believed it was because they didn't like the new delivery company. Miss Cooper could be innocent of everything. Marjorie knew from the past few years that it was very easy to assign your own thoughts and feelings onto the actions of others. She could only ever know her own mind and what it felt like to be her, after all. It did no good to put her own spin on other people's intentions. Perhaps Ms. Cooper simply preferred the uniformly industrial look of cauliflower cheese made with pre-cooked cauliflower florets and bright orange cheese sauce from a carton. There was a good possibility that if Kerry-Ann's search didn't reveal anything, then that was all it was. You know, Marjorie had a sudden thought. Since we've changed to that new ordering system, there's been several times that someone's ordered food and then not come to get it. I wonder if there's something going on there. I don't see how, Clementine said. Surely that's better for us, because then we get to eat it. Before Marjorie could consider her idea further, Gloria said, Do you think Mr. Boole would have known about Miss Cooper's fraud and conspired against Mr. Fitzgerald? What if Mr. Fitzgerald knew and she killed him? The police found his buttons at Mr. Fitzgerald's shop, and you think he was there at some point the day Mr. Fitzgerald died. They haven't always seen eye to eye, but Fred Boole is all bluster, really, Rose said. He always has been. I don't think he could manage to cover it up so successfully if this is a murder, though I think it looks likely now, doesn't it? Why aren't the police investigating, I wonder? Simon is trying to, but it's on the down low, Kerry-Ann explained, and Marjorie felt grateful that she and Clementine hadn't been left to explain the strange situation with the police to anyone else. His boss, Officer Wilkinson, thinks Mr. Fitzgerald lost his balance on the handrail. Simon's trying to prove that he was pushed, but he's been told not to investigate any further. Has he found out why yet? Marjorie asked. No. Kerry-Ann shook her head. Simon thinks he's on the right track, though. The quicker you get this solved, the better, really. I think Mr. Fitzgerald must have known something, Karen said, still looking through the computer files. He must have had some evidence. Well, he didn't trust the police, Marjorie explained. Yes, and he knew someone was going to try to kill him, Clementine said, and the CCTV camera was unplugged in his shop the day he died. Was there no CCTV outside or upstairs? Rose asked. Marjorie shook her head. Mr. Fitzgerald said in a letter that Mrs. Pruitt has cameras that can see the outside of his shop, Clementine said, but we can't get in there to ask her. I'd be amazed if she told us anything anyway, even though we found her stupid spoons. Well, this is a pickle, Rose said with a sigh. What now? What now indeed, Marjorie thought. Why did he set the emails to send in the future if he thought he might be killed? Karen asked. Maybe he didn't want anyone to know it was him. He could be with people when they got the emails, and they'd never suspect him, Marjorie said, thinking of Clementine's mother and the glitterer accusations that had befallen her and chased her to the grave. Maybe he thought he might still be able to stop it if no one knew it was him. There's some stuff here that he sent to Sergeant Davis, Karen said, still scrolling through the email account. You know, from Ittenvale and Dewstow Police Force. What do they say? Marjorie asked, as Clementine gasped beside her. Mr. Fitzgerald was accusing him of covering up officer misdeeds, Karen said, shaking her head. Do you think Sergeant Davis told Officer Wilkinson to drop the case because he was glad Mr. Fitzgerald was dead? Clementine asked Marjorie. Or because he thought that the police might be suspected if the emails ever came out? I think you might be right, Marjorie said, feeling so shocked she could barely speak. We need to show this all to Simon. Yeah, Karen said. We should print some of these off, I think, just in case. Do you have a printer? We certainly do, Clementine beamed. Only you'll have to change the colour of the emails because we don't have any black ink. They printed the things Karen thought were most important in red ink. Marjorie piled them together so they could show Simon. The more they discovered, the worse it all was. She wondered whether they should have just accepted that his death was an accident immediately and left it as it was. But then she remembered the last time she had seen Mr. Fitzgerald and decided that they had to find out, no matter the cost. It was too important not to, for their sake, and Mr. Fitzgerald's. Chapter 23. There were so many questions with no one to answer them, which made Marjorie feel more than a little sick. She decided that no matter how, they would find out what had really happened to Mr. Fitzgerald. They had to. It all felt so futile at the moment, but Marjorie knew in herself that it couldn't end like this. It fueled her determination to solve the case and put Mr. Fitzgerald's killer away where they belonged. What was a life otherwise, if it was just reduced to a footnote on some council meeting syllabus? They couldn't make it to Mrs. Pruitt's shop in the morning before work, and so decided it would have to wait. That was killing Marjorie, as they made their way into the kitchen and began their workday, dreading all the while that Miss Cooper might arrive at any moment to call them into her office and tell them off. Marjorie wasn't sure she'd be able to keep a neutral expression around her after reading Mr. Fitzgerald's blackmail emails to her, but they would need to if they were going to figure out exactly what was going on. They didn't have to wait much longer. Just before the 10 o'clock break, Mrs. Winkle arrived from reception to summon both Marjorie and Clementine. Mrs. Winkle looked just as frightened as Marjorie felt, but clearly for very different reasons. Marjorie was more worried now that Miss Cooper was a murderer than that she might give them a disciplinary or a verbal warning. And even if she wasn't a murderer, then she had committed some sort of insidious fraud towards a single school at best, or several schools at worst. They followed Mrs. Winkle down the hallway at a steady pace, past the reception to the headmistress's office, until they were standing outside the imposing wooden door. Mrs. Winkle knocked for them, and then Marjorie and Clementine found themselves standing in front of Miss Cooper's desk, with the other offending members of Rose's club. Miss Cooper was already holding court from the chair in front of the imposing desk, but she didn't look as furious as she had when she had entered Rose's house. Marjorie thought she seemed more mollified, as though she had known that something had been going on behind her back, and now that she knew what it was, she could relax. Marjorie didn't know how Miss Cooper could sit there and act so innocently if she had done what Mr. Fitzgerald had accused her of. If Marjorie had ever even thought of doing a similar thing, then she knew she'd be racked with enough guilt to cut her sleeping hours short for the rest of her life. "You all know why you're here?" Miss Cooper said. Everyone else was squashed into the room behind the desk. Only Rose and Mrs. Wiggins had managed to take a seat. Mrs. Blossom was absent, of course. Miss Cooper couldn't punish her because she worked at another school. But Miss MacDonald and Mrs. George were there, leaning against the front wall of the room awkwardly. Mrs. George had her arms folded tightly across her chest, like she was trying to keep from reaching out and slapping Miss Cooper hard across the face. The stone paperweight that Marjorie had noticed in the office, the first time she'd been called in, was still on the table, and still missing the sword. Marjorie found herself zoning out as Miss Cooper continued to berate them. It was just a rock with a slot in the top, the same as it had been when she'd first laid eyes on it. But Marjorie looked at it with eyes that had seen Miss Cooper on the CCTV in Mr. Fitzgerald's shop. "Is this a sword in a stone?" she found herself saying out loud. Miss Cooper paused mid-rant and turned to face her. She looked surprised, and her mouth was hanging open. The rest of the staff also turned to look at Marjorie. She suddenly felt the heat of 10 pairs of eyes on her and wished she hadn't said anything at all. "It's supposed to be," Miss Cooper said snootily. "But you can't distract me with silly questions, Mrs. Butcher-Baker. I'm just getting to your part in all of this." Marjorie winced, but before Miss Cooper could admonish her any further, Mrs. Winkle appeared in the doorway. She didn't bother to knock this time and looked even more stressed than she had at the school meeting. "What's going on?" Miss Cooper asked. "It's the art department," Mrs. Winkle screeched in panic. "It's flooded." "How on earth has it flooded?" Miss Cooper asked, her eyes wide and her voice rising. Marjorie finally managed to draw her eyes away from the paperweight as Miss Cooper stood up from her chair, her gloved fingers touching her face while she decided what to do. "The students," Mrs. Winkle said. "They filled the sink up with paper towels and turned the taps on." "Good Lord," Miss Cooper spluttered. She rushed around the side of the desk, past the assembled staff. When she got to the doorway, she turned back like she'd just remembered that they were there. "You're all dismissed. For now." With that, she left, following Mrs. Winkle back out into the hallway. "Should I tell her that I know where Louise and Gossia keep the wet vac?" Mrs. Wiggins said with a chuckle. "No," Rose snapped. "Let them waste even more paper towels mopping it all up. It'll cost them a fortune when she has to replace them on the next disposables order." "Right." She picked Jason up. Marjorie hadn't even seen him in the crush of people. "Come on, Toto. We'd better get to class. Let's see if Dorothy has learned all her lines yet." Marjorie and Clementine waited respectfully for the teachers to file out first, not wanting to be rude and push through them as they rushed to get back to their classrooms. After all, the kitchen was under Gloria's calm control. It would certainly be fine for another few minutes. No sooner had they begun to leave the office than they bumped into Kerry Ann. She nearly bowled them both over on her way inside. "Quick," she hissed, seeming red-faced and flushed with exertion. "I've created a distraction for you. Get back in there and find something out about the head teacher." "What?" Marjorie said in alarm. "Don't worry. They'll be clearing up that leak for ages," Kerry Ann said with a grin. "I broke the tap. There's water everywhere. And I stuffed the drain full of paper towels. Old trick I learned when I was a student here." "You did that?" Clementine asked and began to laugh. "What? Why?" "There's no time to explain," Kerry Ann hissed. "Go on.
You've got to go through all this stuff. I'll wait out here and stop anyone trying to get in. Lock the door behind you."
"You have to explain a little bit, else we won't know what to look for," Clementine said indignantly. Kerry-Ann sighed.
"That new headmistress has been getting paid by that new supplier. Every food,"
Kerry-Ann hissed, trying to force them into the office.
"Chantel looked into it for me, and they've been slipping her a 10% fee for whatever you buy in exchange for changing your supplier to them. Honestly, it must add up to a fortune."
Marjorie gasped. It probably did. She spent an extortionate amount on food just to keep the canteen running, and that was her being frugal. If she'd spent what she really needed, then the school would have run out of money decades ago. Kerry-Ann finally managed to bowl them back into the room and close the door in their faces. Before Marjorie could say anything, Clementine reached out and turned the lock, the latch clicking shut. Clementine turned to Marjorie with a determined look on her face. "I know what you're going to say, Marjorie," she said, holding her hands up in defence, "but we should really take this opportunity to find out what's going on."
"I agree,"
Marjorie said with a nod. Clementine continued. "Listen, we might not get another chance to—" "Wait. What?"
"I agree,"
Marjorie said again. "Come on." Marjorie rushed to Miss Cooper's desk and began to rummage through the drawers, although what she was looking for she really did not know. Clementine shrugged and then hurried over to help her, pulling things out of drawers and looking behind books in the bookcase. There wasn't much in the drawers, although Marjorie wondered if that was because Miss Cooper hadn't been at the school long. One drawer was curious, though. It contained nothing but a few sets of the gloves that Miss Cooper always wore, along with a few tubes of prescription creams. They looked like hydrocortisone to Marjorie, who had suffered from eczema as a child. Her heart sank as she realised that if Miss Cooper had a skin ailment, then that would explain away her need for daily gloves. Marjorie turned to the computer, but realised it was an impenetrable fortress without the password. "Clem, I'm sure Miss Cooper must have been at Mr. Fitzgerald's the night he died," Marjorie said, picking the paperweight up to look at it properly. "This has got to have something to do with it. He certainly didn't bring it to her at the meeting, did he?" "Well, not that we have any CCTV to show that you're right," Clementine said. Marjorie finished searching the desk as Clementine took the paperweight from the desk and held it awkwardly under one arm. "We need to show this to Simon," Clementine said, in a matter-of-fact manner, while Marjorie tried to get her to put it back.
"She'll see it's gone."
"She won't know it was us, though," Clementine said, a note of triumph in her voice. Marjorie realised she might be right. Anyway, they might be able to get it to Simon and manage to put it back on the desk before the day was out. In all the cacophony of the art-room flood, Miss Cooper might not even realise it had gone. Sucking air through her teeth, Marjorie turned to the walk-in cupboard to the left-hand side of the room. Miss Cooper hadn't been planning to leave so quickly, and the key was resting in the lock. She lunged for it, opening the door and going inside. Clementine followed her. "I don't know what you're expecting to find in here, Marjorie," Clementine said. "These are all from when James was headmaster, though. I expect she's got it all on computer now, any records or whatever." "You're probably right," Marjorie said, grabbing another old folder and rummaging through it. "She's not as lax with security as James was, is she? She seems to know everything that's happening even before it does." "Not us being in here, though," Clementine exclaimed. "If I had £1 every time we'd snuck into a teacher's classroom cupboard, I'd have at least £3 or £4, which doesn't sound much, actually, does it? But you could buy at least a banana curly-whirly from the leisure centre vending machine, so I suppose that's something." Marjorie noticed a newer-looking file sitting above all the others, labelled Charity Events. She reached out for it and took it down from the shelf. At the same time there was a thump on the door. They froze, staring at each other and listening.
"Let me into my office," Miss Cooper's voice shouted from out in the hall.
Kerry Ann mumbled something back in reply, but Marjorie couldn't hear what she was saying. Marjorie and Clementine had been trapped in this particular cupboard once before, and Marjorie did not look forward to another long wait till they could escape. Clementine had no such intentions. "Come on," she hissed, rushing out of the cupboard and straight over to the window. She peeled it upwards and slid out of it gracefully. Marjorie followed, trying not to trip over or drop the folder she was carrying. Clementine stepped out first, nearly falling with a thump onto the concrete below. Marjorie followed, and soon they were running across the courtyard back in the direction of the school kitchen, the paperweight still firmly under Clementine's arm. Chapter 24. Marjorie went to meet Vanessa at the library after they finished work. She sat awkwardly alone at a table, Mrs. Buch, the librarian, staring at her judgmentally from the other side of the room. It had been a dreary lunchtime overall, not one of the greatest shifts she had ever had, and Mrs. Buch's harsh looks were not making her feel any better. Worse still, the unresolved questions hung over her head. Clementine had left for Mrs. Pruitt's to try to catch her while she was at home. She had taken Miss Cooper's paperweight with her, and Marjorie felt a pang at the fact they were separated, even for such a brief period. Clementine was usually her right-hand woman, both figuratively and literally. Marjorie had wanted to go to Mrs. Pruitt's too, but she had already promised Vanessa that she would help her with her crochet practice. It would have looked strange if she had made excuses at such a late stage. She was worried about the paperweight. If Clementine was caught with it leaving the school, then there would be grave trouble. Marjorie knew that Simon might be helpful in identifying whether the knife Mr. Fitzgerald was carrying when he died had indeed been part of the stone. Maybe Clementine was right about Miss Cooper and her fingerprints. She certainly did wear gloves an awful lot, but the medicinal creams in her office drawer seemed to explain why. It was strange that she still had the paperweight, however, especially as they knew from the CCTV footage from Mr. Fitzgerald's shop that she had taken it back to him. Still, the sword that belonged in the stone had been found in Mr. Fitzgerald's hand, Marjorie thought. There was something they were missing in all this. They just had to work out exactly what it was. Vanessa finally arrived in a flurry of bags and sat down next to Marjorie, who noticed immediately that she was not wearing her usual outfit of smart, wide-legged trousers and black shoes. Instead, she had a pair of elasticated jogging bottoms and a white pair of trainers that looked as though they hadn't seen the outside of a car boot for a long time. Vanessa's shoes were quite a bit smaller than the ones she usually wore. Marjorie almost asked her about them, but then decided that it might come across as rude. That was the last thing she wanted to do. "I'm so sorry," Vanessa said, still out of breath as she sat down. "There was a huge flood in the art department. The students did it as a rebellion against the student police. Can you believe that?" Marjorie might have, especially with her knowledge of Rose and her gang of informers, but she knew that it had really been Kerry Ann's work. Vanessa continued to speak in a babble. "I must look a right mess. I had to put on the spare gym stuff I had in my car. How are you? Everything all right down in the kitchen?" Marjorie nodded in the affirmative. "It's not as much Noah's Ark as we heard the art department is." Vanessa smiled in a small, fragile way. Marjorie felt like she could easily have reached over and wiped it from her face. "Yeah, I'm not sure what Janet's going to do about that," Vanessa said. "Janet couldn't get back into her office either. She thinks one of the students must have shut her out. She had to get the caretaker to unlock it for her." Marjorie grimaced internally, hoping no one had seen her and Clem clambering through the window frame. Luckily, Vanessa was distracted enough not to notice Marjorie's discomfort. She took her crochet hook and yarn out of one of the bags. Something small rolled out of the bag and across the table towards Marjorie, who grabbed it instinctively and held it up to look at it. "Vanessa!" Marjorie gasped as she held up the tiny crocheted dog. "Did you make this?" "Oh, yeah," Vanessa said, her cheeks and neck flushing as she nodded. "I've really been practicing since our last lesson. I made it for you." "For me?" Marjorie asked, sitting the dog down on the table in front of her. Vanessa must have come on leaps and bounds in the week they hadn't had a lesson. Last week she had barely been able to hold the hook, and now she was making full crochet animals. "Yes," Vanessa smiled. "It's Jason, can't you see?" Marjorie didn't. For one thing, the crochet dog was lime green. But she smiled anyway. "Thank you," she said, genuinely, still amazed at Vanessa's great improvement.
"I need to talk to you about something,"
Vanessa said, picking the dog back up and placing him between them in the middle of the table. "Oh?" Marjorie said.
"I've heard something about one of the governors,
"And I think it's quite strange," Vanessa said, lowering her voice so Mrs. Buch wouldn't hear them.
Do you know Mr. Bull?"
"Yes," Marjorie whispered back.
"Well,"
Vanessa looked over her shoulder to check they weren't being overheard.
"He's been gathering funds for our charity of the year. He was supposed to give Miss Cooper the money last week, but he hasn't yet. And then, this morning he told me he'd paid it all in himself and there was no need to worry. Does that seem strange to you? You know all these people much better than me."
Marjorie didn't think that was necessarily true, but it was an interesting piece of information at the very least.
"The thing is," Vanessa continued, "I rang the charity and they hadn't received it yet. Maybe it was an error with the bank transfer or something, but still."
That did seem very strange. Before Marjorie could process it any further, a phone rang. She waited patiently for Vanessa to answer it before continuing. It wasn't until Vanessa turned to her with an expectant but annoyed look on her face that Marjorie realized it was her phone. She hardly ever answered it, choosing to forget about it most of the time. It was only usually necessary to call suppliers, and she hadn't needed to do that since Miss Cooper had told her to change to every food and order things through the computer. She excused herself before she pulled the phone out of her handbag resting on the floor, marvelling that it even still had battery left after days of neglect. "Hello?" she said into the receiver, though she knew from the phone screen that the caller was Clementine. "Marjorie," Clementine said, sounding anxious and unsure. "You've got to come down to Mr. Fitzgerald's." "Why?" Marjorie asked. Clementine cut her off before she could get another word in. "It's Mrs. Pruitt," Clementine said all in a rush. "I don't have time to explain. Please, hurry." Marjorie didn't waste any time after that. She gathered her things, even as Vanessa gave her a questioning look.
"What's going on?"
Vanessa asked. Marjorie shook her head. "I'm not sure," she told her, before darting away from the table and out of the library to see what on earth had happened. Chapter 25. Marjorie rushed to the shop, leaving the car in the town car park and skittering down the high street at a speed she hadn't reached since she was in her 40s. When she arrived, Mr. Fitzgerald's shop was dark and empty. The door was unlocked but firmly closed. Marjorie thought for a second, and then realized Clementine must be in Mrs. Pruitt's. Her instinct was right. When she pushed open the door to the newsagents across the road, she found them both sitting in front of the counter. Clementine was watching in concern as Mrs. Pruitt used an ice cream to ice her black eye and a can of Dr. Pepper to ice her bleeding nose. "What happened?" Marjorie gasped, looking around for the mysterious attacker, as though they might still be in the shop and jump out at any moment.
"She pushed me,"
Mrs. Pruitt snapped, using the cornetto to point dramatically at Clementine, grinning. while Clementine flinched as if Mrs. Pruitt had sworn at her. "She tripped on the cobbles outside," Clementine explained, her voice rising in exasperation. "She was in our shop, rootling around in there like a pig looking for truffles. I surprised her and she ran off across the road."
"I have every right to be in there,"
Mrs. Pruitt growled.
"I was looking for my spoons."
"Are you sure you weren't looking for your marbles, too?" Clementine scoffed. "If you ever answered the door, then you'd know we'd found your spoons yesterday."
"It's your fault for surprising me,"
Mrs. Pruitt continued, ignoring that the spoons had been safely found.
"Scaring me like that. Landed face first, I did."
"Should we call the police?" Marjorie asked Clementine. Mrs. Pruitt's face soured immediately.
"How dare you?"
Mrs. Pruitt cried.
"And have them come barging in here and ask me if I'm enforcing the Challenge 21 policy and if I have a licence for my cigarettes? Get away. They aren't stepping one foot in here, especially since they didn't solve any of those murders the last few years, did they? Left it up to a couple of dinner ladies, didn't they? No, no, no. Keep them out of it. You're both reasonable people. We can sort this out among ourselves, can't we?"
"Are you sure that's the only reason?" Marjorie asked. Clementine passed Mrs. Pruitt a magnum to replace the cornetto that was melting against her head. Mrs. Pruitt took the new ice cream, but opened the wrapper of the cornetto and took a bite.
"Can't feel nothing on my dentures,"
she grinned as Marjorie winced at the sight of the cold ice cream on her teeth. "What were you doing in the shop?" Clementine asked finally, after Mrs. Pruitt had eaten most of it. "You can't have just gone in there for the spoons." Clementine turned to Marjorie. She was trying to plug the CCTV camera downstairs back in. It was her who unplugged it in the first place. Marjorie gasped at the revelation. "Was it really?" she asked, turning to Mrs. Pruitt, who had the good grace to look guilty.
"This is all between me and Timothy," Mrs. Pruitt said. "Honestly, I just never thought either of you would find out what I did. I didn't think you'd realised about the camera being unplugged. I thought I'd just plug it back in, and then no one would be able to tie me to any of it."
"To any of what?" Marjorie asked, not being able to get her head around it at all.
"Old Tim gets pushed down the stairs, and then little old me is seen on his camera before I unplug it," Mrs. Pruitt said. "Thought it best to intervene there before anyone put two and two together. We've had it out for each other for years. You know he tried to blackmail me."
There was a pause. Marjorie wondered very briefly if she and Clem were the only people Mr. Fitzgerald hadn't tried to blackmail. It certainly seemed so.
"But I got him, didn't I?" Mrs. Pruitt said,
her smile cracking across her wrinkled face.
"Blackmailed him right back. Oh, I do miss Tim. It was a right laugh. I knew all about his little computers."
She smirked, her mouth full of ice cream. "So why did he have the spoons in the first place?" Marjorie asked.
"My idiot husband gave them to him to spite me a decade ago," Mrs. Pruitt told her, her face darkening despite the ice cream in her mouth. "Serves him right. I outlived him, didn't I? Didn't know he'd given them away till I got the will, though, which included that as some sort of last-minute joke."
"But why?"
"Because he was a bastard," she spat.
Bits of cornetto cone going everywhere, making Marjorie flinch.
"And he may or may not have disagreed with me blackmailing Tim, and Tim wouldn't give them back because he thought it was funny."
"Not you as well," Clementine said with a huff. "Half the town must be being blackmailed at this point. What did you even blackmail him for? Or with?"
"All his little cameras and secrets. Not that any of that matter now. I wanted Timothy's place on the council," Mrs. Pruitt said, her jaw clenching as she admitted it. I've been a resident a long time. I could do some good around here."
"Like what?" Clementine asked, her eyes wide with bemusement.
"Electric bikes for paper rounds," Mrs. Pruitt said proudly. "And dogs banned from gardens at that."
"They both seem like things that would interest a very small number of people, namely you," Marjorie said. Mrs. Pruitt narrowed her eyes at her.
"Well, it's not going to happen anyway, is it? Even though Tim's dead, they still won't let me join," Mrs. Pruitt said. "So that got me thinking, what if a certain dinner lady team managed to put Fred in prison? Then there'd be 2 spots on the council up for grabs, wouldn't there? I'd practically be a shoo-in. Turns out Fred wasn't immune to a little bit of blackmail either, as I found out this week. Bless him. He never saw me coming."
"Fred Boole?" Marjorie asked. "What on earth for?" Mrs. Pruitt smirked.
"Killing Timothy, of course."
"Our Timothy Fitzgerald?" Marjorie said with a gasp. If what Mrs. Pruitt was saying was the truth, then their earlier suspicions of Mr. Boole would be realised. Mrs. Pruitt nodded, her face so smug Marjorie felt like she wanted to punch it. "How do you know that?" Marjorie asked her. Mrs. Pruitt made the gesture of a zip being closed shut across her mouth. "Did you see him go to the shop the night Mr. Fitzgerald died?" Clementine asked. Mrs. Pruitt didn't say a word, but her smirk told Marjorie that she had. "But how?" Marjorie wondered out loud. "Surely you can't prove that you saw him, unless you have a camera of your own." Clementine stood from where she had been supporting herself, leaning on the shop counter. Marjorie realised what it meant in the same moment as Clementine. "You've got a camera of your own?"
"Yeah." "So?"
Mrs. Pruitt snapped, sucking in her cheeks.
"It's perfectly normal to have a camera now. Everyone's got one."
"But you didn't tell us you did. And you know we've been trying to help Mr. Fitzgerald." Marjorie felt her jaw clench. "Explain yourself." "Yes," Clementine said, standing up to her full height, which was not much, and folding her arms across her chest. "We said we'd look for your spoons. Now tell us what you know, like you promised you would."
"Do I look like a Girl Scout?" Mrs. Pruitt said with a chuckle. "Why should I tell you anything?"
"Because we're trying to find out if someone killed Mr. Fitzgerald, and you're our only witness if what you're saying is true," Clementine told her. "And not only did you break into Mr. Fitzgerald's shop, but you also turned off the camera inside his shop the day he died. There might have been footage of his killer if you hadn't, and you had footage of Mr. Boole leaving the shop that evening and haven't told anyone. Not us, not the police, no one." Mrs. Pruitt waved a dismissive hand at both of them, but stood up from her stool anyway. She slammed the Magnum down onto the counter, where the packet smashed onto it horribly.
"Here's the thing," she said, her sigh heavy. "I wanted to see what I could get my nice new neighbours, the dinner lady detectives, to do for me first. Come on, let's go and watch the footage then. At the end of the day, it'll be good once Fred's gone to prison for it. There'll be no one left to tell me my shopfront's an eyesore."
They followed her as she slowly shuffled through the shop. She inputted a code into the door keypad, and then they followed her through it and up the winding stairs into her flat. "Are you sure it's Mr. Boole?" Marjorie asked her, as she gestured for them to sit on a nicotine-stained sofa. "We did suspect him, but we weren't able to pin down an exact reason."
"Well, there was all that with the charity fraud, wasn't there?" Mrs. Pruitt said.
She said the words as though she'd just thought of them. Marjorie thought she probably had. Mrs. Pruitt did seem the type of person to keep information to herself until she needed it, and she certainly seemed to have a very blurry sense of right and wrong. "What charity fraud?" Clementine asked, joining Marjorie on the sofa.
Oh, the Bulls have always pocketed a fee for anything they involve themselves in, Mrs. Pruitt said. Common knowledge among us older folk. How do you think they afforded that new conservatory?
Marjorie gasped as she realised that what Vanessa had said earlier must be true. Mr. Boole must have taken the money for himself. Perhaps he was also involved with Miss Cooper and her food delivery scam. Maybe they were in it together. Oblivious to the speed of Marjorie's thoughts, Mrs. Pruitt turned on the small television in front of the bay window in the corner of the room and flicked through the settings until she came to a view of the shop.
I've got it all saved on computer,
she told them both, her mouth opening wide to show the teeth inside it.
But I saved the juicy bits on my external hard drive.
How do you know how to do this? Clementine asked. Marjorie felt just as baffled.
We can't all be thick at computers, can we? Mrs. Pruitt scoffed. Honestly, you both need to get some common sense. And...
She paused, as though deliberately debating whether to tell them.
Timothy set it up for me.
Clementine ah-ed agreeably, and Marjorie nodded. It made perfect sense that Mr. Fitzgerald would have set it up for Mrs. Pruitt. That must be what he was alluding to in his note he'd left her in the car. She only wished he'd been a little clearer with what he meant. They could have been here with Mrs. Pruitt a lot sooner, if they'd known she had CCTV footage of his killer, though Marjorie supposed they'd still have had to get the information out of Mrs. Pruitt, which had been easier said than done. Blood and stones came to mind. Thinking about it, she supposed that perhaps he hadn't told them because he thought that they'd have seen whoever it was immediately on the CCTV inside the shop. He couldn't have known the camera had been unplugged before his death. Before she could muse any further, Mrs. Pruitt pressed play on her remote and then joined them on the sofa, toddling over and squishing herself down in between them. Marjorie tried not to let her arm touch the stained sofa, while simultaneously trying to get away from Mrs. Pruitt's bony hip bones. The footage clearly showed the front of Mr. Fitzgerald's shop. The camera must have been hidden among the hanging baskets outside Mrs. Pruitt's first-floor bay window. That was quite a sneaky place to have put it, Marjorie thought, and well thought out by Mr. Fitzgerald. She wondered how he had managed to get Mrs. Pruitt to agree to such a thing. Mrs. Pruitt turned to her, as though able to read her mind.
I lost a card game, and the camera was my forfeit, she explained, her dry lips pulled together tightly. I weren't sure what he wanted to do with it at the time. I said, get off it, Tim. You can't spy on me and blackmail me like all them others. But he said he'd got no such thing in mind.
It's more like he was spying on himself, Clementine said as they watched the television. Mrs. Pruitt made an agreeable noise in her throat. On screen, Mr. and Mrs. Boole appeared, sauntering to the shop door and waiting for a moment. Mr. Boole reached out and let himself in, and Mrs. Boole followed. They were not inside for long. Soon Mr. Boole came rushing out, followed closely by his wife, who was on the phone.
There you have it,
Mrs. Pruitt said, gesturing at the TV, and then using Marjorie and Clementine's knees to heft herself back upright from her seat.
Now you can piss off. Get him arrested and that, then find my spoons for me.
I already told you we'd found the spoons, Clementine said. Mrs. Pruitt shrieked in laughter.
Good,
she said, her smile showing every tooth left in her mouth.
I'm going to use them to eat my cereal with.
But how did the Booles get inside in the first place? Marjorie asked, her mind analysing what they had just watched.
The front door,
Mrs. Pruitt said. She said it in a way that made sure Marjorie knew Mrs. Pruitt thought she was very stupid indeed. Yes, but why was it unlocked? Marjorie said. Clementine immediately jumped up. Yes, he would have locked up by then, she said. What time was it that the Booles went round? It's dark. It must have been really late. Mrs. Pruitt threw her hands up in defeat.
"How should I know?" she said. "I don't stalk him all the time. Just occasionally, when something interesting happens."
"Is there no more footage than this?" Marjorie asked, despairing for a moment when Mrs. Pruitt shook her head.
"I only saved this bit on my external hard drive to blackmail Bull with," she explained, looking just as smug as she had earlier. "Plugs right into the TV's USB, it does, like magic."
"So you didn't see anyone else?" Clementine asked.
"Yes," Mrs. Pruitt admitted. "But it's got to have been the Bulls who done it, hasn't it?"
"What do you mean by that?" Marjorie asked. Mrs. Pruitt shrugged carelessly, which made Marjorie wish that Clementine had actually pushed her over in the street. "Mrs. Boole was on the phone," Clementine said, her hands on her chin as she thought, her fingernail tapping her lip. "She would know exactly what Martha Mugglethwaite sounds like, wouldn't she? She's known her and Arthur for years." "Yes," Marjorie said with a nod. "And she didn't grow up here, she's from Bristol. So that tracks with Nigel's theory about the slight variation in accent." "Can we see it again?" Clementine asked Mrs. Pruitt, who sighed deeply, like she was preparing to do them a tremendous favour. She replayed the footage anyway. They watched enraptured, and Marjorie tried to find anything that would confirm the Booles as the killer. Mrs. Boole stepped out of the front door again and spoke animatedly into the phone before Mr. Boole joined her, and they rushed back up the street away from the scene. "Can you wind it back?" Marjorie asked, fearing Mrs. Pruitt's temper, but she felt that they were so close to a discovery that there must be something more to it. Mrs. Pruitt scoffed, but she did as she asked. "There," Clementine yelled as the footage played once more. "Pause it."
"Give me a bloody minute,"
Mrs. Pruitt yelled back. Instead, she replayed the footage one more time. "Look, Marjorie," Clementine said. "The fire escape."
"Ah, yes. Well,"
Mrs. Pruitt said, looking guilty for the first time since they had arrived.
"I may or may not have propped that open so I could get into the building, and I might have forgotten to shut it again."
The side door to Mr. Fitzgerald's building was opening, only just caught to the very side of the footage. "There was another person there," Marjorie gasped. "Yes," Clementine said. "Do you think Mr. and Mrs. Boole know who they were?" "There's only one way to find out," Marjorie replied. Chapter 26. They rang the doorbell of the Booles' house. They had got the address after calling Rose and demanding she give it to them. She had supplied it without comment. Simon was waiting in the car on the street for them to return. They had finally called him after the nightmare with Mrs. Pruitt, and he had arrived to collect the paperweight they had stolen from Miss Cooper's office. He seemed excited to be able to match it with the sword back at the station, and he had some news for them as well. They had been correct about Sergeant Davis's cover-up, and a serious investigation had been opened into Dewstow Police Force. The outcome was unknown so far, but Mr. Fitzgerald's case had been reopened, and Simon was free to continue. It was good news, Marjorie thought, but sour all the same. To her credit, Mrs. Pruitt had been happy enough to send them a copy of her camera footage. Marjorie supposed it was because she was convinced that once Mr. Boole was in prison, she would finally ascend to her place on the council. Marjorie wasn't so sure. Simon had arrived at the Booles just after Marjorie and Clementine, and had parked the police car around the corner so it wouldn't be seen from the bay windows of the house. It felt wonderful to have backup. It was a rare thing to not have to hide their comings and goings away from the police. Not that Simon was the entire police force, but Marjorie thought that a lone officer had to be better than nothing. Marjorie had worried that the Booles wouldn't be in, or they wouldn't be able to find them somehow. She needn't have worried. Mrs. Boole answered quickly, her face falling when she saw who the visitors were. "What do you want?" she asked bluntly, her lip curling at the very sight of them. "We know what you did," Clementine said. Marjorie nodded agreeably behind her, feeling, for a moment, like Clementine's security. They had already decided that there was no need to beat around the bush with any of it. They ought to just tell the Booles what they knew and see what they said, even if it put them in danger. They didn't have any other ideas of how to make them admit it. Marjorie and Clementine had doubts that they had killed Mr. Fitzgerald, now that they knew there was a third person involved, but the Booles might well know who had. "I'm not going to let you in," Mrs. Boole said, her usually pleasant expression replaced with one of contempt. "I'm sure that the rest of the governors would be interested to hear what we have to say," Marjorie said, "and that's without mentioning how interesting it might be for the police." Mrs. Boole's face fell. "Fine," she said. "Come in, wipe your feet on the mat, and be quiet." "Those seem opposite things," Clementine protested. But she followed her inside anyway. "Who was it, Sandra?" Mr. Boole called from the living room. "Just some students coming to drop off charity money," Mrs. Boole called back breezily, the lie falling effortlessly from her lips. "I'm just going to start the washing up." "Why didn't you tell him we're here?" Marjorie asked her, confused. Mrs. Boole ignored her. Instead, she ushered them along the hallway and through the kitchen into a small utility room. Empty wine bottles piled on the tabletop above the dishwasher, ready to go into the recycling. "Gosh, that's posh," Clementine said, oohing as she noticed the dishwasher. "Can you wash plates in it as well?" "Shush," Mrs. Boole said in an exaggerated whisper. "Tell me what you want, quickly, before Fred realizes that you're here." "We know about your charity con," Marjorie began. Mrs. Boole didn't even have the dignity to look affronted. Instead, she rolled her eyes. "Is that all?" "Well, good luck proving it," she said with a scoff. "We have proof," Clementine told her. "I don't believe you," Mrs. Boole snapped back, her nostrils flaring with anger. Marjorie realized that Mrs. Boole must have decided long ago that the accusations about her husband's charity work would die with Mr. Fitzgerald. She probably wasn't best pleased that this hadn't happened. "Even if you did have any proof, which you don't, what difference does it make? I'll just give some sob story about how it was the only way for us to manage the cost of all the good we do for the town. Fred won't even have to stand down from the governors, most likely. It was nothing to do with him. And even if it was, none of them will care. They're all as rotten as each other. Fred is good pals with Mark Wilkinson. No one will bat an eyelid." "What do you mean?" Marjorie found herself hissing. "Nothing to do with your husband. What has Officer Wilkinson got to do with this?" "Exactly that," Mrs. Boole spat. "It's nothing to do with my husband." They glared at each other for a moment. "Maybe Officer Wilkinson would care about footage of you and your husband leaving Mr. Fitzgerald's the night he died," Marjorie suggested. Mrs. Boole went pale. "You don't." "We do," Clementine said with a nod, a smile spreading over her face. "Do you want to tell us why you were there before we talk to the police? This is your chance to redeem yourself." Mrs. Boole realized that the game was lost. She sank backward, leaning heavily on the countertop and nearly knocking over a lipstick-stained wineglass. "You know what Timothy was accusing Fred of?" Mrs. Boole asked. "The charity theft?" Marjorie asked. "Yes," Mrs. Boole said. "He was barking up the wrong tree with Fred." "It's not an accusation, if it's true," Clementine offered. Mrs. Boole glared at her before continuing. "It wasn't true," she said. "Not really. Fred had nothing to do with it. I'm the one who's taken the money." "Like the cheque you were supposed to deposit recently?" Marjorie asked, just to confirm the lie. "You didn't really deposit it, did you?" "I was going to," Mrs. Boole said. "It's just the shop. It's not doing very well at the moment, and I have to sometimes borrow a bit of cash to get through the month." "That's obscene," Clementine said. "You'd steal from a charity to keep a shop selling buttons open? Ridiculous." "What's ridiculous is the town's business rent rates," Mrs. Boole said. "This town is crying out for new local shops, but they close all the time because no one can afford to stay open." Marjorie thought for a moment that Mrs. Boole might lose her temper again, but instead she sighed and slumped against the counter, one hand covering her eyes. "I used to do sewing and repairs," she said. "That's what I really opened the shop for. But I just can't keep up with it all. I wish I'd never bothered sometimes." "Maybe you shouldn't have," Clementine said. "Does this mean you'll stop stealing charity money? You need to give it back." Mrs. Boole lifted her head and glared at her before nodding. "I don't have it all, but I'll try." "What happened with Mr. Fitzgerald?" Marjorie asked, realising that if they were going to find out anything, it would have to be now. "We went over to talk some sense into Timothy," Mrs. Boole said. "Fred thought he'd lost his mind. Of course, he didn't know that I had actually taken the money. And Timothy had assumed it was Fred who had taken it. Gosh, what a nightmare. I can't tell you how good it is to get off my chest." "A bit late for Mr. Fitzgerald," Clementine said with a grimace. Mrs. Boole continued. "We knew how wrapped up in it all he was. It would have been easy to talk him down, or so we thought. I thought I might be able to talk to him separately, after, and confess that it was me taking the money and that Fred had nothing to do with it. But when we got there, He was already dead," Marjorie said, finding herself whispering even though there was no need. "Yes," Mrs. Boole agreed. She looked pained, but relieved. Marjorie wondered how heavily the burden of the secret had been weighing on her mind. She knew that if it had been hers to keep, that it would have crushed her. "But we found a cheque in Mr. Fitzgerald's shop from Mr. Boole," Clementine told Mrs. Boole. Marjorie had forgotten all about it. "I forged Fred's signature after the first email Tim sent him," Mrs. Boole confessed. "But then I worried Fred might notice when the money went out, so I didn't send any more." The ironic thing seemed to be that Mr. Fitzgerald had been in no hurry to cash them. Perhaps he saw it as some sort of vigilante service he was performing for Dewstowe. "Please don't tell Fred," Mrs. Boole whispered. "He'd never forgive me. I'll pay it all back, I swear." Before either of them could answer, Marjorie heard footsteps arriving through the utility room door. "Sandy, do you have the new tea bags in here?" Marjorie heard Mr. Boole's voice before he crashed into the room. "Oh, it's you two. What are you doing here?" "They know we went to the shop," Mrs. Boole told him, her eyes filling with tears. Mr. Boole's mouth dropped open. "Preposterous," he spluttered. "How would they know?" "We have CCTV footage," Marjorie explained. His face dropped again. "Well, that may be, but—" "There's no point arguing with them," Mrs. Boole said, putting her hand on his arm. Mr. Boole considered them both for a long moment, and Marjorie wondered briefly if he was going to demand that they leave. "Come on," he said. They followed him into the living room, sitting down on the three-piece suite. Marjorie felt as though they were waiting for further instructions. "What do you want to make this all go away?" Mr. Boole asked, before he'd even finished sitting down. Mrs. Boole was stoic on the sofa next to him, her thin face pinched and her eyes heavy with anxiety. "We don't want your money," Clementine said. She glanced over to Marjorie and they shared a look. "We just want to catch whoever killed Mr. Fitzgerald," Marjorie told them both. Mr. Boole gave a visible sigh of relief, and Marjorie could instantly see the politician in him stirring back to life. Now it looked like it wasn't all over for them both.
"We didn't kill him," Mr. Boole spat immediately. "You can't believe that we would have—"
"You didn't see anyone else in the building when you were there?" Clementine asked him. He shook his head.
"Nobody," Mr. Boole said. "We left right away, of course. Sandra called it in. Cleverclogs pretended to be Martha. She's a terrible gossip, and she would usually go to the cinema club in the evening. Of course, we didn't realise she'd been ill."
"No, we didn't find that out till the next day, when the police arrived here," Mrs. Boole said. "We were lucky we knew Mark so well. But I'm sure there wasn't anyone in the shop with us anyway. We didn't see anyone." "Someone left through the fire escape at the same time as you did," Marjorie explained. Both Booles looked as surprised as Marjorie and Clementine had been when they'd seen the footage themselves.
"Well, who was it?"
Mr. Boole demanded to know. "That's what we're trying to find out," Marjorie said.
"Yes. Well," Mr. Boole said finally, "let me know what you need me to do."
With Mr. Boole's help, the trap was set for the next evening's governor's meeting. Mr. Boole would find a way to get Marjorie and Clementine into the room somehow, and then they would simply watch for Ms. Cooper's reaction as she got the email. As Marjorie had noticed, she was always on her phone or laptop. She'd see the email as soon as it came in. That was the plan, anyway. Marjorie knew that it was a very long shot indeed, but worse plans had provided fruit before, and they had no options left. They couldn't have left Rose to organise their involvement. Her insistence on their appearance would have been highly suspicious to Ms. Cooper, and she just didn't have the pull at the school that she used to, especially now that she'd been caught holding out-of-school secret spy meetings. Since her dressing down, Rose had become a hollow shell of herself, wandering the school corridors like a well-dressed ghost, billowing through the halls with Jason under her arm, and occasionally popping into classrooms and staring at the students inside them sadly. The students had begun calling her Miss Havisham. Marjorie suspected that that might become a self-fulfilling prophecy if something didn't change soon. Rose was sure to hear the nickname at some point, and then would probably actually arrive at work in a torn old wedding dress, which would reach the very peak of Ms. Cooper's patience. As it was, Marjorie already saw Ms. Cooper eyeing Jason nastily. If Rose wasn't careful, Miss Cooper would ban him from the school grounds. If Miss Cooper had killed Mr. Fitzgerald, then of course she really wouldn't like the sight of that little dog. Since they had visited Tilly, and Jason had seemed fine with her, Marjorie had been wondering about his former reactions. Surely there must have been reason for him to have barked like that. Marjorie had a theory that Miss Cooper must have been near Tilly whenever Jason had barked, and Jason was really barking at Miss Cooper. Of course, she had no way to prove it before the meeting tomorrow afternoon. Marjorie reclined on the sofa while Clementine cooked them spaghetti bolognese, too exhausted to get up and fetch her crochet bag, but wanting to do something relaxing after the day they'd had. Simon had just left, taking the paperweight with him. He was certain that the sword would fit in it like a glove, and then, hopefully, that would be enough to move the case forward. Then Dewstow Police Force would have to find Mr. Fitzgerald's killer. Marjorie felt like they had done enough to prove what had happened. It was time for professional help. Marjorie reached blindly down to the magazine storage in the side table and grasped for something to read, the smooth cover almost slipping out of her grasp. She opened it and began to flick through mindlessly, enjoying the downtime. She'd always imagined that by this age she'd have slowed down entirely, but things were busier than ever and showed no signs of stopping at all. The mid-page spread in the magazine made her stop and stare at the paper, closing it quickly to see what magazine it was. She was definitely holding a copy of Crochet Monthly, which she had been a subscriber to for decades now. She kept all her old issues for the free patterns included, only recycling them when the stack of them was tall enough to crush either her or Clementine if it fell over. If this was Crochet Monthly, she thought to herself, her mind racing, then why was Vanessa Martin, who had claimed to be useless at crochet, the star crocheter of the month? Chapter 27. "I'm telling you," Marjorie said, as they all flipped through the magazine again, "you don't just win Crocheter of the Month without, well, being very, very good at crochet." They were holed up after the lunch hour in Marjorie's tiny dry store office, which had not been designed for so many people, but Marjorie had decided that needs must sometimes, and this was definitely grounds for a full team meeting. "And Vanessa isn't?" Sharon asked. "I thought you were giving her lessons. But you're saying she's Star Baker, or whatever the yarn equivalent is?" "Yes, I've been giving her lessons, but I'm not a miracle worker," Marjorie cried. "She's been dreadful, but now I think she must have been downplaying her skills." "Either she's really been downplaying, or this is a lie," Clementine said, jabbing the picture of Vanessa for the 30th time since Marjorie had shown her the magazine. "But this is from 3 years ago," Marjorie said, pointing to Vanessa's smiling face, peering up at them from the magazine, and holding her huge crochet interpretation of the Eiffel Tower, which seemed almost life-size. "At our last lesson, she turned up with a crocheted dog that she swore she'd made herself. But the lesson before that she'd been dreadful. She couldn't do a stitch without it getting tangled. I just don't know what to think." "There's something fishy going on here," Gloria said, pointing to the cartons of nacho cheese sauce and pre-made bechamel on the dry store shelf. They had been sitting there since Marjorie had taken delivery of them. She hadn't quite found a way to use them that wasn't horrible. "Look at this cheese. It's not right, Marjorie. No normal person would ingest anything so orange." "Yeah, don't you remember that girl years ago who turned orange from drinking too much Sunny D?" Karen said. Sharon nodded vigorously behind her. "We can't have loads of neon children in here, Marjorie, lighting the place up. What will the caretaker do all day if he doesn't need to replace the light bulbs?" It did seem strange and suspicious, and had for a while. Marjorie agreed with them. But her brain couldn't work out exactly why. Simon had rung to confirm that the paperweight did indeed match the sword that Mr. Fitzgerald had been holding. It fitted like a glove. Marjorie had asked him to hold back from arresting Ms. Cooper until they were absolutely certain. They had falsely accused someone before, and it hadn't ended well for any of them. Simon had given them a few hours to confirm it, but then he was going to move in anyway and take her in for questioning. They didn't have long at all. "So what's the plan then?" Gloria asked. "You didn't gather us all here for nothing, did you?" "No," Clementine said grimly. "Here's what we're going to do." She wiped off Marjorie's now useless vegetable ordering list from the whiteboard over the freezer and picked up the marker pen. Marjorie had left the list up as an homage to her old ordering suppliers. She hadn't been able to wipe it off, feeling that if she did so, she'd wipe away any chance to use the local greengrocer ever again. "Firstly, we've been invited to the governor's meeting by Mr. Boole to talk about our ideas for the charity bake sale," Clementine said, writing as she spoke. The pen squeaked with each word. "I've been finalising a recipe for a new sort of coconut cake," Karen gasped in excitement, It's got coconut oil in it. It's going to revolutionise baking. Ooh, I'll print it off so you can show them. Clementine shook her head. I'm afraid we won't really be needing any cake, Karen. There is no bake sale. It's all a ruse. Once we're in the meeting, Marjorie began, interrupting Clementine and addressing Karen directly, you'll use Mr. Fitzgerald's laptop to send Ms. Cooper an email that we've already written. She opened the computer and showed Karen and Sharon the email, which they had typed up the night before. Gloria nodded approvingly as she read it. Yes, she said. That'll certainly scare her, won't it? Marjorie realised that the draft didn't look quite as she had left it. Clem, she asked as she skimmed through it, have you added some bits to this? Clem, you can't say that Mr. Fitzgerald's ghost is going to haunt her forever. Why not? Clementine said with a scoff, underlining spooky ghost email, which she had written in all capitals on the whiteboard. It'll get her attention, won't it? Isn't that the point? Marjorie supposed it was. In any case, it was too late to rewrite it, and time was running out to get to the hall. They left the canteen after having the assurance that Sharon would wait outside the hall windows and watch till everyone was seated, and then she would text Karen to send the email. Then Marjorie and Clementine would watch Ms. Cooper like a hawk to see how she reacted. After that, the plan was even simpler. They would use Mr. Fitzgerald's emails to coerce her into admitting what she had done, the skimming of money from the school budget, and her part in Mr. Fitzgerald's death. Hopefully, she would be too distracted by the surprise of the emails to realise that Marjorie and Clementine were involved, even though they would be sitting in front of her when the first one arrived. It was, they believed, a flawless plan, all told. Marjorie and Clementine rushed to the hall and joined the gathering, which had already begun inside. Marjorie realised she didn't have time to feel nervous. This might be their only chance to see Ms. Cooper's reaction. They had to jump at it while they could. In Marjorie's experience, once a villain knew that they were cornered, all sorts of nastiness could occur. There was no telling what someone would do if they thought they were trapped. Gloria had dropped the tea trolley off before their arrival. Along with a raft of other governors, Ms. Cooper and Vanessa had already helped themselves to the single-serve hot chocolate sachets. Rose glared at Ms. Cooper from her seat, a tiny china cup of lemon tea already in front of her. Marjorie didn't know where she'd got the delicate teacup from. She suspected Rose had brought it from home. Jason sat by her feet, curled up in anticipation of a long meeting. Marjorie smiled at the sight of the little dog before she could help herself. He just seemed so content. She knew they'd made the right decision when she saw how happy he was with Rose. All they had to do now was to get his microchip changed, and then they could present him to her as hers for real. It was a secret they had been keeping for a while. Hopefully, it would be a lovely birthday present to Rose. "Coffee, Marjorie?" Vanessa asked, smiling at her, as she gestured to the Kenko sachets and bourbon biscuits Gloria had laid out on the plate in perfect concentric circles. She held her own steaming mug in her free hand. "I can't wait to hear your ideas for the bake sale. I'll bet you do a lovely cornflake cake." Marjorie and Clementine made themselves a drink and sat down across from Miss Cooper. Marjorie resisted drinking her coffee so none of the governors would see her hands shaking. Instead, she played with the corner of her notes folder. Mr. Bull had managed to get them into the meeting on a ruse, but they were going to need to make it look like they were there for a useful reason. Marjorie had carefully packed all her ideas for the next few events and galas, so she had something to say if anyone asked. It wouldn't do to look suspicious by being unprepared. Miss Cooper finally joined the table along with everyone else, and the meeting began. Marjorie kept her eyes on Miss Cooper, even as Mr. Bull got up to speak. He gave a long speech about what he believed the funds for the library should be used on instead of new books. She couldn't help but look at her watch every few minutes, watching the hands tick by until it was exactly 5:30. Karen was supposed to send the email. Miss Cooper's eyes were focused on the rest of the table, even though her laptop was open in front of her. Surely she must have seen the email by now. Marjorie checked her watch again. Maybe Karen had forgotten to send it, or had been held up somehow. She sighed internally, wishing they had thought of a more foolproof plan. Someone gasped from the other end of the room. Marjorie turned her head just in time to see someone drop their mug. Coffee splattered onto the table. Arthur Mugglethwaite jumped up in surprise, his white shirt stained with the dark liquid. "I'm so sorry," Vanessa squeaked, jumping up as well to dab at him with a napkin, and nearly knocking her laptop off the table with the motion. He batted her away, wiping at his own shirt. "This is brand new," he spluttered, pawing at it sadly. Marjorie got up and rushed over to the drinks trolley for more napkins, grabbing the entire pack and hurrying back over to the table so she could clear it up. The coffee had already begun to pour off the table and was dripping onto the floor, splattering down among their feet. Marjorie reached for the laptop to try to save it from the liquid. Vanessa was preoccupied still with babbling apologies at Arthur. Marjorie's hand froze as she reached for the computer, hovering over the keys as she saw the screen and the email that they had written the night before. Chapter 28. "Tell Simon to hold off taking Miss Cooper in for questioning," Clementine hissed down the phone to Kerry Ann. "We don't think it was her after all. Give us half an hour and we'll call back." She hung up as they continued to rush down the dark school corridor. Vanessa had escaped the room as soon as she could. Marjorie almost couldn't believe it. Clementine had been so surprised when Marjorie whispered to her what she'd seen that she'd spilled her own coffee, starting the cycle of dabbing with napkins all over again. Clementine had said, when Vanessa started running, that she must have been scared off by the thought of Mr. Fitzgerald's ghost. Marjorie thought it was much more likely that she had finally realised that the game was up. "Who are you calling now?" Marjorie asked Clementine as they arrived at Vanessa's office door. Marjorie tried the door handle, but found it locked tight. "Rose," Clementine explained, as Rose answered through the phone speaker. "Hello? Rose, look, you need to come to your old office and let us inside. I know you've still got the key." "What do you mean?" Rose scoffed. "I'd never flout school rules. I'm a responsible member of the governing board. Of course I don't still have the key. What do you take me for? I handed that in to Gary Matthews in the school office. You can go and ask him." With that, she hung up, leaving Marjorie and Clementine in the same predicament as before, but with much less hope. They tried the door again, and Clementine threatened to use her Tesco club card to pop the lock open, until Marjorie reminded her of how many times that hadn't worked before. Marjorie couldn't believe that Vanessa had managed to conceal so much from them all. She should never have trusted her. "You could just pop yourself up through the ceiling again," Clementine said finally, stroking her chin as she considered the tiles. "I'll go and get the canteen stepladder." Even if that wasn't a terrible idea, Marjorie winced at the memory of her fall through the ceiling into the office below. I think they reinforced the ceiling when they fixed it. "A complete waste of the budget," Rose said. She was rushing towards them at almost a jog, her heels catching on the worn carpet. Jason jostled around inside her handbag at her side. "I told James, buy another set of cameras for the hallway blind spots. We'll tape the ceiling up and call it a day. It can be the GCSE art project this year. They can make a papier-mâché cover for it." But did he listen? No. And look where we are now. A complete disaster. "What are you—" "I thought you said you couldn't help because of the rules," Clementine said, air-quoting the word in a mad swooping gesture. "Rules schmools," Rose grinned, showing an alarming number of teeth. "We've got to be careful on the phone. You never know who's listening." "Yes, of course," Clementine said with a laugh, gesturing around them. "Not like these very private school corridors."
"You think I won't help take down those evil witches?"
Rose shooed them both out of the way and opened the door with a key attached to her car keys. They were attached to a fob that showed a picture of Seren and Rose riding Oblivion at Alton Towers. Marjorie and Clementine followed her inside, shutting the door behind them. "What are we looking for?" Clementine asked Marjorie, who was looking around the cramped room.
"Anything incriminating."
Clementine began to search the desk, finding nothing but stationery, while Rose went straight for the metal filing cabinet next to the box of deflated basketballs. Marjorie decided to look under the desk. Between them, there had to be some concrete evidence that Vanessa had killed Mr. Fitzgerald, or at least knew what had happened to him.
"She doesn't keep her scripts in alphabetical order," Rose called, her head inside the filing cabinet. "Terrifying behaviour in itself. We should have all known she was a murderer."
There was a pair of shoes under the desk, not the size that Marjorie was used to seeing Vanessa wear. Usually she wore quite large shoes. Marjorie picked up the shoes and turned one over to look at the tread. It was just a plain, black court shoe, size 3. Size 3 seemed awfully small. Marjorie's own feet were an average size 5, and even then they seemed quite small. She could almost always pick up a children's size for half the price. It suddenly seemed strange that slim, short Vanessa would wear a larger size of shoe rather than one like this. Clarity hit her like a train. "She's been wearing a bigger shoe size," Marjorie said out loud, "because the shoes she was wearing at Mr. Fitzgerald's shop were her normal size, and she was worried she'd be caught." "Probably while she's using Rose's pass for something," Clementine said, holding the pass Rose had lost up in triumph. Rose shrieked at the sight of it.
"I knew it," she hissed. "Even Seren was sure I'd just lost it, but she must have stolen it."
"But why?" Marjorie asked.
"The only reason I can think of is that it's access all areas," Rose shrugged. "One of the few that have been handed out. Maybe she wanted to do something before her pass was issued. They take a while to come back from the security company if they need adjusting. Gary has spare ones, but not full access ones."
"Weird," Clementine said. "Why would she need an access all areas pass?"
"Indeed," Rose agreed. "But I think you should be more worried about this."
She hefted a folder out of the filing cabinet and opened it on the desk. Lying on the top of the pile of papers it contained was a Deusto Free Press issue. The headline read, "Dinner Lady Detectives Solve Mystery." Underneath was a very unflattering photograph of Marjorie and Clementine at their kitchen table, which had been taken before either of them were ready. Clementine had a bourbon biscuit halfway to her mouth, while Marjorie was still answering a question from the journalist. Clementine hadn't been annoyed about the biscuit, though. She had been much more upset about being called a dinner lady.
"We're Education Centre Nourishment Consultants, Marjorie. We've earned that title," she had said at the time.
They had still framed the cover, but it had only ended up in a dusty corner of their spare room. Not like the Crochet Monthly Marjorie had won a prize in, Marjorie thought, looking down at the exact same article that lay underneath the newspaper. Vanessa must have known all about them for a while, judging by the piles of information she had about them. There was even a print-off of the St. Martin's-on-the-Water online news page, which announced that Marjorie and Clementine had solved a decades-old mystery that had plagued the town. Vanessa had known all about them, had gone out of her way to find things out. Why?
"So, did Karen make a mistake with the email address?" Rose asked. "Did she send it to Vanessa instead? Why are you suddenly so suspicious of her? I know why I have my reasons."
She turned to squint nastily at the non-alphabetical scripts again. "No. It was the email we thought was going to spook the head teacher," Marjorie told her. Look. She took out her purse and showed Rose the email address, which was on the card Vanessa had given her at the beginning of the year. Now that she looked at it with a critical eye, the email address didn't seem quite right. Marjorie was sure that Ms. Cooper had a school email address that she rarely used. How long had Vanessa been using this one? Perhaps for a long time. Long enough to steal from several schools. I bet if we recheck those emails Kerry-Ann printed off, it was Vanessa who organised the change of suppliers, Clementine said, scratching her head. Yes, Marjorie replied. I bet she's been pocketing that money all year right under Miss Cooper's nose. I know we thought it wasn't very much of a percentage of the sales, but think how many deliveries we have over the year. It'll all add up to a fortune. Janet can't be innocent here, Rose said with a scoff. I refuse to believe it. I think she might well be, Marjorie said, feeling solemn all of a sudden. The rush of excitement at being somewhere they shouldn't be suddenly vanished and was replaced by trepidation. What should they do next? It was the biggest unanswered question. Marjorie didn't like any of the answers her brain provided. We should call Simon, Marjorie said finally. We'll need backup now, and I'm sure that the paperweight could be good evidence. What we need is evidence that she brought it here and why, Clementine said. She pulled another file out of the filing cabinet and examined it, as though the evidence might just jump out at them. That would be enough to directly tie her to Mr. Fitzgerald's death without the missing CCTV footage from the shop or Mrs. Pruitt. Well, what about the school's CCTV? Marjorie thought out loud. Suppose she brought the paperweight straight here. She must have given it to Miss Cooper at some point. Miss Cooper was under the impression that Mr. Fitzgerald gave it back to her before he died, and we know that's not true. She must have brought it here at some point in the evening. How would she have got into the building? Perhaps she arrived with the paperweight and then realised her card wouldn't let her in, Rose said thoughtfully. Maybe that was why she stole mine. She would have all access in case she needed it in the future. Maybe the school's CCTV shows her arriving, Marjorie suggested. Oh, but how will we find out? I'm sure Miss Cooper keeps track on all these things. We can't just march in there. It would be too suspicious. Gary owes me, because he took Seren on a honeymoon instead of letting us continue our trip to Park Asterix, Rose said, her grin showing an alarming number of teeth. I'll get the footage you need, don't worry. And once you have that, the police can search through her laptop and find anything incriminating. I'm sure she's at home deleting it all right now, Marjorie winced. But I suppose we have Mr. Fitzgerald's side of it all on his email account. They left the office after straightening it up once more. Marjorie hoped that they had left it in the same condition they had found it. It was hard to tell after they had begun moving things. Vanessa would know they were onto her already, she thought. They moved down the hallway quickly, but Marjorie couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. She glanced over her shoulder, but she saw nothing. Chapter 29. Marjorie had called Vanessa and asked her to talk. Vanessa had sounded suspicious, but Marjorie had told her she had a bag of yarn she wanted to give her, in a breezy performance that Rose would have been proud of. Marjorie and Clementine waited in the shop, becoming more and more anxious as the sun set through the window. The days were becoming shorter already, even though September was still ticking along. Marjorie had already begun to dread the cold and dark winter mornings that were sure to follow. They always made things seem even bleaker than they already were. Vanessa wasn't late. She was a teacher, so Marjorie was sure she would arrive on time. In her experience, all teachers did. Marjorie and Clementine arrived even earlier, in dreaded anticipation of what was to come. Another confrontation with another person Marjorie had trusted. It seemed a never-ending curse that had befallen her and Clementine ever since they started doing their unofficial detective work in Dewstow. She caught sight of her own face in one of the mirrors for sale in the corner. She looked so unlike herself that it startled her for a moment. Her face was pale, and the skin under her eyes was dark. Looking over to Clementine, Marjorie expected to see much of the same. Instead, Clementine looked determined, sitting up straight with purpose. The bell above the door rang. Vanessa entered the shop, her yarn bag over her shoulder, and a smile on her face as she saw them waiting for her behind the till.
"Hello,"
Vanessa said, glancing around at the busy shelves and dusty antiques.
"Is this your shop then? Gosh, isn't it cluttered?"
"Yes," Marjorie said, feeling tense. She wished Vanessa would drop the pretense that she had never visited the shop before. "Look, Miss Martin."
"Please, Marjorie, call me Vanessa,"
Vanessa said, turning to Clementine, her voice full of forced cheer.
"Honestly, she's too polite, your wife."
Clementine managed a small smile, but Vanessa didn't return it. She must have felt the tension in the room too. "What happened when you came to the shop to get the paperweight, Vanessa?" Marjorie asked, trying to sound as firm as she could, though on the inside she was full of nerves and apprehension. Vanessa's eyes widened as she realized that they knew. They knew everything.
"What paperweight?"
she stammered. But she hadn't had time to formulate a lie, and the words came out in a tumble. "Ms. Cooper's paperweight," Marjorie pressed, giving her one more chance to explain herself. Vanessa sank down onto the nearest stack of boxes and shook her head.
"He wouldn't give it to me."
"Mr. Fitzgerald?" Marjorie clarified. Vanessa nodded, unable to meet her gaze. "So you took it?" Clementine asked softly. Vanessa nodded again. The weight of the tension in the room seemed to fall on her shoulders, causing them to slump.
"Yeah, Miss Cooper told me she wanted it back. She was really annoyed about it," she said.
"That doesn't explain how he died," Marjorie said, feeling her anger rise to the surface. "Did he fall, or did you push him?"
"We were arguing over the paperweight. He wouldn't give it to me, so I tried to grab it from him. He ran up the stairs with it, but I managed to get hold of it. I was holding the stone and he was holding the sword, and the sword came loose. He lost his balance and fell down the stairs," Vanessa said weakly, her voice barely over a whisper. "You can't think I'd have killed him on purpose. Please, Marjorie, I'm innocent." She tried to reach for Marjorie's hand, but Marjorie pulled it away as though the other woman's touch had burnt her. "Even if that were true, you still killed him." "And what about everything else?" Marjorie said, hearing her voice rise. "Taking money under the table for switching my food supplier isn't exactly innocent behaviour, is it? Falsifying teacher records so that the school gets paid more money isn't innocent. It's a con." Vanessa's face hardened as she learned the extent of what they'd found out. "Maybe it's all things I have to do to keep our record good," she said,
folding her arms together tightly.
"Have you thought of that? It's not exactly easy to have such a good track record. The only way it works is to have a little extra funding. And how'd you get that? Certainly not by going down the proper channels, I can tell you. Anyway, talk to any of those governors. They're all at it."
Marjorie found herself shaking her head in disbelief. So it's fine because everyone else is doing it. What sort of excuse is that? Even one of the students could come up with a better one. Vanessa's eyes flickered with a mix of defiance and desperation.
"You don't understand the pressure, the expectations, the deadlines Janet and I are under. It's almost impossible to stick to. You have to bend the rules to keep everything going."
She changed tactics, standing up and brushing herself off.
"Look at what some of you is achieving just this term. Imagine how good the school will be this time next year."
"We might believe that was the case if we didn't know that all the schools you've helped have failed," Clementine told her. "And within the year of you leaving at that. It sounds like all you care about is hitting targets and not the schools themselves."
"Why should I care?" Vanessa sneered. "Half the time no one else does either. It's just another run-down school at the end of its life. If I can help it along to its destination, then so be it."
"That's awful," Marjorie cried. "It's not the students' fault that the school isn't performing, and you take funds and siphon them out for yourself when you're done. How far are you willing to go? Where does it end?"
"I don't know," Vanessa admitted, unable to look at either of them.
"Mr. Fitzgerald knew all about you," Marjorie said, finding herself sneering the words and feeling awful about it, even though she knew her anger was justified. "He knew what you were trying to do. He just didn't know it was you. You tricked him into believing it was Janet."
"Yeah, he did," Vanessa said harshly. "He wasn't so innocent either, though, was he? Threatening to tell everyone if we didn't come clean. Luckily, he only had my fake email address for Janet, or he'd have ruined everything. I'm telling you, I didn't mean to kill him, but I'm not sorry I did."
"All that is without Mr. Fitzgerald's death," Marjorie found herself saying, at a much higher pitch than usual. "You knew what you'd done. Even if it was an accident, you left him here to die and trapped his dog in a cupboard. How can you justify that? Are you telling us that you would have tried to get rid of him anyway, even if you hadn't accidentally killed him?" Vanessa continued to look down at the floor.
"I don't know what I would have done."
Marjorie crossed her arms, taking a deep breath to steady herself. The room dropped into a deep silence. "I think you should tell us everything," Clementine finally said, her voice soft. Vanessa nodded. She slumped back down onto the boxes and looked at her feet.
"What do you want to know?"
"You can't have just run," Marjorie said. "You put Jason in the cupboard first. That shows intent."
"Well, maybe I didn't want to get caught," Vanessa snapped out,
throwing a hand over her mouth when she realized what she had said. Her shout woke Jason up from where he had been sleeping on his bed behind the till. He began to growl at the sound of her voice. Marjorie realized that she had been right about Jason growling at someone other than Tilly, but she hadn't realized that the person was Vanessa. Vanessa had always been sitting so closely to Tilly that Jason must have been growling at her. It all made sense now. "What if no one had found him?" Clementine said, her voice almost a whisper. "He would have been trapped in there for who knows how long. He could have died as well."
"He's just a dog," Vanessa said with a shrug. "Who's going to miss a dog?"
Marjorie found her stomach dropping at the words. Vanessa was truly heartless. "A lot more people than you'd think," Clementine said. She had picked Jason up from his bed, and he was curled up in her arms, still growling at Vanessa gently. "Why do you have so much information about us in your office?" Marjorie asked Vanessa, feeling braver now she knew how heartless the woman sitting opposite them was. "I heard from the other governors about you, and that you were close to Timothy," Vanessa said. "I thought if I made friends with you, then you'd never suspect what I'd done. It seemed a good idea at the time, especially since I'd already seen you in Crochet Monthly a few months ago. It nearly worked, didn't it?" "For a while," Marjorie told her, feeling her own eyes narrowing. "Yeah," Vanessa sighed. "Caught out at the last hurdle." She gave them both a small smile. "The thing is, the more I found out about you, the more I wanted to know. I looked up all the news articles I could find. I mean, 2 dinner ladies who solve murders. I thought you were both fascinating. In another life, I think we'd have been good friends." Marjorie didn't say anything. Clementine scoffed beside her. They hadn't bothered to turn on the shop lights when they had arrived, and it was still dimly lit. The flashing blue lights of the police car arriving outside were prominent against the gloom. The light pierced the shop's windows, bathing the room in bursts of colour. Vanessa turned towards the window, gasping when she saw the car. "You called the police?" she whispered, her voice cracking. She backed away, nearly falling as her knees hit another pile of dusty books. "Marjorie, I thought we were friends." "You only wanted to be friends with me, so I wouldn't suspect what you'd done," Marjorie said quietly. Vanessa shook her head for a second, but then sighed deeply. "Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer." Marjorie couldn't find any words, so she just shook her head. She glanced over at Clementine, who was still holding Jason. The dog had stilled in her arms, as though he could also sense the change in atmosphere. They waited for the knock on the door of the shop, as the blue lights continued to cast an eerie glow over Vanessa's stricken face. The end was near. Chapter 30. "All I can do is apologise again," Miss Cooper said, her voice stuttering and unsure in a way Marjorie hadn't seen during her time at the school yet. "If I'd have known, I would have... Gosh, I don't know what I would have done, but I would have tried to stop it." They were gathered in Miss Cooper's office only a few weeks later, but it felt like decades had passed. Not all of the governors had been invited to the emergency meeting, just the most senior. Marjorie and Clementine had been surprised to get an invitation at all, not just because they weren't on the governing team, but because they couldn't really see what they had to do with the aftermath of Vanessa Martin's reveal. As far as they were concerned, they had done their bit and had nothing more to add. Rose had been acting headmistress in the interim. Miss Cooper had only arrived back today. There had been whispers about why James hadn't stepped in to cover, but they had all reasoned that years 10 and 11 had important English exams this year, and perhaps he hadn't wanted their lessons to suffer. Rose had simply told her students to promise to read their scripts, as if that would be enough to get by with. "There's no point in dwelling on it," Mr. Mugglethwaite said calmly. Marjorie had always liked the man. He was a soothing balm to his wife's aggressive gossiping. "What's done is done, and the police investigation showed you didn't know anything about Miss Martin's plots and schemes." "No," Miss Cooper said, her face crumpling for what felt like the 100th time since they had all gathered in her office. "Marjorie, I'm so sorry about the supplier change. I didn't know Vanessa was taking that money. I should have listened to your concerns." "It's all sorted now," Marjorie said, thinking of the ecstatic look on Helen Mellon's face as she had brought in the fruit delivery that morning. Every food had already been banished from the school grounds. Miss Cooper shook her head. "What good am I to the school now? All my achievements are marred by what Vanessa did. All those schools, all made worse by our work. I just assumed that the schools failed because they stopped following our plan. But she was stealing from them. My legacy is ruined. How can I teach now? I've got no choice. She reached into her laptop bag and pulled out a piece of headed paper. Marjorie could see the word resignation printed at the top of it. Miss Cooper handed it to Mr. Mugglethwaite, who took it, his expression grim. "I thought you might offer to resign," he said. "I think we can all agree that this is the best course of action. Though I am terribly sorry it's come to this. You did some good work here." Mr. Boole nodded vigorously from his seat behind Arthur. Marjorie felt a wave of scorn for the man. If he and his wife hadn't been so shady, then they may have found Mr. Fitzgerald's killer much sooner. Rose looked at the resignation letter with great interest. James didn't look quite as pleased somehow. Marjorie wondered if he was annoyed about the entire thing. Perhaps concerned about how he'd get his office back in order after Miss Cooper had made so many changes. "You'll go back to your former position, I'm sure," Miss Cooper said to James, noticing his concerned look. James shook his head. "No," he said. "I don't think so." The room fell silent for a moment. "Now, James," Mr. Mugglethwaite began, "don't be so hasty. If it's about the restructuring of staff, I'm sure you can understand why we felt it necessary at the time." James put his hand up to stop Arthur from continuing. "Since September, I've really enjoyed teaching," he explained. "I've had time to appreciate why I did the job in the first place. I think years ago, when I was gunning for as many promotions as I could get, I lost sight of what I really loved about the job, which was seeing the students learn." Rose didn't look as surprised as Marjorie felt, though now that she thought about it, James hadn't fought particularly hard against Miss Cooper's changes. In fact, he had just got on with it all, put his head down, and planned his lessons. Marjorie had thought that maybe he was just biding his time till he was back on top, but now she could see that he was at peace with it. He did look better than he had done for years, younger even, the spark returning to his eyes after all the shocking events and failures. "Well then," Mr. Mugglethwaite said, "Rose, would you take the job on?" Rose looked surprised for a moment, turning to James, who smiled at her and nodded. "I could give you a fantastic reference," he said. Rose opened and closed her mouth again, as though she couldn't quite think of the right words. "I'd be honoured to apply," Rose said finally. "I think you should open it up to everyone, though, like you normally would. I don't want accusations of favouritism." "Agreed," Mr. Mugglethwaite said with a nod. "Then that's settled. Miss Cooper will stay until the end of the term, and then I'm sure we'll be seeing you behind the desk soon enough." Rose looked overwhelmed, but she nodded all the same. It wasn't until they had left the office 20 minutes later that Rose managed to speak again. All those assembled had gone their own ways, except Marjorie and Clementine, who had headed in the direction of the canteen, along with James and Rose. Jason was trotting along at Rose's feet. The late afternoon sun shone from the open classroom doors, illuminating their way down the old hallways made up of peeling paint and shabby carpet. As they reached the double doors to the canteen, Marjorie could hear the sounds of laughter and clattering dishes as the team cleared down for the day. "I can't believe it," Rose babbled, almost as much to herself as the rest of them. Marjorie glanced back at her. She looked lost in her thoughts, her face a mixture of excitement and nerves. Marjorie had felt the way Rose looked before. Stepping into a new leadership role was never easy, especially when it was a surprise one. "James, you can't be serious. You'll have to tell them you've changed your mind. Take the job back." "I'll do no such thing," James said calmly, taking her hand and giving it a reassuring squeeze.
You'll be a fantastic head teacher. I just know it. You can increase our budget, firstly, Clementine said, turning to them both with a grin and nudging Rose with her elbow. The children need caviar. Get away from me, Mrs. Butcher Baker, Rose said, waving Clementine away with a mock-serious expression. Secretly, she seemed pleased that the mood had been lightened. Marjorie could see the relief in her eyes. The first issue to sort will be getting rid of that awful student police. Rose narrowed her eyes at the memory of them interrupting her clandestine meeting. That's not the way we'll get this school back on track. I think if we all pull together, we can sort it all out. It can't be any worse than before. No offence, James. None taken, James smiled. I was just plodding along the last few years anyway. I'd let things slide that shouldn't have. Not everything Miss Cooper did was dreadful. You'll have a clean slate to work with, and we'll all be here to help you. Marjorie felt a pang of sympathy for James. Stepping down couldn't have been as easy as he was making it out to be. The decision must have been a hard one. It was admirable of him to pass the torch down to his former deputy, and his wife at that. In all the years Marjorie had known the headmaster, he had always followed through on everything he had said. She knew he must have thought long and hard about it, and come to the decision long ago that he didn't want the power back, even if the opportunity arose. But what if I can't do it? Rose said, self-doubt creeping into her voice. What if I make the school worse? Rosemary, there's no way you could possibly let any more murders happen than I did, James said. And if they did, you'd have a risk assessment in place to limit the school's liability. You can't tell me you wouldn't have had a plan for each of the times something dreadful has happened here. I may or may not have already written the risk assessments, Rose whispered. You couldn't possibly do a worse job, James said, taking her hand again. What about my classes? Rose said, her voice sounding firmer now. Marjorie knew it was the last issue to deal with before Rose could rise up and begin the job. I'm sure you'll still manage to keep a finger in with the summer concert, James said with a shrug. Let Mrs. Miller take over most of it, and then you can hire a new head of drama. Rose nodded, a gleam in her eye that told Marjorie she was working out a plan to still have Jason star as the dog actor in whatever play the drama groups did next year. We also need a new mop handle, Clementine said with a grin. Kerry Ann snapped ours trying to reach something on the top shelf of the dry store, even though she's still on maternity leave. Honestly, maybe Ms. Cooper had a point. I'll see what I can do, Rose said, her laugh bringing a smile to Marjorie's face. It was all going to be all right, Marjorie thought. For now. Epilogue. What on earth are you doing with that? Dawn Simmons shrieked, rushing across the road towards them. Marjorie could see Clementine grinning as she opened the garage door so Marjorie could park her old car inside. Dawn rushed over from her front doorstep and straight over to Marjorie's driver's side window. I'm being serious, Marjorie, Dawn said. What are you doing in that? I've only just got my garden the way I like it. For God's sake, Clementine said, waving her arms in frustration. You crash a car into a pond once. I've been pulling bits of tyre out of my pond ever since, Dawn scoffed. I'm warning you, stay away from my house. I'm only just getting my hedge back to normal. Marjorie couldn't help but smile at the idea that they'd ever do that again, and purposefully at that. Is it not bad enough that you've opened up another useless shop on the high street? Dawn said, waving her rolling pin at them both. What are we supposed to do with a craft workshop? I don't like it, Marjorie. All the women from the WI are supposed to get together on Tuesdays for our weekly sing-along. And instead, they're all talking about going to Mrs. Boole's 6 p.m. felting class. It's just not on. I can hear people knitting every time I walk past. The needles clack together in a horrible way. Grates on the nerves. That'll be the 3 o'clock yarn bombing class, Clementine piped up unhelpfully. Dawn glared at her. Graffiti is what that is, Dawn snapped. They went into the house after shutting the car safely away in the garage, leaving Dawn to grumble all the way back to her own garden. You know, we could have opened the shop as a detective agency, Clementine said, eyeing her seriously a while later as they shared the pot of tea. It would have been easy to do. I think a lot of people were expecting us to do something like that. I know, Marjorie told her, but I told you, I'm not ready to leave the school. Something like that would take up all our time. But you'll think about it, Clementine said. Of course, Marjorie said with a nod. Secretly, she hadn't stopped thinking about the possibility of becoming a full-time detective. But Clementine didn't need to know that. It was rare for Marjorie to hide anything from Clementine, but in this case she had felt it necessary. They had debated what to do with the shop, not wanting it to sit empty for too long. Clementine had been adamant that they should open the detective agency they'd joked about for so long. Marjorie was managing to hold her off, for now. She knew that once they retired fully, there would be no stopping Clementine, who would never want to slow down. She was always waiting for the next scheme. It was a far cry from the quiet lives they had enjoyed only a few years ago. Marjorie didn't know how they had managed all those years without something mad or interesting happening. Marjorie had told Clementine that there might not be any more mysteries to solve. She certainly hoped that there weren't. Clementine wasn't convinced. But Mrs. Mugglethwaite has hired us to find her sunglasses, Clementine had said. Surely we'll need somewhere to plan how to get them back. Marjorie had got her way in the end, but another discussion was waiting in the background like a ticking time bomb. Once they had sold everything in the shop, they had agreed on what to do with the money. Most of it had been donated to the local dog's rescue, which they had both thought Mr. Fitzgerald would agree with. The rest of it had been used to repaint the shop in bright, friendly colours and invest in slightly safer furniture that would not give anyone splinters. They included a new disabled toilet and baby-changing facility on the ground floor for the parent and baby classes that ran during the week. Mrs. Redburn and Mrs. Mugglethwaite, who had newly retired from the post office, oversaw the classes. Marjorie and Clementine didn't charge for any of it, but donations were welcome to help pay for the electric and water bill. The town certainly seemed to be enjoying it. Every time Marjorie and Clementine visited on the weekend, the place was a wonderful hustle-bustle of baby groups or sewing classes. Mrs. Boole was able to use a section of the ground floor to run her sewing and mending business, and she had been true to her word to repay the money she had stolen. It felt great to be able to give something back to Dewstowe, even if it was not entirely perfect. The upstairs was still Mr. Fitzgerald's little flat. They hadn't felt that they could change it, seeing as there wasn't much in there anyway. The only change they had made was the installation of a new safety handrail that ran up the staircase. Marjorie knew that if Clementine did ever get her way with the detective agency, then that would probably be where they ran it from. Marjorie decided not to think about it and enjoy the rest of the late afternoon. She picked up the showreel for Summerview School's version of The Wizard of Oz. The students had been practicing all school year, and it was showing for 3 nights next week. Rose had dropped one off for them as soon as they had been printed, eager to show them the list of characters and headshots inside. Second down was Jason Smith, starring as Toto the dog, and a little biography on his background as an actor, which Marjorie knew was entirely fictional. Nonetheless, she was really looking forward to seeing the show next week. The dinner ladies had even helped sell tickets in the canteen.
It was sure to be 3 packed, sold-out performances, and enough to lift even the most miserable of spirits. The scandal at Dewstow Police Station had begun to die down in the local news, but Marjorie and Clementine hadn't forgotten about it. Sergeant Davis had been dismissed from his post without notice and placed on the police barred list following a disciplinary hearing. Officer Wilkinson had got away with a warning, saying that he had just been following orders. Simon hadn't believed it, and neither had Marjorie and Clementine, but there was not much any of them could do. Any trust they had in Officer Wilkinson had evaporated, and Marjorie knew they would have to have their backs up in any future dealings with the police. There was a rap on the door. Clementine jumped up from her seat. "If that's Dawn again, I'm going to tell her where to go," she said, heading for the front door anyway. Marjorie chuckled to herself, taking a sip of her coffee and relaxing into the sofa. She closed her eyes as Clementine opened the front door. Clementine's gasp made them fly back open. "What are you doing here?" Clementine asked with a sharp intake of breath. "I thought you were still travelling." Marjorie peered through the living room and hallway to the front door to see who had caused such an upset. On the doorstep stood the mirror image of Clementine, a face Marjorie had thought they would never see again. It was Maria, Clementine's long-lost sister. Maria, who had been messaging Clementine all summer long. Maria, who had been on the run from the police for decades. Her face, which was so like Clementine's, wore the ragged wear of time and hardships and a life on the edge that Clementine's did not. The shadows of the past etched into the crow's feet around her eyes and the lines by her mouth. Maria, whose son Marjorie had accidentally dragged to his death and caused a deep well of grief that she had never managed to quite climb back out of. It was one thing when Maria was just text messages on Clementine's phone, quite another, entirely, to see her in person. Marjorie felt her chest tighten as she considered what she could possibly want after all this time. She wanted to get up from the sofa and rush over and slam the door in the woman's face, trapping all the bad history out on the doorstep and in the past. The pleading expression on Maria's face stopped her, gluing her to her seat. Whatever it was she needed, Marjorie was not sure she wanted to be involved. Thank you for listening to An Extremely Unlikely Death by Hannah Hendy, read by Jenny Funnell, produced by Shakasonic Studios for Saga Egmont. Egmont is a charitable foundation that donates €13 million to vulnerable children and young adults every year. We are working hard to ensure as many children as possible get invaluable access to education and social resources. Thanks for helping us make a difference. To find out more, please visit our website, www.egmont.com.